Good morning. I want to welcome you to FRI's 2022 Public Utility Symposium. I'm Dr. Mike Sykuta. I'm Executive Director of FRI and Associate Professor of Applied Economics here at the University of Missouri. We are very happy to have you all here today with us. This is FRI's 31st Fall Public Utility Symposium. So we've been doing this a while. And we are blessed to have a great advisory board to help guide us on this way. There were QR codes up on the screen earlier where you can go to the FRI website, fri.missouri.edu, and see the list of our advisory board members. We have state utility commissioners from 18 states, over a couple dozen public utility companies, and consumer advocate offices from 4 different organizations at this point. And we strive really to focus on these issues that affect water, electric, and natural gas, which is kind of our sweet spot. We are very happy to have you with us today. I do want to acknowledge a few people this morning and just a couple of instructions before we introduce our other speakers. One, you've met the staff, our wonderful staff that has made this possible. So as you see them out in the lobby and whatnot, Cheryl Bird is one that you may have communicated with. She's the one who makes sure we actually have a program and that everything works well. And Cheryl's right there, so you can find her to thank her later in the day. Trinity Crouch is running around here somewhere. She's one of our students, works with us. And then Darlene Cruz at the table out front. Dr. Adrian Oler here is my colleague on the academic side of FRI. In addition to our board, we are later today going to be recognizing some of our board members for service awards. Commissioner Dana Murphy, who we'll see in a minute, has been serving on our board for 10 years. Dick Lozier and Melissa Seymour, both here today, are getting 5-year awards. And a few of our members won't be able to be here today, but we'll recognize them as well. Commissioner Kimberly Gwynn from Arkansas, Commissioner Brandon Presley from Mississippi, and Paul Susky from SSP have been on our board for 5 years. In terms of logistics, you've gotten the lay of the place. Be aware there is a coffee and snack stand at that end of the hallway as well. So and it has different options, at least on the snack side. So make sure you're hitting both sides of the venue here. The restrooms are outside. The Wi-Fi information was up here earlier. And I think those are the big things. So we want to welcome you to the University of Missouri. The FRI is now in the Division of Applied Social Sciences. This is a change from FRI's past. The Division of Applied Social Sciences is in the College of Agriculture, Food, and Natural Resources. So we're in DAS in Kaffner at MU. Which is, you have your own utility acronyms in alphabet soup, and we have ours too. One of the unique aspects of where we are at FRI now is we're more closely linked to the University of Missouri Extension System. In fact, Adrian has a joint appointment through Extension as well as working with FRI. So we have an opportunity to have more of an active reach into the state and reaching communities around the state of Missouri. And we look forward to being more involved with that. I want to introduce for a welcome to campus our Provost and Executive Vice Chancellor, Dr. Lata Ramchand. For those of you that aren't familiar with academic speak, Provost is the Chief Academic Officer, or kind of the Chief Operating Officer on the academic side of the university. Dr. Ramchand is a Professor of Finance, so fits right in with us with a PhD from the Kellogg School at Northwestern University. She served as Dean of the Business School at the University of Houston before becoming Provost of the University of Missouri at Columbia in August of 2018. Dr. Ramchand.
Thank you, Mike. Thank you all so much for being here, and a big welcome. It's a pleasure for me to welcome you all, State Commission representatives, members of our advisory board, really every one of you, that's participating today, whether you're here or you're participating remotely. As you all know, the mission of the FRI in the public utility space is really to bring together economists, regulators, policymakers, experts, industry professionals in a neutral venue, right? So we can facilitate honest conversations, discussions, get the information out there, and look at how things that happen overnight in our nation can impact regulatory policy. And there is so much happening out there. Even last night, the increase in oil prices, thanks to Vladimir Putin's nuclear threat, the impending interest rate hikes, and what is going to happen to these rates by the end of the year. I would love to hear your forecasts. There's just so much happening, so much to unpack. And to be able to do that in an environment that is neutral, where we can have honest conversations, is, I think, valuable. So welcome to Switzerland. I want to also especially thank Mike, his colleagues, because we really believe at the university that our mission is to serve our citizens. And by that I mean help create meaningful public policy, inform those conversations, right? And public policy is policy that serves the public. I'm an economist myself, but I also know there's a lot of economist jokes out there. The one I like best, the one I just read last week, was the two economists who get stranded on an island, shipwrecked, don't have any resources, but in a matter of hours make millions of dollars on paper, trading hats with each other. No, we don't have those kinds of economists on our campus. We engage in conversations and research that really can inform meaningful dialogue and policy. So without further ado, again, welcome to all of you. I thank you for being here, and I hope you have a wonderful and productive rest of the day. I wish I could be here all day, but I have to go. We actually start our budget meetings this week, if you can believe that. So, and we still mess up our budget, right? So the rest of the day will be fun for me, but I'll try to pop in, or at least get the benefit of your discussions from Mike. So thank you all for being here.
Thank you, Dr. Ramchan. Actually, one of those budget meetings is right about the time we finish today for my college. So I look forward to hearing about that and how much money she's going to give us. Next, I'd like to introduce Jim Jenkins. Jim is Regulatory Affairs Lead for American Water Corporate. His office is here in St. Louis. He is a longtime member of our advisory board, and as of yesterday, wrapped up his second term as chair of the FRI advisory board. Jim?
Thanks, Mike, and a lot of thank yous. So welcome, and just so excited. I see so many, I see familiar faces. I actually see new faces, but after 2 years of going through this virtually from a pandemic setting, it's really nice to just see people in person. And also, we've learned to adapt. We've also got a hybrid model too, so welcome to those that are visiting virtually. But we've got an exciting program today. I think it's very, very action-packed, and just like in FRI style, it will be subject to just open and honest communication and dialogue, and that's really what we want, a real balanced effort here. So and I think, a couple things I should recognize the past two pandemic chairs. Certainly Diana, or Commissioner Holden's here. Can you raise your hand? There she is. So, and I don't know if David Springy, has he made it in yet? Hey, there you are. Hi. Yeah. And, and then also we've got our incoming chair will be the Commissioner Tricia from Georgia, Commissioner Pridemore. So, and Commissioner, she's right here. So, these folks have just been tremendous leaders and providing all sorts of support. So without any further ado, you've had, the provost, I thought, just did an outstanding job in terms of her remarks, some of the best that I've heard from a person in that position. But I think I need to turn it over to our master of ceremonies, who told me, Jim, get going. We need to get going. Dana Murphy, who's a commissioner in Oklahoma. And she's affectionately known as the Velvet Hammer, and she will keep us on time and on track. And so we want to welcome her and really thank her for all the stuff that she's been doing this for years and keeping FRI going. So come on up, Dana.
Thanks, Jim. A regulator always appreciates when someone does what they say. So I really appreciate having a short introduction. So just a couple of things that I want to mention. We all know we're here on public utilities and the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill. And the concepts, we had a couple of presentations at the commission, but social equality, made in America, clean and resilient. I think those are the fundamental keys of this bill, and just a couple of housekeeping items that ties into. If you notice, we're conserving on printed materials, so we've got the message. We're going green and trying to be cleaner with less paper. And if you can, the biggest decisions that you might be able to have to make today, does it go in landfill, does it go in paper, or does it go in plastic? If you've seen the bins back there, I was out there and I'm thinking, do I put my coffee cup in landfill or in paper? So I just want you to know we got some big decisions to make today. Please silence your cell phone. I know we've gotten used to these devices as being an appendage to our body anymore, but if we could silence those, there'll be an opportunity for questions and answers. If you want to ask a question, if you'll just raise your hand, then somebody will bring a microphone to you. You've probably seen the bathrooms located across the hall. And before I ask the first panel to come up, that's going to be chaired by Tricia Pridemore. For those of you who didn't know, and I'll just take a little point of personal privilege only because I've been doing this for so long. Thank you for everyone who has been so supportive of me. For those of you who didn't know, that answer to the question of do something today that your future self will thank you for. I'm so grateful for all the training and everything I've done all my life, because I broke my hip in a ranching accident in May, and this trip was my first growth opportunity to test how I'm doing. So I just want to let everyone know that we've all been through our different things, and I feel blessed and grateful to be here. So if you see me a little emotional about things, just driving here for 7 hours and making it a big accomplishment. So I'm just, like I said, I'm very grateful. So with that little personal moment aside, I will call the first panel up to the podium, and I will go ahead and introduce Chairman Tricia Pridemore from Georgia, who will introduce her panelists. And when you take a look at her bio, I looked and saw you were a businesswoman with many, many talents, and that's why I see you're on all these task force and partnerships with NARUC. So that makes a lot of sense to me. So Tricia Pridemore joined the Georgia Public Service Commission in 2018. She serves as the NARUC liaison to the Wisconsin School of Public Utilities. She's on numerous other items. And if you want to check out the bios for any of those who are on the panel or for Tricia, you can take a look online. Again, we're going green and clean. So everyone's up here at the front. But before we get there, while everybody's settling in, we have prizes and questions. You know, I just love to add that. So if this is your first time to be here, please stand up. Okay? Sit down if you traveled less than 100 miles. Sit down if you traveled less than 200 miles. Oh boy, this is I'd want to get to the, sit down if you traveled less than 300 miles. We're going to get there. Less than 400? 5. How about 500? Who traveled 500 miles? Okay. 600 miles. You're going to keep sitting down till we get a winner. 700? Who traveled the farthest? We've got about 3 or 4 people. Who traveled the farthest? Okay, I need you to shout out how far you traveled, because you get to be the winner. Somebody has to remain standing. Who traveled the farthest?
They're Googling the distance.
Because I didn't realize it would be this, okay? You get a certificate for being a first-time attendee to having a certificate to next year's symposium, which you can either use yourself or you can offer to somebody else. So whoever traveled the longest, so we don't interfere with the panel, who's our winner? Okay, and your name? Stuart. Okay, Stuart, you're our winner. So we hope you come back or share it with somebody else. And Tricia, without further ado, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Dana. I appreciate it. Good morning, everybody. I hope everybody's off to a good Wednesday.
My name is Tricia Pridemore, and I am proud to serve not only as the incoming chair of the FRI, but also chairman of the Georgia Public Service Commission. So I have a great panel this morning, and I hope that you get as much from this as I have from just getting to know them. I'm going to start at the very end and introduce everybody. First, I have Chris Ayers, who's Executive Director of the North Carolina Utilities Commission Public Staff, where he has served since 2013. He also currently serves as the President of the National Association of State Utility Consumer Advocates, NASUCA, as the rest of us call it. He serves on the Consumer Advocates for the PJM State's Board of Directors, Department of Energy Electricity Advisory Committee, and many, many more other esteemed organizations, including being chairman of the board for the State Employees Credit Union for the state of North Carolina. So if we're here to talk about finances, it's good to know that we've got the chairman of the Employees Credit Union with us. Being that we're on a college campus, I want to make sure that everybody knows where everybody went to school. And so Mr. Ayers earned his undergraduate degree from Duke University and received his JD with honors from the University of North Carolina. He was also just yesterday elected vice chair of the FRI. So in 2 years, he'll serve as chair. Absolutely. Give it up for Chris. Come on, guys. Let's go. All right. Next with us this morning is David Campbell, who is president and CEO of Evergy, where he began his career there in January of 2021. Under Campbell's leadership, Evergy focuses on providing safe, affordable, and reliable service to its 1.6 million customers in Kansas and Missouri. He is active in the community. He is a member of the Kansas City Civic Council and the Kansas City Area Development Council. He serves on the board of St. Mark's School and the Leadership Council of the Yale School of the Environment. Campbell is a graduate of Yale University, Harvard Law School, and Oxford University, where he studied as a Rhodes Scholar. Give it up for David. Kevin Gildy is vice president with NextEra Energy Resources Renewables Development Team. He leads a team with national responsibility for prospecting and early stage development. Prior to joining NextEra Energy Resources, Kevin served as a United States Army commissioned officer. He graduated from the University of Scranton with a Bachelor of Science degree in biology and an MBA with a concentration in finance. Please welcome Kevin. And it's great this morning to serve with my friend, Commissioner Lozier. Richard Lozier was appointed to the Iowa Utilities Board and began his service May 1st of 2017 for a term that runs through April 30th of 2023. Prior to joining the Iowa Utilities Board, he was a member of the Belen McCormick Law Firm in Des Moines for more than 20 years. He attended Des Moines Public Schools and received his Bachelor of Arts degree in American History from the University of Iowa and his JD from the University of Iowa College of Law. After graduating law school, he was also a special agent for the FBI. Managing investigations in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and Los Angeles, California. Please welcome Commissioner Lozier. So each of our panelists is going to speak to our topic for a few minutes. And our topic is broad because we want to get things kicked off to start a dialogue with everyone here. So with that, I'm going to kick it over to Chris for a few minutes.
Thank you, Commissioner. Well, good morning. Happy to be here with you today. And since it's a broad topic, I'm going to run far and wide. And just to get started, I thought I would just muse a little about where are we in this energy transition or energy evolution, whichever term you prefer. I was just thinking about the technologies, particularly the technologies that are called out in the description of our panel. And I think a couple have arrived. When I look at across the country, when I look at my state of North Carolina, solar's here. Solar's clearly reached that point where it's incorporated in the system, it's growing, we know how that works, as well as offshore wind. If you're in the middle of the country, wind is a big resource, so solar and wind are here. Natural gas continues to play a major role as a bridge fuel and in backstanding these assets. So these are, and we've got nuclear and our other resources, but solar and onshore wind are the two that particularly, I think, were budding technologies 10, 15 years ago, and so they've arrived. So then I start thinking, all right, well, there are a number of technologies that are still on the horizon that haven't yet arrived. And where are we on them, and how excited or unexcited am I as a consumer advocate when I think about these technologies? One of them is hydrogen. So we hear a lot about hydrogen. I've heard more about hydrogen in conferences and panels over the last year and a half to 2 years than I've heard, my previous career combined. And I think there's still a lot of unknowns out there about where does hydrogen fit. As a consumer advocate, I hear I fear the notion as we transition to, say, a hydrogen-based energy production, how many customers are going to have to wind up having to convert their appliances and their equipment at home? I also hear things about the hydrogen molecules being smaller, and therefore you can't just do a one-for-one with gas, so there's blending. There's a lot of questions about hydrogen technology. And so as a consumer advocate, as we explore these technologies, I want to make sure we get a little further down the road to understand how they work, both short-term and long-term, what the impact is going to be on customers before we throw a whole bunch of money at a technology that we haven't quite scaled. Same with small modular reactors. So again, hear a whole lot about SMRs, and I'm actually quite excited about SMRs in that prospect. I think that is the way to get to 100% carbon-free energy over a period of time in the future. But the technology is still in its infancy. I think the permitting and regulatory process is still in its infancy. And I think back to, I was at the Center for Public Utilities Emerging Issues Forum out in New Mexico back in 2016. And I remember a young woman, was a physicist, and I forget what institution she was from. She might have been from National Lab. And she talked to us about molten salt. And it was a fascinating presentation on molten salt SMRs. And I mean, I wanted to run down at the end of the session like an altar call because it was just that compelling. Well, it's now 2022. We're no closer to seeing, permitting, or constructing commercially available molten salt reactors than we were in 2016. The technology's there, but it's coming. The concept is there, but we haven't quite landed there yet. And the third that I talk about that falls in this bucket are batteries. So batteries are coming. We are seeing batteries grow, but figuring out the long-term storage, the long-duration storage issue is going to be critical. And so there's more money and investment to be put there. And then the one thing that I haven't mentioned that I'm sure we'll talk a lot about today is transmission. So as you build more solar, more wind, you've got to build more transmission. As you hook in more and more SMRs, as you put batteries on the system, we've got to have transmission to move the electrons. So all of that adds up to a lot of capital spend, a lot of money. And so as a consumer advocate, I can't sit up here without working affordability and upward pressure on rates into my talk. And that is one thing that I'm concerned about as I look at the technologies and look at, all right, when do we pull the trigger on these technologies? What's the right timing to make sure that R&D has taken place at the national labs, within the private industry, so that we're hitting that sweet spot before utilities start making significant investment that customers are going to have to pay for. Because I'll tell you this, affordability is an issue, and I see nothing but upward pressure on rates right now. Be that inflation, be that raw materials, be that the capital spend that I just talked about that's going to have to happen in order to transition us over the coming decades. And as affordability or willingness to pay, because some people can afford it, but there's an opportunity cost. Like, okay, I'm going to have to pay more for my energy bill or my water bill or something. That means I'm not spending money over here. They might can afford it, but they're having to make other decisions. Other folks just can't afford it. And as affordability becomes an issue, you're going to see public support for the energy transition, the energy evolution erode. And that's going to present a problem. And so I think we've got to be mindful of that as we are trying to find the optimal timing for these technologies. When do we expect the utilities to make the investment? And as we plan, North Carolina right now has a proceeding to get 70% carbon reduction by 2030 and net zero by 2050. We're trying to predict the future. When is technology going to be available and when it's not? So that's where the federal government, the IIJA and the IRA come in. And I frequently get called out when I say, there's free money out there, we need to go get it. And people are like, no, Chris, it's not free. I get that. Maybe a better way to say it is it's already paid for. It's there. Taxpayers, you and me, have already paid for this money. And so we need, on behalf of our customers, to be taking advantage of that money, plowing it into our utilities, and figuring out how that we get it. So I think there's some questions, and I hope that this panel helps illuminate some of it, is how do we go get that money? And figure out how we can incentivize utilities to go out, pursue the money, and then incorporate it into their capital spend. I mean, let's be frank, there is a disincentive for a utility to go out and get IIJA money or IRA money, because that's, if you're in a jurisdiction where you make money based upon your capital spend and a return on that, that's going to erode your investment and your return. I get that. So how do we navigate that? How do we incentivize the utilities that are in that regulatory framework to pursue that money? I think we also have to acknowledge that while it's a lot of money, billions of dollars is a lot of money, it is still a drop in the bucket. So I believe there's about $2 billion allocated for transmission construction in the bill. And I think North Carolina needs about $10 billion of transmission just to get to our carbon reduction goals over the next 20 years. So, and if that's just one state, I know some of those numbers are higher or smaller across the rest of the country. I also think that the money is not simply the only problem. It's also a question of permitting. How do we move some of these, be it SMRs or siting transmission lines, how do we move these things through the process? Because you can have the money there, but if it takes 5 years to get through some regulatory process, you're going to find it more difficult to meet. And so finally, I'll wrap up my thoughts by saying that, while the IIJA and the IRA is not necessarily the end-all be-all, it is a really good start. And some of the money that's available, I believe, will jumpstart some private investment and some R&D. I think, my understanding is that with the IRA now, utilities don't have to worry about normalization, I believe is the case, and the ability of utilities to do a one-time monetization of tax credits for cash. Some of the restrictions in the past have been dropped, but there's still a lot of other restrictions that we're going to have to navigate, including the ability in the water context of private companies to utilize some of this money as opposed to the electrics that have a little more ability to access it. So I'll just circle back that I look at the IIJA and the IRA and the money and the processes there as a way to help us start addressing the affordability and the cost associated with this transition. I look forward to our discussion and happy to answer any questions when it's time.
Good morning, everyone. I'm David Campbell from Evergy. This is my first time attending an FRI symposium, as I started in January of 21, so it's great to be here. And I'm fortunate to be seated next to a Duke graduate. My wife and oldest daughter both attended UNC Chapel Hill, and we're getting along famously, so it's great.
It can be done.
And the great thing is I don't have to bring up any local rivalries because we serve both Kansas and Missouri, so I don't want to go there in terms of those different schools. But Evergy serves, we're an integrated regulated utility, and what we're focused on, what we describe as trying to balance and advance affordability, reliability, and sustainability. As you all know very well, as a regulated utility, we have the privilege and the obligation to serve every customer in our service territory with an essential product, a product that's essential to daily life. So striking that balance is critical, as is working with all of our regulators and stakeholders and making sure we don't get ahead or fall behind where they want us to be. And striking the balance between those is absolutely critical. As we know with affordability, when you're providing a product that helps to power the economy, literally, and it is such an important part of economic development and economic growth. If you get out of balance on affordability, especially for some of the most disadvantaged, where it's a large share of household income, you've got to keep that at the forefront. On reliability, it sort of speaks for itself. If we're ever in the news for the power being off, not a good thing. Power is critical. I've been in this industry for more than 20 years. It depends on the customer, but between a couple hours and a day, people start going literally crazy if you don't have power. Reliability is absolutely critical. You start losing your food in your refrigerator. You start being able to unpleasant conditions in your home, potentially unsafe conditions in your home if you can't cool it or heat it. So you've got to get reliability right. And then on sustainability, fortunately, the power industry has been at the forefront, the vanguard of the clean energy transition. Significantly reduced emissions of traditional pollutants and CO2 over the last 20 years, but we're still a big emitter. And we know that there are ambitious goals for where people want to take the industry and where we want to get as an industry, but we know we also have to balance affordability and reliability along the way. And it's not just about air emissions. You know, we have to be stewards of resources broadly as we operate dozens of facilities. We're big consumers of water and very big players in our local economies. Most of our companies have been around more than 100 years. We're very local. We're about the most local business you can get. So sustainability is also about being a sustainable partner in the communities we serve. And we've seen some challenges in getting the balance over the past year, and it's sort of agnostic to blue or red. I'm glad we said Switzerland earlier. So we saw going into the summer reliability alerts for MISO, which is the Midwest region. We saw reliability alerts for California and a near event a couple weeks ago. We saw reliability alerts in Texas, all very different markets with different generation conditions. A common factor was heat. So there's no doubt the 10-year weather trend, the 5-year weather trend is different than the 30-year weather trend. So I'm not trying to get in the middle of global warming debates, but that 5 or 10-year trend is showing hotter summer temperatures. Another factor in all three markets was retirements. So in California, a lot of retirements of gas. Texas, retirements of gas and coal. Midwest region, retirements of coal. And this is all before we have a major increase in demand we expect to see over the coming years. So from electrification. So striking that balance, continually trying to get to the right place is very important. And it's hard because, you know, there are some constituents I know here in the room for our company, but if we go to a meeting where we have multiple constituents, I guarantee you some in the audience will say we're moving too fast. You know, why have you retired coal? Aren't you already putting yourself at risk? Are you going to have a risk around turning the lights off? And other folks saying, how can you still be running coal? You've got to move faster. Can't you replace it with renewable resources? So we have to find that Goldilocks spot and be sure that we're with our regulators every step of the way. Now, the bills that have been passed are very promising, as Chris mentioned. So on the affordability front, they're providing direct incentives that lower the costs for electric vehicles, for electric vehicle infrastructure, buses, for, you know, the IRA provides direct incentives for solar and wind, and incredible subsidies for hydrogen and carbon capture. So it's helping on affordability because it is money that the federal government will provide that lowers the costs. So everything that you modeled in an integrated resource plan a year ago is now going to have lower costs in the renewables piece and a lot of those pieces because of the bill. And on reliability, it's funding R&D in some areas like hydrogen, on carbon capture, on nuclear, and helping move the way on storage that are going to be critical if we really want to get to net zero. Because again, being Switzerland, to get to net zero, we're going to need to have some new technologies that help to provide that last 10 to 20%. And then on sustainability, obviously, it's a core element of each of the bills. So those federal acts will help to advance all three of those pillars. I am a believer that natural gas, which was one of the topics of the panel, is a critical part of what we do. Maybe over time, and I don't doubt that over time we'll be able to reduce usage, but as of now, it's sort of a fuel of last resort to ensure reliability. And we're going to have new technologies to get there. And that's especially the case as electrification is an incredibly promising thing for our business. We could have 50 to 100% increase in demand over the next 20 to 30 years. We haven't seen that since the 50s and 60s. And so if we're already having some reliability challenges, we better make sure that we have our planning in a better place than we have in decades if we're having rising demand while we're adding totally different kind of resources to the mix. So Ours is a business that tends to move slowly because we serve every customer. It's massive dollars. And even the incentives in this bill can't move the needle for an industry as large as ours all the way, but it will help to move the needle some. And so in a slow-moving industry, it's actually a very exciting, dynamic time. Great time to be here, and we look forward to working with all our stakeholders and regulators. So I'm sure everyone here in your states will be doing the same as we move forward. So I look forward to the discussion today.
Good morning, Kevin Gilday from NextEra Energy Resources, and just a quick intro to who NextEra is. NextEra Energy is the largest producer of electricity from the wind and the sun in the world. Underneath NextEra Energy are two strong companies, Florida Power and Light Company, which serves approximately 5 million customers in the state of Florida. And then the company I work for, NextEra Energy Resources, which operates outside of Florida. And we've got projects under development in probably all but 3 or 4 states in the lower 48. We develop predominantly wind and solar. Battery storage is becoming a bigger part of our portfolio. Hydrogen, we've been talking about hydrogen for a while inside the walls of our Juno Beach, Florida headquarters. And, you know, you think about 2023, what a year. Right, 23 started supply chain disruptions on solar. As a large infrastructure company, we've got dozens of projects under construction at all times, and you know, panel supply from Southeast Asia was challenged during the year. We went back, talked to a lot of customers about the challenges we were seeing. You've got demand growing, capacity needs were discussed by previous 2 panelists, that they're counting on our projects to get done. And when you've got contracts for panels to come in and there's government action, there was an anti-dumping countervailing duties claim made that the Department of Commerce picked up and investigated, and it's still ongoing. So, you know, the great news about the Inflation Reduction Act, it's giving the industry a ton of certainty, but there's still some headwinds that we face, right? Projects that are under construction today that are still being challenged in receiving panels. And I'm sure the regulators in the room are hearing from their customers about what that means for the need to meet the needs of the states in which they're overseeing. But the IRA delivers certainty that we've never seen in the space. Decades worth of certainty on tax policy. A wind production tax credit that, you know, in a good year you had 4 to 5 years of certainty on it, and they were falling off at the end of 2025. And now we see for at least 2 decades certainty on the wind production tax credit. Solar, which had been traditionally an investment tax credit that limited utilities' opportunity to own the generation, now is eligible for a production tax credit. Storage, which had to be coupled with solar, is now eligible for a standalone investment tax credit, right? And all of that is available money. It's not free money. We're paying for it, but it's already been allocated, and the customers can benefit from it if the projects are receiving it. And the way that we price our projects, it goes off to the customer. You know, David's customers get the benefit of it. We price it in. If we don't, somebody else is, and they're going to win the opportunity to sell power to Evergy. So it is a great thing for customers, and it's the nation really subsidizing the electricity sector to clean things up. And that's the message that's coming from our leaders in D.C. You know, other challenges we have, the bill was pretty silent to transmission, right? And Commissioner Ayers mentioned what North Carolina needs. You know, take that and multiply that times 50, right? Investment in transmission is critical to allow the further deployment of renewables and able to meet the growing demand that's been talked about. Local permitting has been a challenge as well, right? You think about the opportunity over the next 20 years to deploy renewables, and how do you do that when you've got a direction coming from our nation's capital? You've got state capitals saying, hey, this is important to us as we want to remove carbon from our electric generation, but then you've got the locals saying, no, not here. So it's something that we need to think about. It's something that we've been seeing increasing pressure from over the last 4 or 5 years, and it's something that we need to take seriously. And, beyond that, it's what's the time horizon, right? How fast do we need to act? And I think I mentioned earlier that the challenges with supply chain, the call for the onshoring of the supply chain. And, 7, 8 years ago, when the last PTC extension happened, you saw Siemens invest in Kansas with manufacturing facilities. You saw Vestas invest in Colorado with manufacturing facilities. I think that the manufacturing credits that are available in these bills, you're going to see something similar happen. There's certainty, and when there's certainty, you see dollars deployed into R&D. And, Commissioner Ayers, you mentioned hydrogen, and is it a proven technology yet? And what are the secondary and tertiary effects of putting hydrogen into the fleet? There's time to figure that out, but you've got commitment from DC, you've got the tax credits that's going to drive business to put money into it. We've got pilot projects that are going on in Florida. I think that's one of the great things about having Florida Power and Light as part of the company is we've got a opportunity to do small scale projects, and we do small scale projects outside of Florida too. Battery storage, over 10 years ago, the company invested a few $1 million just doing R&D pilot projects across the country and within Florida to see how batteries could help. And storage is really going to be what it takes to go the last mile on decarbonizing the electricity sector. And was talking with one of the panelists before we started. I think of hydrogen as storage. You can take clean renewables, you can generate clean fuel that can run a gas turbine if you can, not a gas turbine, hydrogen turbine, but a converted turbine to produce power when it's needed. Whereas without storage, you're at the mercy of the wind, you're at the mercy of the sun. And it's not just a solar, wind, hydrogen. There's a place for all the other fuels. It's all of the above that's going to make it work, and it's going to take time. Over the weekend, I was talking to some folks, and the gentleman runs car dealership and talking about selling Teslas, and not a believer that in the next 100 years that everybody will be driving an electric vehicle. There's still going to be folks that hold on to the classic cars, right? You see the car shows, and people have 70-year-old cars. They're going to be there 30 years from now. But, more and more electric vehicles are on the road, and it's going to take time for us to convert, for the infrastructure to be put in place. But what this legislation that we're here to talk about today does is it gives us the certainty to put a roadmap together that allows you over 15, 20 years to get where we want to go. So I'm excited to be here and look forward to the discussion as the panel progresses.
Well, lesson number one is don't start your talk by dropping your notes. So being from Iowa, I want to talk about what's going on in Iowa and to start, provide a bit of a historical perspective. In 1983, Iowa became, I believe, the first state in the country to adopt a renewable portfolio standard. And it set this impressive goal of 100 megawatts of renewable energy in the amount of 105 megawatts. And that was quickly achieved. And since then, we have grown so that now we have nearly 12,000 megawatts of wind and a small amount of solar. So we have far exceeded the initial goal, and I want to talk about some of the reasons for that. One is that in 1997, there was a clever lawyer who came to the Utilities Board with a proposal that interpreted Iowa's statute for when a generating certificate is needed. The statute requires that you need a generating certificate for any facility larger than 25 megawatts. Well, his interpretation of that was to construe the 25 megawatt standard as applying to collection lines in a wind project. Kevin, you know all about that, don't you? And so that standard was adopted by a declaratory ruling of the Utilities Board in 1997. And as you can imagine, every wind farm developer since then has structured their wind farms, whether they're 100 megawatts, 150 megawatts, whatever, so that every collection line has fewer than 25 megawatts. And so essentially what that has done is it has taken oversight, regulatory oversight away from the utilities board. And the permitting process is done almost entirely at the local level. And in fact, I was talking with Kevin earlier, and prior to coming to the utilities board, I did quite a bit of work for NextEra in wind farm development, and I appeared before county zoning boards of adjustment to obtain the necessary permits for NextEra to do their projects. So that has been a tremendous incentive to facilitate the development of wind in the state. Then in 2001, Iowa adopted what we call the Advanced Rate Making Statute, which permits utilities to come in and obtain advance approval of investments that they intend to make. And that's approval of the infrastructure and the return on equity. And there have been a few of those proceedings in Iowa that have resulted in removing the risk for the utilities as they make investments. We have a couple such proceedings before us now, and I tell you that just for information, and since they're pending cases, I won't comment further on them. I want to mention also, while we have all these renewable resources in Iowa, there are impediments to the further development and how these are treated. One of the impediments is congestion on the transmission grid arising because of the excess generation. And so there's great interest in obtaining further expansion of our transmission grid. And when we talk about that, we have to talk about how the costs of the grid are allocated. And that's a huge issue that we deal with within the state and also at the MISO level. MISO has recently come out with a long-range transmission planning in 3 tranches, the first of which is projected to cost $10.3 billion. And it includes several projects in Iowa which are needed if we're going to continue to expand our generation facilities as projected. I saw the other day that MISO's interconnection process, we've known that it's a long-term process, and as of Monday, MISO has 118,000 megawatts in the queue for approval. And that it's going to take a long time to work through that. Now, MISO has been working to streamline the process, and the states and the utilities are very interested in streamlining the process. But that's an issue that simply has to be worked through. Iowa is a net exporter of energy. Approximately 120 to 125% of the, let me rephrase that. Iowa generates 125% more than what is actually consumed in the state. And so that's an issue that we have to address, especially considering that we have an additional 2,500 megawatts of proposed generation before the board right now. Another impediment to development of renewable energy is that we are seeing increased resistance from local authorities and from local populations. I mentioned that I did work for NextEra earlier, and in one case, we had this was a very early proceeding in Iowa for NextEra, and it appeared to be quite controversial, and there was a lot of press. And I showed up at the Zoning Board of Adjustment hearing, and there were about 300 people in the audience. And anyone who's ever done any zoning legal work knows that the bigger the audience, the more problems you've got. But what we found in this case was that most of the people there were anxious to find out if they were going to get a wind turbine on their property. And so it sailed right through. But times are changing, both in terms of landowners and county governments. In one county, there is a proposal to ban solar farms on productive farmland. One county has a moratorium currently on utility-scale solar that is set to expire next week, but the county is contemplating an extension of the moratorium. And another county has adopted an ordinance that sets a minimum setback of 1.5 miles from neighbors' property or neighbors' residences on wind turbines, and that would effectively kill any possibility of wind development in that county. So we're finding that there are significant challenges to provide reliable service with an intermittent resource. And the coal and natural gas are the facilities that in Iowa are currently backing up the wind and solar. And at least one coal unit is scheduled to be retired at the end of this year. And of course, the environmentalists are saying, as was indicated earlier, you've got to move faster with coal retirements. And other people are saying, well, look at what's happening. It was reported earlier this year that there was a generation gap. And so we don't want people not to be able to turn on the lights. So I'll stop there. I've got some more things we can talk about, but we're ready for some questions. Thank you, Tricia.
Thank you, Commissioner Lozier. So while you think about your questions, I'm going to lob a few and give you a little bit of time to think about what you want to ask. And if you do, please just raise your hand, and we'll make sure that people can hear you. So my first question is actually for David. So in your opinion, what are going to be the critical enablers for electrification?
Picking on the utility guy, aren't you, Chairman? The enablers are, I think that it's going to take a level of, I think in many ways what we've done up to now has been relatively straightforward in terms of, hey, we can add a wind resource, add a solar resource, replace the energy from a traditional coal or fossil resource, and you're actually saving money on the energy alone. In the next phase of analysis for the clean energy transition, we'll have a number of those opportunities that remain, but we're going to have to find a balance where, okay, how are we going to replace capacity? Because we can't just replace energy. So the clean energy transition is going to have to be enabled by more of the underlying math around, are we going to build new gas peakers? There'll be a lot of folks who say, don't build new gas. Why would you do that? But if you take out capacity, or if you're growing because of electrification, you can't only serve it with wind and solar. You're going to have long duration storage, some other mechanism. So the clean energy transition is going to have to work through that piece of the equation. It's going to get more and more complicated. We're starting to see in our region, we've been blessed with excess reserve margins, but that's getting a lot tighter. And so we have to change the way we approach things. And then we'll also have to make sure that we're efficient in how we work through the transmission issues, the supply chain issues. I think every utility, and we tend to work as a herd, for better or worse, so we're all going to say, hey, the IRA's here, pandemic's over, hopefully the supply chain issue is past us. So we're all going to issue RFPs at the same time for unprecedented amounts. well, that unprecedented spike in demand is going to have some impacts and maybe have some more constrained supply. So we'll have to be sensible about how we approach it. But I think we've got great tools that we can use, but it's different kind of challenges we'll have to face. So it's going to be really incumbent on us as utilities to make sure, because we tend to have the most resources to do the analysis, to work with staff, commissioners, and our other key constituents to lay out why it's going to help on affordability, reliability, and sustainability to keep moving this forward. But it's, some of the things that were easier in the past are going to be a little more complicated going forward. But hopefully we'll have new technology that will make it exciting and enabler also.
That's great. Thank you. Any questions? Y'all don't be shy now. Come on. Okay. I've got one for Chris. So, how should we think about allocating risk between utilities and customers as we navigate this energy transition?
Ooh, I like that question. So I, big surprise, believe that utilities need to carry a chunk of that risk until technology is actually implemented and providing service to customers. I mean, I don't think as we navigate the energy transition that we can abandon the concepts of used and useful and reasonable and prudent investment. And so asking ratepayers, I got asked a question at NARUC back in July on a panel. I said, well, why do consumer advocates oppose utilities doing R&D and putting R&D in rates? And the argument was, if we don't get it from customers, we have to go get a bunch of money from somewhere else. So, well, it's that bunch of money that is the problem. And so the private sector industry does a great job of innovating. And they're rewarded for that innovation. It's just the free market. Customers, on the other hand, tend to be captive. And so asking customers to bear more than an appropriate amount of the risk, and I'm not saying customers shouldn't bear any risk, but asking customers to bear the risk of R&D and investment like that when we don't know if any given technology that we're exploring is actually going to work or not, whether it's going to be scalable, whether or not it's going to become used and useful, in a time where there is nothing but upward pressure on rates, really makes me nervous. So I want to see the utilities carrying more of the risk, and it will force the utilities, I think, to be a little more thoughtful, a little more strategic in terms of, all right, when are we pulling the trigger on some of these technologies? Is our modeling, is our planning on solid grounds? It also pulls the regulators, consumer advocates into it, say, all right, let's have a solid plan so that we know what the risk is and that we can allocate it accordingly. Because right now, everyone's got a plan. Every state's got a plan, municipalities got a plan, utilities have a plan, the federal government has a plan, everybody has a plan. There's a lot of overlapping, there's a lot of inefficiencies, and the best way, I think, to limit our risk and then have a frank conversation about the appropriate allocation is we all get on the same page with what is it that we need to do and what's the least cost way of getting there.
Commissioner Lozier, to follow on to Chris's answer to that question, where do you see the regulator's role in brokering the costs of this clean energy transition?
Well, regulators are required to balance the interests of all parties and to reach a reasonable solution. And that's, as you know, very challenging. And I don't know that I can expand on that much more than that. But every situation is unique. And, the factual layout is different in every case. And so we have to consider all of that and apply the law, make a decision, which is what we do.
Absolutely. Kevin Gildade, so to follow on to that, where do you see the utilities' role in the clean energy transition and absorbing R&D costs?
Of course, we'd love them to absorb as much cost as they could, but, to Commissioner Ayers' point, right, we see an opportunity, and therefore we spend money to perfect technology. And We think that our customers look to us to be experts in our field. And, we are, one thing we pride ourselves on being at Nexter is innovative, and we innovate. Commissioner Lozier talked about working on wind projects with us a decade plus ago, right? We do our wind projects differently, and, we even innovate in our development. He talked about landowners showing up to a meeting to see if they were going to get turbines. That used to be the way we operated. We didn't put a map out in front of the public until we had everything locked down. Now we're a little bit more open with the landowners because we need to build a base of support to be able to get through the challenging public meetings. But as I mentioned in my opening remarks, we've got certainty in front of us now, right? And we're receiving incentives from the federal government, right? The hydrogen production tax credit is going to enable small pilot projects, right? And I think those are prudent investments, to your point about being prudent and cost conscious, right? We'll dip our toe in the water, and we'll do small scale projects to prove out the concept and to give us a body of evidence that we can go to customers and say, this is what we can offer you as a product. This is what it can do for you. This is what it can do for your bottom line. And that hopefully translates the savings for the customers in a cost increasing environment that everybody is worried about.
So true. When I first started as a regulator, I was very much opposed to having customers absorb R&D costs. It just didn't make sense to me. I came out of the software and technology world. But now when you see how rapid new technology is coming into the utility space and how much expenses are there before us, you want to, as a regulator, ensure the health and well-being of not just the utilities you regulate, but the entire system that you manage and you oversee. And so I've softened my approach over the years because I see that there is great opportunity in allowing utilities to recover the costs for R&D because there's some exciting technology that's there, and I also think that it encourages development and encourages R&D by utilities. I, for one, don't want my utilities to that I regulate to be stale. I want for them to innovate and try to provide a better product to the customers that they serve. So that's good. So, okay, I'll just throw this one out there, and anybody who has an answer, because I think that there's folks that are here with us this morning that need these answers. What are you hearing with respect to utilities' ability to take advantage of available funds through the IIJA and the IRA? Any examples of utilities, either that you regulate or that you work for or that you're familiar with, that are taking advantage of these new federal funds available?
I think David made mention to it in his remarks, right? Like, or his answer to the last question, right? Everybody's going to go to the market with RFPs now. And, I'm aware of a bunch that are already underway, and they're not slowing down. They're not stopping to look and say, okay, hey, what does this mean to me? What can I own? Should I delay my procurement? I think that the market is excited to see what pricing is going to look like going forward. And it's going to be informative, and then it's going to allow them to refine their plans and say, do I buy big now? Do I defer some of the purchases that I was planning to make? Do I reconsider what my supply stack looks like in the future? Now that solar is eligible for a PTC, that they're standalone solar ITC, it's really dynamic. And I think a little bit to, the question before about absorbing R&D costs and what can regulators do, be somewhat flexible, right? Which is a bit of a challenge because as we push to a cleaner electric portfolio, that's a big economic development engine in a state or in a service territory for a utility because, it's not just the regulator or leadership in the country that's saying we should go this way. It's consumers. It's corporate America. ESG is something that's real, and it's something that people are looking at, and companies now that are doing manufacturing or selling product are being asked, how clean is your portfolio? So they want to go where people have clean electric grids.
So, and I think it varies by the bill. I think the IRA, there are a set of provisions that are reasonably traditional and even expand the traditional tools. Like on the solar side, it's easier. It's not, you don't have to go through as many hoops on tax equity, for example, for a number of players. So I think in the IRA, companies are already mobilizing for how they can take advantage of the portions of the bill that are follow a pretty traditional model in terms of tax credits. The Infrastructure Act, the IIJA, is a little more complicated for a lot of the programs, as you all know. So what we're striving to do is work with our states, because a lot of them require joint applications or an application from the state. It's not always utilities that are eligible. Some programs, utilities are, but for many of them, utilities aren't. To identify ways that, how can we apply, how do we meet all the requirements, because there's some very specific requirements for the application. So I think concerted effort between different companies and state agencies is important for the IIJA, depending on the program. And then some elements of both bills are more on the R&D side, and that one's more interesting for the discussion we had earlier. So this is probably a terrible analogy. So I try to be aware of things. 15 years ago, I'd never heard of sriracha. I don't know about all of you. And then now sriracha's in everything. There's even a Chick-fil-A sauce that has sriracha. So hydrogen is something that 10 years ago, none of us were talking about hydrogen. At least, not really. And now hydrogen is in every discussion. But unlike sriracha, hydrogen isn't really used for almost anything yet. So we have to be more thoughtful. There's a massive incentive for hydrogen, a really game-changing cost incentive. There's a game-changing cost incentive for carbon capture, but for those, accessing those and thinking about how to do them, you have to draw that balance in R&D. Everything in our space tends to take a lot of capital to advance R&D to scale. So I think there are some delicate balances. But you look at different portions of the Act, and there's some things companies will do on their own, some things you really want to partner with the states, and then some others, it's, you've got to have a thoughtful balance.
Go ahead, Chris.
I've heard across the spectrum, some folks, specific programs, yep, we're going after that. Other utilities I've heard kind of hedged, well, there's a lot of strings attached. We've got issues with co-owning transmission lines with DOE or something like that. On the water side, which we haven't talked much about, I hear that a lot of that is skewed towards either because of the way the bill's written or because the way local rules are written, they're skewed towards municipal systems and public systems. So your private water companies are having trouble accessing it. North Carolina, apparently it's weighted such that if you're a municipality, you get extra points. And so the private folks fall down to the bottom, even though in many cases they're the ones that need the funds in order to replace or repair failing systems. One interesting idea, we did it in North Carolina, Michigan has done it, a couple of other states as well, and so I just throw it out there to you, is our commission opened a docket on the IIJA, and hopefully they'll ask for comments on IRA as well, and that was putting out to the utility and the other interested interveners, hey, tell us what's relevant in this bill, and tell us what you're going to be looking at so that the commission has some sort of a barometer in terms of what's out there and what people are looking at. So that proved to be a very beneficial, wasn't a hearing or anything like that. It was all written comments back and forth, but it was really enlightening to see who thought what was available and the likelihood of their ability to go out and get it.
I was really trying to get us to a water subject, and getting from sriracha to water, Chris just did it for me. Great work. Go ahead, Commissioner.
That's an easy transition, but I was just going to say that with respect to the IRA, I think that's new enough that at my level as a regulator, I haven't seen any specific project that is designed to take advantage of the IRA. But obviously, what a feature of the IRA is that it should reduce costs to the utility, and hopefully that reduction in costs will be passed through to ratepayers. So we'll wait and see.
I've got a question in the back. Go ahead, Mike.
So we have two questions from online. This first is directed to Kevin. What is the anticipated timeline for battery storage technology to catch up with long-term storage needs to hit zero carbon targets?
Unfortunately, batteries are caught up with supply chain challenges, as I talked about solar panels, lithium, right? Lithium's an important component to batteries, and supply has been challenged. So it's, building enough supply to be able to meet the really insatiable demand that exists for it, right? Just in EVs, and the utility sector has benefited a lot from the R&D that's been done for electric vehicles. But there's more to be done, and it's the long duration battery storage that we really need. So the ITC for standalone storage is going to help propel that. But, there are solutions that exist today that are feasible, but it's going to take a little bit of time, right? And I don't think it's decades, I think it's years that you're going to see long duration battery storage opportunities that really help get us where we need to be and shifting the load.
Second question, what is the best way, and this is to anyone who would like to answer, what is the best way to tier DER, microgrids, EV and EV charging, and other carbon neutral initiatives into a more unified approach versus separate focus on, project, swim lanes is the language of the question. So what's the best way to put these pieces together in a more holistic way instead of thinking of them each individually?
List the pieces again for us, Mike.
DER, microgrids, EV and EV charging.
I wish I knew. That's a very challenging question, and it's something that we explore. And one of the problems that we face is that it's difficult for us to develop an overall standard when we take cases one at a time. And so, that's something that might be developed through a rulemaking, which we haven't done. And I don't know that we have any plans to do. But if someone has an answer to that, I'd like to hear it. Thank you.
So maybe this is more of a process answer than a substantive one, but I think to energy efficiency and how much we've learned on energy efficiency in the past few decades. And I think we started on the energy efficiency journey, light bulbs were maybe first, but I think we've all learned what programs are most cost-effective, most efficient in terms of dollars deployed versus efficiency gained. And that's been through a lot of experimentation, learnings across different jurisdictions, where we've collectively as an industry learned a lot. That's one advantage of being such a large industry and with a lot of different utilities and municipalities and state rules. I think the same thing will likely happen with DER and with microgrids, where we've had some level of learning, but we're going to continue to learn. So I think the process of probably we need to be adaptable and flexible as we learn along the way, and as different jurisdictions will want to look, as we always do, it's a copycat league, see what's been most effective in other places and go from there. EVs will be, they sort of fit in and they don't in a way, right? It'll probably be a big source of incremental demand before it's a source of, eventually we may be plugging in our cars and serving the grid with them, but over the near term it may be more of please don't plug in your car because we need to conserve energy. But I do think the experimentation, the learning, the process will help us to get the right set of rules. So we'll want to be adaptable and flexible as we roll these out at scale.
I think the question underscores the need for comprehensive planning. For so long, we've planned generation, we've planned transmission over here. A lot of states just really haven't thought about distribution. Comprehensive planning addresses this. I think also, that helps you incorporate DER. Where do they make sense on the system? Where do they provide least cost energy? I think microgrids is a different question. I think you have to ask to what purpose are you talking about microgrids? Is it a reliability thing? Is it a resilience thing? Is it a energy preference thing? Because each one of those, depending on which box you check, I think impacts where that slots in. But we need to comprehensively plan our system rather than doing it piecemeal.
Great question. Hello, Harriet. Oh,
Great panel. You talked about so many different features that we're being confronted with. I think that, I look around the room here and boy, what a bunch of brainiacs we are, because we have been in this world, we understand it, but nobody addressed the issue. No one addressed the issue of people power. And how are we going to develop the talent like we have on the stage here that can get us to the next place in the road? And are there thought processes going on in your commissions? I know at our commission in Illinois, it's like drinking out of a fire hose. We're losing people that are the, experts in the field. So is there a thought or plans or programs? And if there isn't, shame on you. But could someone address that? Because, the technology and all that, but you still have to have people kind of driving the car, even if it is an EV.
Aaron, in Des Moines, we have established a relationship with the Drake University Law School, and so we have student interns come in and work with us during the school year, and we've been successful in hiring some people who go through that process after they graduate. And we also have a relationship with Iowa State University, which is up the road in Ames, to get some of their student talent and develop that. And we're exploring a broader relationship with Iowa State in that respect.
For some years, we've been investing with educational institutions to make sure that we have the workforce we need to maintain the equipment that we build. Wind tech programs. There are numerous wind tech programs across the country that we've got advisory board spots that we take the students and provide them internships during the summer with the intent of hiring them back. We're doing the same thing on the solar side. But even the labor to construct the projects, right, is become a challenge. And as you sit and look at how much renewables are going to be built over the next couple of years, you ask a good question, right? Is the labor force there to do the construction, but then is there the skill set to maintain it, right? And that's important to us. We're going to continue to invest in the programs that we partner with. And, even have talk within the team that I'm a part of is we go to grow the next generation of developers, right? Do we want to set up a little school of our own so that we have the talent necessary to do what we expect to do over the coming years?
Worthy of its own panel. As we all, I know President Biden was in trouble. I don't know whether the pandemic's over or not. But as we emerge from the pandemic, one thing that doesn't seem to be ending is a talent challenge. That in certain areas of probably every business, every entity, IT, accounting, some technical areas, there are shortages. Line workers are shortage, basically a very tight supply all across the country. So you have to have a targeted approach for how you're going to develop talent over the near term and long term. I think the general industry employment base is going to change because we're moving away from, just take coal for an example. If you look at the number of people employed in coal and coal mining, the whole supply chain 20 years ago, it's much, much smaller, and we're replacing it with wind and solar and gas with much smaller headcount. So we're evolving in our needs, but it's definitely an area that requires investment in long-term planning and comprehensive planning because it's a pinch point. And that hopefully is a near-term issue, but it's going to be a long-term one that we all have to address.
We've got a question in the back.
Thank you. Started to touch on it, David, energy efficiency. Was curious in terms of even talking about DERs and EVs, and talking about sustainability, affordability, and reliability. Doesn't shaping the demand curve in a big way help with all of those as we try to transition, as we build in more of these renewable resources and storage? I'm just thinking that we're still underestimating the role of the customer in helping to shape the demand curve, fill in the valleys, lower peaks, and so on. So could you talk a little bit about how we build in the customer's demand and the demand curve to be part of the solution, and the amount of money in IRA to help do that too?
So it's a question from Ashok Gupta, one of the most knowledgeable people about energy efficiency in our country. So it's kind of a trap trying to answer the question from the expert about your area of expertise. So acknowledging the trap I'm about to step into, clearly the demand side is a critical piece. We've had unseasonal heat in our service territory. So the demand side, we had, I think it was 60, we were looking at the numbers earlier, 60 megawatts 2 days ago and 100 megawatts yesterday. About a third of it from thermostats and 2/3 from business applications. And that's just in a near-term situation. The demand side is critical. I've seen it in operation in competitive markets as well as regulated markets. You have to work with regulators and stakeholders to make sure you've got programs that are well designed, but it is absolutely an important piece of the puzzle, and customers tend to get it, especially in solving for peaks. You know, in the energy efficiency and many elements in the past was looking at peaks. I think that may change a little bit as we have a different kind of grid, but it absolutely is a critical piece of the equation. As I said, there's a lot we can learn from programs across the country in terms of what works, what matches customer behavior, and if you give customers choices, it tends to work well.
We've got a question in the center.
Yeah, hi. Just a question really from a customer expectation perspective. Certainly this winter, geopolitical issues are driving, fuel costs up and electricity and gas prices up probably 20 to 30% we'll see this winter. And then layer on top of that, right, if we did nothing differently, financing costs are increasing. Equity costs, returns are likely to start increasing. And then we're looking to invest more in the infrastructure as well. So that's all going to drive costs up and up. My question is maybe to regulators or maybe to Chris from a consumer advocate, how do we prepare customers? What do we do to educate customers to that this is coming, that it's really not avoidable, right? Many of the issues are beyond our industry, but they're impacting our industry and ultimately the customer's bill.
At the Utilities Board, we have been formulating plans for press releases for that very purpose. And if we haven't done so already, we will be issuing press releases along those lines. But I'm afraid that what you say is exactly right, that costs are going to go up, especially this winter. And also, I find that our utilities are cautioning customers to be prepared for the eventual price increases.
Chris.
Customer education is a challenge. I have commented that I would love to have a master mailing list that I can send to all customers from each utility and provide them the information that I think they need, they want, would be helpful or whatever. I don't have access to that, though. The direct line to the customers through the utility. And I would just be frank here, a lot of customers don't trust their utility. A lot of customers don't trust their governmental institutions these days. And that's from one end of the spectrum to the other. And so it's not just about customer education. It's about reestablishing the trust so that when you provide that information, the customer says, all right, I don't believe you're doing this to gouge me or to try and make your profits or whatever at my expense. All right, this really is the situation we face in the world, in the climate, whatever you want to say, and this is the path that we've got to take to get there. And then, trust customers to ingest that and then understand that and then act accordingly. But we've got a trust problem right now with so many customers and so much of the public, and I think you've got to stop there, or else what information you provide them is going to be is not necessarily going to that's not going to shake out the way that you think. I will tell you the final thing is giving customers more information about their bill, their usage, their data, so that they can see for themselves, all right, here's how my behavior is driving this. That is a great first step. And so for those of you that have done that, I applaud that and encourage you as utilities to think about how you can get more information, more data to customers. That's the first step.
I know that Mike has another question from online, but we are running out of time. So what we could probably do is get their question answered just individually once we wrap up. So please join me and thank these great panelists, Chris Ayers, David Campbell, Kevin Gilday, and Commissioner Lozier. And with that, I'll kick it back to Dana.
I think if you're in charge, they don't need the velvet hammer. Thank you for everything. Just went really well, and again, it just shows you're a great multitasker. So great job on your part to lead a great panel. I wanted to just toss out one idea that you all might want to think about on the question that Aaron talked about. is going into the high schools. There's much more of an effort now in Oklahoma to bring vocational education, make that more of the forefront in the high schools. And I will tell you, just the energy, the exploration companies in Oklahoma on the oil and gas drilling side, they've made inroads into the Future Farmers of America, the big conference that is every year. They sponsor it, they're part of it. I think maybe even NextEra was in Oklahoma. But it seems like E&P companies and some unusual groups have already moved into, and it seems appropriate that we're in the ag department now, in the ag division, but there's a talented pool of younger people that I think it's important to try to get them earlier. So I think that goes to the issue that Aaron made, where there can be some more creativity.
And also that combines with the trust. So like when you get there and you are the good neighbor as the utility, as Chris was talking about, that can be, one of the tools, because obviously you're figuring out places for these young people to have a career for life. And I would suggest that we need to be in the grade schools.
Wouldn't disagree with that.
Math and all the, get them, and people today, they are into energy. So let's have them have the right facts as opposed to the wrong facts, and also build that trust that we need to have.
Again, a great panel to kind of set the tone for everything. We'll take a short break. If you could try to make it 18 minutes instead of 20 minutes, we won't have to ring the cowbell. And if we can have our next group of panelists come in maybe about 10 minutes before the panel starts to make sure we have everybody here. So thanks again. We'll take a break. So let's move on to our next panel. And our next panel is Managing the Consequences of Contamination, a call to action. And our chair is Kent Chandler, and moderator for the panel. He serves on the Kentucky Public Service Commission. He's one of our newest commissioners, so welcome aboard. He's also served as executive director of the Public Service Commission. I think that's a great background when you have something and you can rise up to that. So he's also represented consumer advocates. So he's kind of seen the angles in many different ways. He has a Juris Doctorate from Northern Kentucky University. And I will turn it over to you, Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. I guess it's still morning. I kind of lost time. That was a great last panel. So very excited for this panel today. It will be a success if we all walk away learning a little bit and that we all hear very little from me. So looking forward to hearing a lot from these four great panelists. First, we're going to do a quick introduction of each of the panels. I'm going to let them introduce themselves, and then we'll move into a Q&A and then open up at the end with me, and then opening up at the end for questions from the audience. So first, we'll do a short introduction here with Dr. Weinrich.
Good morning, all. Thank you so much. My name is Dr. Lauren Weinrich. I am a principal scientist with American Water based in Camden, New Jersey. I've been with the company 17 years in the research department there, focusing on all things regulated and unregulated related to drinking water contamination. Since we're on a university campus, I got my PhD from Drexel University from Pennsylvania, but that was not before I got a master's from University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill. So go Heels, and thank you.
And next is Jay Cooper.
My name is Jay Cooper. I'm the Vice President, General Counsel, and Secretary of Middlesex Water Company. Middlesex is one of approximately 9 investor-owned water utilities across the country. Our parent company serves approximately 61,000 retail customers in central New Jersey, one of the most densely populated regions of our country. I've been in the utility industry across every sector, water, gas, electric, telecom, cable, for 24 years, which is depressing me right now. And especially because there's some folks in this room who saw me year one. And while we're on college campus, I got my bachelor's at Emory University and my Juris Doctor at George Washington University. I cannot chant a nickname right now because I think GW is changing the nickname, the sports nicknames right now, so don't know who they are.
Great. And then Mr. Genzer.
Thank you. I'm Steve Genzer. I'm a partner at the law firm of Saul Ewing. I also manage the firm's Newark office, Newark, New Jersey, not Newark, Delaware. Just had to say that. I've been a regulatory and rate lawyer for more than 45 years. So you think 24 years is depressing?
Yes.
Wait. Since we're doing colleges, I went to Lafayette College, which is a college in Pennsylvania, and to NYU Law School a very long time ago. I've also taught for, 80 classes, 40 years at the NARUC utility rate schools, both in Florida and in California for forever.
And then finally, the person that has on this panel certainly taught me more than any of the others, Karen Stachowski.
Yes, my name is Karen Stachowski. I'm a Senior Assistant Attorney General in the Consumer Advocate Division of the Tennessee Attorney General's Office. I started with the Consumer Advocate in 2016, but before that, I had 17 of the 18 years before that with the State Environmental Agency. And one of those years that I was not at the State Environmental Agency, I was actually in the Attorney General's Office with Law Enforcement and Special Prosecution Division, who were interested in doing environmental crimes. And I guess if I'm going to say my undergraduate is in biology, and I went to the Mississippi University for Women in Columbus, Mississippi, and I grew up in Memphis, so I went to the law school at the University of Memphis.
So the only thing that wasn't said about me in my introduction, it's fine. I went to Northern Kentucky University Law School. I don't really care. Their sports teams are very underwhelming. But I did my undergraduate at Murray State University, and that I'm very proud of. Not that I attended there necessarily, but of their halfway good basketball team, given their size. So go Racers! We've got a mascot, and we're sticking with it. Go Racers! So first, before we get into some of the bigger policy issues, just to have an appreciation for what we're talking about today, I'm going to start with Dr. Weinrich and just ask if you can give us a little bit of background on, we're just going to call it PFAS, and a fairly high level, or as detailed as you'd like to get, why PFAS is concerning, and why its inclusion or presence in drinking water is such a concern for those of us that regulate it.
Yeah, that's a great way to start. Thank you. So for those backgrounds, analytical chemistry, so you're not going to get a chemist up on this panel without saying the full name of what PFAS stands for, but I'll hold off on that. So PFAS encompass a group of over 12,000 chemicals. So has anyone ever used a nonstick pan? Gone skiing and not had snow or rain stick to you? Waxed your skis? There are many uses for these compounds. As a chemist, they have amazing properties that resist water, resist stain, resist spills, and they're used in so many things in our modern day life. It's really pretty interesting when you start to consider how widespread they are. So back in the 80s, there were 2 of these group of 12,000 chemicals that were phased out that probably may be familiar to you, PFOA and PFOS. So they're all acronyms. I'm not going to do the full thing, but all of the F's stand for fluorine. And so these carbon-fluorine bonds are extremely good at what they do. They don't want to break down. That's why you hear them referred to as forever chemicals, because they are very resistant to degradation. They do their job really well because they can resist stains in water, et cetera. They're also used in firefighting foam. So in military bases, in airports, they have been used for putting out fires from fuel. They're very good at limiting the air that gets to those fires that creates, additional fires. So the firefighting usage of this group of chemicals has been increasingly challenging from an environmental perspective. So you apply the foam to the fire, it runs off from the airport or location in which the testing is done, gets into the environment, gets into the ground and groundwater, and stays there. So they took PFOA and PFOS out of production back in the 80s. However, that does not mean that they have been removed from the environment. As I said, they're very resistant to breakdown. So there's no natural biodegradation at this point for those two, and for those two chemicals. And there's been a lot of research on their health effects, their persistence in the environment. And ultimately, you know, being in the water industry, we are able to test and develop analytical tools to look at these compounds down to the parts per trillion level. So that's one drop in the Rose Bowl, if you consider perspective in what those units mean. Just recently, so the EPA has committed to taking action on PFAS. And number one, understanding their public health impacts, also understanding their occurrence in the environment, in water and other areas, and then committing to action on limiting their production, but also limiting their movement into the environment. So just last fall, the EPA came out with their strategic action plan. Everyone in the water industry has been very closely following what they're doing. Part of that action plan is essentially threefold. One is to propose regulations on PFOA and PFOS this coming fall. We believe in November or so. The other part of it is limiting these chemicals from getting into the environment through permitting from wastewater. So when we think about the environment and the cyclical nature of it, not only are humans part of this, right, what we're using, what we're flushing down the drain, what we're putting into the environment. And so the EPA also wants to look at that and see how we can limit these chemicals from continuing to move through the environment through permitting. And then the last part is just recently in August, the EPA came out with a proposed designation under CERCLA. So essentially, will these compounds be considered on Superfund sites? And that, at this point, may impact water utilities because we are not exempt from that designation. So public comment period started September 6th with that proposed regulation going into the Federal Register. So there are these three things that we are watching very closely, not only in the water industry, but in various other aspects. So there's more than a few things going on, and it is an extremely rapidly changing environment in terms of what we're learning about these chemicals. You know, like I said, there were two, PFOA and PFOS, that were phased out. They have now been replaced by other chemicals that are deemed to be less impactful to human health. However, we're still learning where they are in the environment, how they move through the environment, how they move through water systems, and what the impact on human health is. So there's a lot more to learn, a lot more to study, and you know, as a researcher, that is extremely important to see not only how we can protect public health, but also develop technologies to destroy these chemicals, to break them down efficiently, so we're not just moving it from one part of the treatment process to, you know, another, but rather limit this. And I think that is something that it's not just for water utilities, it's really for all of us that are using these products in our modern lifestyle, to understand where they're coming from, how we can make smart decisions to, you know, ask for better, safer alternatives, and continue the education and understanding of how we can make an impact.
So Jay, what is your experience and I guess Middlesex experience with PFAS?
So Middlesex Water's story with PFAS actually starts in what was an era of pre-regulation of these compounds. The US EPA first came out with a lifetime health advisory, not regulation, but health advisory in 2016 of 70 parts per trillion, so about 70 drops in the Rose Bowl, basically. Middlesex had actually been testing for PFOA under an EPA unregulated contaminant program, a voluntary program, since 2008. And we actually detected PFOA, the presence of PFOA, in one of our water treatment facilities called the Park Avenue Treatment Facility in South Plainfield, New Jersey, within our service territory. The PFOA that was detected was well below the 70 part per trillion health advisory. About a year after the EPA came in with an advisory, New Jersey's Department of Environmental Protection, our environmental regulator, came in with their own guideline level. Again, not a regulation, but a guideline at 40 parts per trillion. That was a maximum contaminant level advisory. And at the time, our levels were far below both the 70 parts per trillion and the 40 parts per trillion. So by the time we get to 2018, here's what Middlesex knew. We knew PFOA was present in our Park Avenue facility. We knew it was well below 70 parts per trillion and 40 parts per trillion, the federal and the New Jersey guidelines. We had heard rumblings that New Jersey's DEP was thinking of proposing a new rule with a more aggressive maximum contaminant level far below 40 parts per trillion, but we didn't know what that was. We knew we didn't put the PFOA in our own water system. It's a concept that has eluded some folks later on, as I'll discuss. But we knew at some point we would have to remove it, and better to remove it sooner rather than later before guideline became regulation. But one other important development in 2018, we learned the identity of the polluter. And certainly my co-panelist here can get into the chemistry far better than the lawyer here, but the chemical compounds of PFOA all contain a unique chemical fingerprint, a unique molecular fingerprint specific to the manufacturer of the PFOA. And in our case, it was the 3M company. They had been present in our area in New Jersey for much of the 20th century. We didn't know how specifically the PFOA gotten to the Park Avenue facility, but we knew it was 3M's PFOA that was there. So we did a couple of things in late 2018. We started planning for the remediation of our Park Avenue facility, which takes a lot of lead time for planning, for developing, and for ordering the remediation facilities that would go in to basically remove, and not even remove, but in our case, mitigate the PFOA to a standard we didn't know what it would be yet. And number two, we filed a lawsuit against 3M in the United States District Court of New Jersey in late 2018. With respect to the lawsuit, there was an attempt for about the next year or two by 3M to move our lawsuit into what's called the multi-district litigation panel in South Carolina, where a lot of identical cases get banded together, and we're talking about, if you're lucky, 5 to 10 years before your specific lawsuit within the multi-district litigation goes forward. We knew our PFOA was not connected to firefighting foam, which is the common thread at the multi-district litigation panel. So we were able to successfully stay one-on-one against 3M at the U.S. District Court in New Jersey. Discovery is over, and all we're doing now is awaiting the scheduling of a trial date to proceed forward. So that case is going forward, and hopefully going forward within the next few months. Meanwhile, though, New Jersey came in 2020, New Jersey's DEP, and they did set a more aggressive standard, this time by regulation. They said, effective January 1st, 2021, the PFOA maximum contaminant level will be 14 parts per trillion. And water systems will trigger this violation or exceed this standard if, on a rolling average, over 4 quarters, that rolling average becomes above 14 parts per trillion. No lead time, no long runway. So we were halfway through our remediation, and in October of 2021, we finally hit that rolling average threshold that finally sent Middlesex's Park Avenue facility above that 14 parts per trillion. So we basically had to sit with New Jersey's Department of Environmental Protection, and we received a formal notice of exceedance from the DEP, And we had to do a couple of things. They knew we were partway through our remediation program. And they basically ordered us, as I would have expected, to file a public notice. The language of the public notice had to adhere to very strict DEP language. If I had to sit down and write to the customers what was going on, I probably would have written something far different, something far more detailed, but a decision was made, and we sent out notifications. From those notifications, customers made decisions basically, oh my God, I got to go out and get a filter, or oh my God, I got to go out and get bottled water, or I got to go see my doctor, even though really what the notification said is, here's what's in here, and you have to make your own decision, customer, as to what you would like to do. That led to town hall meetings. You can imagine how those went. And that also led to a couple of lawsuits filed against Middlesex Water, one in Superior Court of New Jersey. That is a class action that we're actually trying to have removed to federal court for numerous legal reasons. And there's also a similar federal suit against us. Meanwhile, with respect to our remediation, it continues to go forward. We did take, and we're able to take our Park Avenue facility offline while we completed our remediation. And so our levels have come back down, basically, and not exceeding the threshold at this point. And at the same time, what we're instituting at Park Avenue is what's called granular activated carbon filtration, which is kind of like what it implies. We are getting carbon filters, and it's going to filter out the PFOA. Now, here's another issue. We're putting forward granulated activated carbon, but we're also leaving space at the facility that if we ever have to use another technology to destroy the PFOA, we're able to go back and do that. Part of why we're proceeding with granulated activated carbon is cost. The cost is approximately $50 to $53 million. It may tick up a little bit due to inflation. More advanced technologies, most prominently what's called reverse osmosis, we're talking hundreds of millions of dollars. And this is where what the EPA has done over the past summer comes in. So the EPA has come in with a new health advisory. And their health advisory on PFOA is 4 parts per quadrillion. That is undetectable. That means that for every water system, granulated activated carbon is not going to be enough should that ever become regulation. And so you're now coming into an era where we may have regulation, and we have to act as water purveyors, whether we are an investor-owned utility, whether we are a public system, and we have to get the PFOA out, and that will come, obviously, at a cost. So my cautionary tale to the state commissioners, and I won't make you all stand up again, is, commissioners, this is coming to your doorstep. It's coming to our doorstep, and it's coming to the advocate's doorstep. And with that, that leads right into Steve with the rate making.
Steve, are you scared? That's my first question. Does it, Jay has a little drama. Has set the room a little drama. So I guess, what are your concerns based off of what Jay is saying? We're having done this for, these are your words, I think, 45 years, been in this sector. What's your initial reaction to that setup?
Well, let me, full disclosure, I am one of those customers that was getting water from that well field and got those notices. And as soon as I got those notices, I called Jay and said, "What's up?"
Well, he didn't phrase it like that, but
the word "what" was there.
Yeah.
So I guess there are a couple of things, and when in rate school and through other panels, Jay and I have done this panel. We did it at the winter meetings earlier in the year, in February in DC. But one of the things that we have to keep remembering, and everyone, whether you're a regulator or you've been involved in this for any number of years, one of the things that I think is important keep track of is that in our world, we tend to get very granular. We tend to look at not the forest, not the trees, not the branches, but the leaves and pieces of the leaves. And I think every once in a while, it's a good idea to take a step back and say, okay, let's look at the big picture. We all have to deal with that pesky thing called the Constitution. And so as part of that, the utilities generally are perfectly willing to do what they can to comply with whatever government wants them to do. But the other part of that is that they have to get paid for it. They have to get reimbursed for it, and they have to earn a reasonable return on it. And that's where the rubber hits the road. So rate making involves those stages, but we can't forget that they're willing to do, the companies are willing to do what you want. The municipals are in a slightly different situation because, with one exception, I think, there's only one thing that municipal public officials like doing less than telling people that they have to pay higher rates or higher taxes, and that is investing money in something that goes in the ground that you can't see. They hate it. The exception, I think, is that regulators hate it, and this takes off on Jay's comments about granulated activated carbon or reverse osmosis, is that, okay, because of all the stuff that's going on, most systems are opting initially for granulated activated carbon. It's just as effective initially to meet the initial stages, and it's cheaper, but virtually all the engineers that I've talked to, in fact, all the engineers that I've talked to, have said in order to meet those standards, the new health advisories that EPA has promulgated, that that everyone is going to have to go to reverse osmosis at some point. And so what the regulators want to know, and I'll speak for the regulators, jump up and yell at me if I'm wrong. The one thing the regulators hate is saying, okay, in Jay's case, we have to spend $50 or $55 million for this granulated activated carbon facility. Don't tell me in 3 or 5 years that you have to tear that down in order to put up a reverse osmosis plant. They want to make sure that whatever you do, it can be used for the next phase, because it'll make them nuts. I don't see any regulators jumping up and yelling at me, so I suspect that's probably right. But that's what's going to happen, and that's where the rubber is going to hit the road for the commissions. And we have to remember that commissions were created, depending on the state, more than 100 years ago, because the legislature didn't want to do this. Because no matter what you do or don't do, it's a bad answer. Either the utilities are going to go nuts, the public is going to go nuts, everybody's going to go nuts. Doesn't matter what your decision is. No one's going to be happy. And the legislatures didn't want to make that decision because they didn't want everybody mad at them. So they set up the commissions to do that. And we have to remember that these are not easy decisions, but they are decisions which, as both Karen and Jay said, Lauren and Jay said, they're coming. And one way or the other, as we all have done, who have done utility work for a while, know, on whatever side you're on, if you want something done, somebody is going to have to pay for it. Now, you get to decide who gets to pay for it in what amounts, but you can't avoid the problem that somebody is going to pay for it. And that's going to be the problem. So we can talk about, and we will later on, regulatory ways of doing that, rate ways of doing it, and there are ways. But it's going to be painful, and nobody's going to be happy.
I don't know how much we're paying Steve to be here, but I've never had a better setup for the questions I have for Karen now. So Karen, I think Steve has set it up to where it's pretty obvious customers aren't going to be excited for it. I rarely see customers excited, but between the concern for their health obvious if they get a letter like they did, were required to, like the letter that Steve got, if they get a letter like that, they're not going to be happy. Again, I've yet to see a consumer happy about a proposed rate increase, whether it's related to the capital necessary to make their water drinkable or for some other reason. So can you talk to us a little bit about the consumer impact, the concern around cost, for one, but also that outreach and that education, so that the first time they're hearing about it is not a letter that was drafted by DEP attorneys?
Okay, I want to say first, I agree with Chris from the last panel that we're operating from a hole to begin with, that we have to get ourselves out of. And part of it's because, as he stated, there's a lack of trust in not government entities, but private organizations too. And that's difficult because we're going to have to, when we do outreach, we're going to have to build that trust. But another thing that concerns me too is when we do outreach, we have our own language. It's like a foreign language to the general public. And TDEC, that's the state agency in Tennessee, TDEC's technical people have their own language. Commissions have their own language. And attorneys have their own language. And it's different from the general public. So we have that we need to deal with because, if entities are doing outreach separately, so TDEC is doing it differently doing it separately from the utility, consumers may hear something that they think contradicts those two entities, when in reality it's just the terminology that's being used. And when you have that contradiction, then you're not really building that trust, because they're thinking, well, here's two entities, they're supposed to be, handling this problem, and they can't even agree. And another issue that I am concerned about is just fatigue from the general public. We had Flint, and Flint also caused other states to look at their lead pipes, and I don't know how many articles I read from, across the United States where, lead in schools, that was a real focus. In fact, they passed some legislation in Tennessee to make sure that testing was happening in the schools and that the parents were being notified and that the schools were handling it. And so I think that fatigue from Flint, from COVID, the emergency orders, and now we're having, extreme weather events, the public's just tired of hearing of all these things that's out of their control. And it's all overwhelming because all of that information on all those events can just be difficult to understand. And so we have to know that when we go in to now talk about PFAS or PFOA. Besides the fact it's complicated, just the term is complicated. So we use the acronym. So I look at the who, what, where, when. The who, I don't think it needs to be just the State Environmental Agency or EPA and the utility talking to consumers. I think everybody who's going to play a role needs to go out and talk to consumers. Better if you can have multiple entities talking at the same event so that they see that, oh, they're all together, they know what they're talking about, and so they're all on the same page. And also that they can clarify any confusion that someone might say, and they say, that sounds conflicting, what's going on here? And that can be explained at that time. So I think the commission needs to be out there doing consumer advocate work, explaining what is our role. What is it going to mean when the utilities are having to deal with this? And this is our role. And the consumer advocates explaining our role is this. Because I think a lot of consumers may not even know that there's a utility commission, much less a consumer advocate. Because in Tennessee, we just generally don't make the news. Other states do, but not in Tennessee. And so I think it's important that all the players are involved in talking from the same page. That may take a lot of coordination, but I think it would be worth it. So that's the who. When? The sooner the better. Before they start hearing from the news that their drinking water is contaminated because the news found out from testing results. And so that's how they first hear about it. I think that would be the worst case scenario, because they haven't even heard from their utility or the government that there's a problem in my drinking water. So the sooner the better. So that's when. So what? So what do we need to do? Well, I think you need to first start explaining what PFAS and PFOA are. What is it? And then explain that there's health advisories now, but we expect that, but they're not enforceable. That's going to be confusing to them. And then we're going to have limits. EPA is going to be passing rules to have enforceable limits. And what does that mean? And what does that mean the utility is going to be doing to make sure they make those limits? And then there's and all that leads to they're going to have to build some additional treatment at their plant that costs money. How is that handled? So like I said, it needs to be a team effort because there's just so many entities involved that can be very confusing to the general public. So who, what, where? I think we need to build. I've been to public hearings. Some are well attended. I had one in a high school gym when I was at TDEC because that was the biggest. It was a rural community. That was the biggest meeting event. And I'm telling you, the bleachers were full and people were standing because they wanted to be heard. But, I've been in the city and no one shows up. So it's like, okay, what did we do differently? And I think part of it is that we might need to think about developing relationships with new organizations that we haven't in the past, especially for groups that might not ordinarily get a lot of attention because they may be in low income areas. So you might not get the participation that you would like, or minority neighborhoods who feel disenfranchised. So you really want to reach those groups. So you need to think about, well, our notice in the newspaper doesn't really work. Notice on a website doesn't really work too because especially the disenfranchised, low income, they may not have Wi-Fi or connection at their home. And even if it's available, it might be too expensive for them. And we all talk about everyone has a phone. Well, I can tell you right now, if I'm reading something for content, I'm not reading it off my phone. That's just too small. And so when I'm at home, I print it off my computer or I go to my computer at home and pull it up, then you can read it. Can't really read it on the phone. So you can't expect that if you're going to send dense information to the consumers and they can read it on the phone, then they're going to understand. I know with whoever is receiving bills still, bill inserts, people often chunk those. They don't even read them because all they want to know is what they have to pay that month. And so we really need to think about, okay, we need to start talking about this. They really need to understand now what we know now. What's our plan moving forward? And how does that process work? Who's all involved? I think we need to make a lot of extra effort to meet those communities where they need us to meet them, whether it be in the local gym, high school gym, because that's the biggest meeting area. I know in Nashville, when they built the new police stations, they have huge community rooms that they offer out to free. You might need to go to churches because maybe that church in that area is really the meeting place for that community. And so I think about all of this, and it's a lot of work, but I think if we really want to build the trust back and get the information out so that people don't feel like it's not, no one's looking at it, no one's protecting me, no one's looking out for me and my family. I think we're going to have to make that effort.
So Dr. Weinrich, Jay was talking about how they've left room in their facility just in case there's another treatment necessary. And Steve was certainly talking about, the expectation or the concern that maybe what we have today may not necessarily be what we need, depending on those expected, the levels. So can you talk for a minute about the treatments today, the treatments for the contaminants that we can detect today versus in the future, and what that distinction may be and what we need to be looking at?
Absolutely. And I was wondering if I could make a couple comments, Karen, from your points. So before we get to the fun stuff with treatment, I think this public education point is so critical, so the when, now, and that's, we were at the annual conference for AWWA in June. And one of the takeaways, when we're communicating with customers is to consider the phrase, if I hear from you first, I trust you first. If I hear from you last, I trust you last. And that was really a powerful comment and kind of guiding principle on how we can approach this complex challenge with PFAS that we're facing, already dealing with. But to all of the points that you brought up, Karen, I think the point is right now utilities are taking the lead on that. Who's going to do it? Yes, all of these things are needed. We need to communicate with our customers. We need to meet them where they're at in terms of education. And excellent point about, how to go about that. American Water is a principal investigator for a Water Research Foundation project called Risk Communication for Water Sector Professionals, doing exactly this. Putting together the communication materials that all utilities need to be able to meet their customers where they're at as the regulations are changing, as we're learning more about public health impacts, as we're learning more about occurrence. And we, as part of that project, which started last September, we're just wrapping it up now. It's taken the majority of my time in addition to all things PFAS, but it's so critical that we focus on how to communicate to the customers. And we did a survey to understand what are their concerns. Number one, we asked them, how concerned are you with contamination in your drinking water? Not surprisingly, 75% said concerned or very concerned. Then we asked them, have you heard about PFAS or PFOA? And the response there was less than 10%. Maybe around 3% had some understanding or had some understanding for PFAS. So there is a huge disconnect. People are definitely concerned about contamination. You hear contamination. Yes, I don't want that in my drinking water. But then there's still a big gap to educate around PFAS and where exposures are. So one of the other questions that we asked in that in preparation for developing these communication materials is, what are the biggest topics that are of concern to you? And the top three was the impact to my health, how can I reduce my exposure, and what's my utility doing? And those three are really guiding these materials that we're developing that include onserts, but also include recommendations to, letter writing to our commissions, to our public, to our regulators, because we are all learning at the same time, but we want the customer to be empowered and have the information that they need through various aspects. So, across American Water's website, we have all of a simple one-pager to start with at this point. Those communication materials that we're finalizing will be out for the entire water utility sector to leverage, because we want to speak with the same language, we want to speak with the same messaging, and stand there together as, a community on the side and with our customers, because we are in those communities too, right? So I just wanted to mention that this communication piece, and again, as a scientist, getting into the legal and communication aspect, it wasn't necessarily something that I ever thought would happen, but it is so critical at this point to be all-encompassing when it comes to contamination, developing the technology, and what we're doing. So thanks for letting me respond to that. But so in terms of technology, Jay mentioned granular activated carbon. So that's currently a best practice. That's the most inexpensive of the types of treatment we have right now. We also have ion exchange. So for utilities that can build larger space to implement treatment down the line, that is not the case for a lot of locations. So we actually have a site in New Jersey where we had to choose ion exchange because it has a smaller footprint. Now it's more expensive, but there's a floodplain. You can't build out on that floodplain, and we had to implement treatment. So what do? That's where you're limited in either footprint or technology, et cetera. So reverse osmosis is a whole other issue that's frankly not something that you can do inland, or it's generating a waste. So also underscoring the topic of this panel, which is what do we do with the waste? Number one, we can absorb it using carbon. We can take that carbon and change it out, and that happens over time. It's not going to remove all of the PFAS compounds that are out there. It does a pretty good job for what we call the long chain compounds, so PFOA, PFOS, PFNA. Those are the three that are regulated in New Jersey. But when we start looking at these short chain and replacement compounds that, since PFOA and PFOS were phased out, there are the replacement compounds that are used in industry and manufacturing. Those are not well removed by our current technologies. And we're still learning what the public health impacts and occurrence are for them. But the challenge is, and Steve, to your point, yes, this is going to be an evolving issue as we gather more information on the science side related to public health, related to what the lifetime health advisories are, if other PFAS compounds are regulated. Right now, the best available technologies are GAC and ion exchange. There's other technologies that are being developed, but they're not necessarily ready for prime time. And we need research, we need additional research and investment in that to deal with this problem that's, again, not just a water utility problem, but an environmental issue and a public health issue. And investing in that research and technology to break these compounds down so that we can take them out and remove them from the water supplies as well. So I think that was part of the
Thanks,
question.
I'm still scared. So you are doing a good job at that. My goodness. So Steve, we talked about the treatment a little bit. Once you figure out you've got a problem that needs to be fixed, and we've got a couple of identified ways to treat it, what are some of the considerations that need to be made when we figure out how to pay for that treatment, how customers are asked to recover the cost of that treatment?
Well, there are a number of traditional rate-making treatments that you can use to deal with the various issues. When I first started in this business a couple of years in, late 70s, we had a problem in New Jersey because we were right next to Pennsylvania called 3 Mile Island. And if you think the town hall meetings that Jay had and all that about the notices from DEP about PFAS and PFOA were bad, you should have been where I was 45 years ago about 3 Mile Island hearings, because people were not happy. They were scared, they were hysterical, and I agree with all the public education talk and all, absolutely true, but looking back 40 years ago, I think the only thing that calmed the 3 Mile Island fears was the fact that we went through 3 or 4 years and things calmed down. I'm not sure public health, I'm not sure the public education processes that we all went through at the time, I think they were helpful, but I'm not sure they were the things that got everybody over that. But there are traditional rate-making techniques that you can use. In the nuclear plant debates in the late 70s, early 80s, those plants tended to take 10 to 15 to 20 years to build, and so there were mechanisms developed at the time, allowance for funds used during construction work in progress, which were methods of basically spreading out the costs and allocating the risk slightly differently than historically they were using. I'm not quite sure that those specific methods will be usable for this, because the plants, I don't think, will take that long to build, and at least until recently, interest rates weren't quite as high as they were in the late 70s and early 80s before they calmed down. So there are traditional rate-making techniques to be used. It seems to me that one of the things that I've seen over the last 40 years is that the concept that commissions used to use in terms of gradualism, in terms of rate steps, both before a plan is constructed and after, I think we're going to have to look at those again, because I think as in many things in our society, perceptions have gotten much more rigid over the last number of years. And they don't want to think, no one wants to think about things that were actually useful over a long period of time that they just don't want to think about. So, for example, many states hold to the view that, for obvious reasons, that, okay, we don't want to have customers paying for something until it's done, until it's providing service. If you have a 5-mile pipeline to build, it doesn't matter if you've built 4.5 miles if you can't get that other half mile done, because no water can go through it. The same thing is true with sewer. The same thing is true with all sorts of stuff. Transmission lines. Until that last piece is done, it's not done. It's not providing service. I think we may have to change that perspective, because I think what's going to happen is that if you wait, you're going to get these huge spikes in rates, and that makes customers nuts. They're willing to deal with 2 or 3 or 4 or 5% increases year to year. What they don't want to see is 20 or 30%. And unless you start dealing with gradualism through stepping up of rates, you're not going to be able to deal with these pressures in a rational way. And I think it's going to change. It's going to require a change in how we think about it. I don't know if that answered your question, but
it does partially. But going to what Jay said for a second, leaving that space for something that may come later. Do you have concerns around, and if you do, how can it be fixed? Either of you, concerns around, I'll create a scenario here, right? In 7 years, you all of a sudden figure out you need to activated carbon isn't going to do it, whatever the EPA comes out with, and you need to do reverse osmosis, for instance. Have you all thought about, deferral accounting, accelerated depreciation, to ensure that you're not paying for the new system and the old system at the same time, and the old system is out back scrapped up?
Before we get to those rate-making concepts, I think there are 2 shorter-term steps that, from the utility perspective, has to come first. And it goes to the public trust that has been mentioned here. But here's what I've learned are the first 2 things that you should do if you find PFOA in your water system. And this is from the lawyer. 1, find the polluter. 2, when you find the polluter, sue the polluter. And Middlesex Water has been on the record with this in its litigation against 3M. What we will obtain from the 3M case, whether it is a settlement, whether it is fully litigated, will go to the benefit of the ratepayer. And that would be the first line of payment in terms of those systems. And a lot of, without getting into the suit itself, because we're still in mid-litigation, let's just say that my company has put a lot of thought into the fact that what we're going to have to do because of the pollution may wind up in the world of reverse osmosis versus the world of granular activated carbon. So yes, litigation for a lot of systems, whether you're municipal, whether you're investor-owned utility, could take a very long time. I feel we're at least fortunate that we're not in the multi-district litigation panel. It still will take a long time from our perspective as well. But if you're going to be credible, and if you're going to try and at least mitigate some of these issues on the rate-making side that will take time to unwind, the first thing you do is go after those who are responsible for it, and they should be the ones who are held accountable for it, first and foremost.
Let me just supplement that a little bit. Directly to answer your question, have the companies thought about what do you do about the current processes and how do you pay for both current and future? The answer is yes. If the company is responsible, they have thought about all that, and they will be thinking about that, and they will be engaging the commission and the public advocates and all that to deal with that problem. And any commission, any regulator, any utility that says, oh, well, we don't want to be paying both for current and future and all that other stuff is lying to you. They have to be. And the fact that it's hard, sorry, we all have to be adults at some point, and the fact that it's hard doesn't solve that problem. It doesn't help you to say, it's hard, I don't want to deal with it. There's no ostrich. You can't stick your head in the sand and pretend that nothing's happening. It is happening. And at some point, we have to, as part of the public education campaign, say to the public, we know this is hard, we know this is not fun, we're not happy about it, but this is the reality. Is that a more direct answer to your question?
Yeah, I always appreciate direct answers. It always makes questioning on the stand go a little faster too, and the same goes for panels. So I guess on that, Steve, if we could just transition just for a quick second. What's different? The contaminants is a wide term, right? And the basis of the panel is contaminants. We've certainly spent a lot of time on PFAS, but the last thing we felt like we dealt with, many are still dealing with, is this issue and this concern around lead. And I think that certainly probably drives some of those responses in the poll or the data that Dr. Weinrich was talking about, is this concern around water. It's certainly what folks have heard about that has happened in other communities. So how is this different than the lead situation from your experience and your perspective?
I'm not sure it is all that different. Part of the problem is, and both Karen and Lauren have talked about it, is getting the public to understand that there are different levels of concern. There's today's crisis and there's long-term crisis. The DEP in New Jersey, when they identified their level of 14 parts per trillion, and did that 2 years ago, or last year immediately, from what I've been able to tell, and I've looked, is that they claim, and no one's, or at least I have not seen the data, although I've looked for it, they claim that the basis of that 14 is scientifically based. Everybody says something is scientifically based. Okay, fine. What does that mean? And in their instance, what they say is, if you drink 8 glasses of water, 8-ounce glasses of water every day for 70 years, 70 years, your chance at the end of that 70 years, because of PFAS, or one of the PFAS compounds, will increase by 1 in a million chances. 1 in a million. Lead, which about a year ago everyone started noticing because of Flint and anywhere where there's old housing stock that has lead service lines, lead, even though the national standard is 15, the science behind it, and EPA acknowledges this, the health-related standard for lead is 0. You can't, any lead is bad, and they'll be right up front, but the standard is 15. The other problem with lead is that lead, according to the engineers, you can get rid of roughly 70% of the lead problem in any given community, house, whatever, is by eliminating the lead in the service line, which is the connection between the street and the house. There's still another 30%, and that's in the house. And no one is suggesting socializing those costs. And so when the public says, wait a minute, you want me to pay for what? And it's going to get rid of 70%? Well, that's not solving my problem if I've still got, fixtures in the house and lead solder and lead pipes. So the public doesn't want to hear that, and I understand that. But that's the reality, and the public doesn't want to hear that you're going to spend all this money and only deal with 70% of my problem. I don't want to deal with it. I get it, I understand it, but if you want to deal with the problem, you got to be an adult, and we have to either face up and say, yes, we're going to deal with it, or no, we're not. And there are reasons for it, but sometimes it's not easy to be an adult. I hate to tell you this, but it's true.
So, and this is just a joke, Jay, so I'm just going to avert my eyes for a second. But not all of us have Middlesex money, Karen. There's so many, and Kentucky and Tennessee are this way, right? So many of our water systems in America are not privately owned, right? There is not private capital available to make investment for the public convenience and necessity. And they're depending on public sources of financing because none of them recover depreciation, or very few of them even recover fully fund depreciation. So from your perspective, you all, let me just ask from your experience between private and public water, what's going to be the difference on that front when it comes to addressing this issue of PFAS? And that's a little bit for Jay, and then go down to Karen after that.
Well, in terms of the legislation that passed Congress this year, certainly a lot of that was tilted toward public systems, municipal systems. And to give a shout out in fairness to Rob Powelson, who I know is here with the National Association of Water Companies, certainly the investor-owned utilities all believe that, there should be aid across the board. PFOA doesn't respect public versus private, and I know Rob and his team have been on the front lines in Congress on that. PFOA is not going to respect whether you're a public or a private system, and there are public systems out there who have managed their systems in the pre-PFOA era well, and there are others who have not and who have been resistant to passing necessary costs along to their taxpayers. And this is going to be one more notch or one more exacerbation in that issue between that. But to the sense that people are not going to be untouched financially from PFOA, I think we have to kind of get rid of that notion. And for a lot of public systems, it's only going to exacerbate what some public systems have been resistant to do out there.
Karen, perspective on that?
Yep, when I hear about, all this money is available out there, it's not enough for everything, but there's more money available now than before. I again think about the small systems that are in Tennessee. A lot of them are rural. They have bare bones staff. They have a bookkeeper, not really an accountant. They have maybe the office worker, the secretary answering phones and such. But they don't have a grant writer or a writer for the SRF fund. And I know in talking to TDEC's SRF program people before, they tried to streamline and make the form simpler for the SRF funds. That still didn't get those small systems. And the reason they don't have those small systems is because if they had a workshop in Nashville, those small systems are not going to send someone there because that means they're not there doing their work and they really don't have a deep bench. So they're not going to send someone to Nashville for that. And even if you had it electronically, it's still unlikely that you're going to have someone be able to take a few hours out of their day from their regular duties because, again, there's no real backup there to do that. So I know that one SRF manager, she's no longer there, she talked about, I told them I'd come out there and help them fill out the form. But they still had to gather information. And so when I think about these systems, these are the systems that don't come in for rate cases very often because they don't have the staff or personnel to really put a rate case together, and they don't have the money to pay a consultant to come do that work for them. So they often are staff-assisted rate cases. So TPUC staff really put it all together and help them gather their information and then and then present it to the commission. Well, I think you're going to need to do that if you're really trying to get them some of those new monies that are out there. It's going to have to be almost like staff assisted, because the staff are the ones that really have all their financials, especially if they've recently done a rate case. And then you're going to have to coordinate with the TDEC staff for the SRF fund, or wherever your SRF fund is located in your state, and have them part of that for that form. And that's a lot of resources for a lot of commissions who are also short-staffed.
Well, and that's just the money. That's
Yes.
not the technical support
Yes,
for
the engineering.
explaining to these folks what granulated, what.
Activated carbon.
Yeah, see, I
Yeah.
got ready for this, and I still, it's not simple stuff.
Yes.
Right? And these are, again, folks that, yeah.
Yeah, and the SRF fund, they have engineers that review everything, but they're not the engineers that are advising the utility. All they're saying is what the utility is proposing, the plans that we've looked at, that's sufficient and we can approve them. But they're not the ones saying you need to change this. They just say this isn't sufficient, and so you need to go back to your engineer and come back with us with some revised plans.
Let me just throw in one thing. When Karen talks about SRF, that's state revolving funds. Some people may be aware of that, some may not. But the problem with a lot of the state revolving funds, and many states have them, not all, is that they often come with these funds comes a curse. And so very often what the small systems in particular have found is that it's simply not worth it for them to apply for state revolving funds because, for example, in a number of states, any use of state revolving funds involves paying prevailing wage, which means union wage, and these small systems, whether they are public or whether they are private, they find that even though there's a lower interest rate with state revolving funds, it is more than offset by paying the higher wages to the union wages, so they therefore don't apply for those funds. So even if they're available, they're not worth it. And so there are all sorts of countervailing policies that states have set up for perfectly good public policy reasons that undercut the other things that you want to do.
So before we open it up to the crowd for questions, I do have one question. Nobody may be willing to take it, so that's fine. Any thoughts on whether or not that this issue and the treatment necessary for this PFAS issue might lead to greater consolidation of smaller water utilities?
If no one else wants to jump in, I guess I will. It seems to me that on its surface, the obvious answer to Karen's problem with the multitude of tiny little water systems, none of whom have the ability to fund or the expertise to do the improvements that are needed, the obvious answer is, well, you have to either privatize, regionalize, do something in order to deal with the funds and the expertise necessary to do that. How you get from point A to point B is a very difficult problem and we can't answer it in the next 10 minutes, let alone in a week.
And to just add one footnote to Steve's, to the extent you go down that road, it is only workable if the regulatory compact stays intact. The regulatory compact being that if a utility does make the prudent investments in the system, that they get a fair opportunity on the return. Whenever the regulatory compact goes out of balance, and unfortunately I've been in this industry long enough now that I've seen this happen, when it is out of balance, bad things can happen.
So point of privilege here, I want to have to disagree that there's a regulatory compact in the sense that I don't know. Anyways, there are certainly to Steve's, the Constitution's for real. It exists, folks. So we agree there, certainly. Karen, one last thing?
Yeah, I would say that in Tennessee, we've talked about regionalization of water systems, and it just doesn't happen because those small communities, that's their water. And they don't want another community having any say whatsoever with their water. And so they jealously guard that entity.
So I think I'm about to be pulled off stage, but before I do, I just want to thank the University of Missouri twice for two different things. One is these are the most comfortable chairs I've ever been involved with in a panel. And second, I want to thank the folks at the university for putting together such a panelist, for the great panelists here, and ask that you all join me in thanking them today.
And I want to thank you for the great job that you did. You caused me to look up online what a Missouri State racer is. First, I thought you said razor, and then racer, and I thought, is it a dog? Is it a horse? What is it? So I just want you to know you got my curiosity up about that. But thank you for doing a great job on this. So I'll go ahead and ask Dr. Sakuda and Dr. Oler if they'll come and give the gifts. And before we get ready for the crystal presentation, we have another question for prizes. Go ahead. It seems only fitting, since we were talking about contamination, to have a phone sanitizer as one of the prizes, and also a stainless steel water bottle. I mean, who could dream this stuff up? Okay. I won't make you stand because I could tell some people didn't like to do that. So if you are a non-commissioned person, meaning you're with Public Policy Institute, industry, this question again is for you. If you've been here more than one time, we want to know who traveled the farthest. If you think you traveled the farthest, stand up. Because everybody wants a phone sanitizer, and these are really nifty water bottles. I've had one for a long time. Does no one really want to? I have a phone sanitizer for all those who wondered if they're usable. They really are. Who came the farthest? Who came 1,000 miles and you've been here more than one time? 500 miles. Everyone, we need to get on with the Crystal Award. I can't imagine anybody that wouldn't want a water bottle and a phone sanitizer. Please. Okay, Cheryl, thank you for claiming the prize. And Dr. Sakuda, I'll turn it over to you for the Crystal Award to somebody that is, if you've been involved in NARUC or you've been involved in all these different conferences, to know Butch Howard is to love him and to really appreciate the servant-minded heart that he has. So he's got a lot of brouhaha on the outside. But what an incredible, wonderful person and terrific public servant, and I think he's well deserving of this honor. And I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Sakuda. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you to that last panel. This has been really interesting. I'm an economist. I've been on faculty here 24 years. Early in my career, I did some stuff around governance in public utilities. But stepping into FRI, many of you specialize in water or gas or electric, and I find myself having to try and catch up on all three just to kind of understand what's going on. So these programs are really fascinating, and I thank you all. Today we do have a special opportunity to recognize someone who has made a significant contribution to the design, implementation, or analysis of public utility regulatory policy. The Crystal Award has been given since 2013, so I guess technically this is our 10th award. We solicit nominations from across the country. They will open up after the first of the year, so I invite you to be thinking about who you would like to nominate. And the award is sponsored this year by the Natural Resources Defense Council. The sponsor helps us to facilitate the cost of the award itself, and the accommodations for the awardee. Ashok Gupta, who asked a question earlier, is here representing NRDC, and we thank them very much for participating and supporting the award this year. So I'm going to invite Jim Jenkins up to make the formal presentation.
Butch, I couldn't be any more pleased to be able to present the 2022 Crystal Award winner to such a deserving candidate. I mean, just what Butch has put into the regulatory community is just outstanding. If you think about it, what's FRI and this award about? What it's about is somebody that's made a significant contribution to the regulatory community. And Butch fits that mold. And I know, many of us know Butch, but there's also a big group of people out here that don't know Butch. And I want to reflect on that just a little bit. Butch has been with the South Carolina Commission for 16 years. He just retired in 2020. And, in that role as a public servant, he was a chair, the vice chair, a commissioner, and just providing so much support for that community. But also, he reached out and provided so much support on the NARUC side of things. And in fact, the first time I was able to learn about Butch and work with Butch and get to know him was through the Water Committee. In American Water, we don't have a operation in South Carolina, but Butch always asked great questions. And it wasn't very long before I said, boy, there's a lot more about this guy than his Southern accent and his ability to understand him, because he really is just a great person. And if you think about it, what stood out, because he's in so many NARUC events. I mean, he was the chair of this NARUC Education and Outreach Community. He was the active in this new commissioner orientation program. And then also, where I really, worked a lot with him was active at NARUC Rate School. And then many other things. There's just so many things that he was active on. But what was the theme? What's it about this person and the theme about him is he was willing to put others ahead of himself. Let's think about that. It was always about finding a form of neutrality and really wanting to make sure all voices were heard and everything was taught. And that's a big part of what FRI is about, and it's a big part of what Butch is about, and that's why he's just so deserving of this award. And I certainly got to see him at Rate School, there and working, Commissioner Holden, who makes, she was certainly involved. But I got to see Butch herd all us cats together. I mean, from industry to consumer advocates to regulators to commissioners. And he was just always there with a voice of reason, wanting to make sure that we were doing the right things for the students, which ultimately is the right thing for the customers, and making sure all voices are heard. And he was definitely there. I think what I'd like to do now, I asked Tricia, because I can speak to it from an industry perspective, but I wanted somebody to speak a little bit about Butch from a commissioner's perspective, and Tricia volunteered to make a few comments.
I promise to keep these short and clean, Butch. To know Butch Howard is to love Butch Howard. And to know Butch Howard is to also know his wife, Pat, and love Pat as well. It's just such an honor to honor Butch. As a new commissioner, when I came in nearly 5 years ago, Butch immediately impressed upon me that he would help me. I didn't know anything about any of this. I didn't even know where the damn bathrooms were. I mean, I was completely clueless. And Butch was just there, and he just helped repeatedly. He would answer questions for me. He didn't mind answering a text. He didn't mind if I asked a question that was the dumbest thing that he's probably answered 20 times before. And what I've come to learn after these years of service as a commissioner is that I'm not the only one that Butch has done this for. There's an entire generation of regulators in our industry that have relied faithfully on Butch's counsel, on his winning attitude, and his encouragement. And so if you're a new commissioner just starting, or if you've been here a couple of years, even when Butch retired, he doesn't mind if I pick up the phone and call him and ask him those stupid questions all over again. And so I'm just so grateful, and I'm thankful to also represent other commissioners that Butch has helped out along the years. And so I won't gush, but I love you. And I love you too, Pat. So thank you. Congratulations.
Together with the award, and then we'll have you give a word.
Yeah. Let me turn it around, don't drop it. Oh, God, no. Oh, God, what did I say? I mean, I appreciate the award, obviously, and I want to thank the NRDC for sponsoring the award. I want to thank them for the job they do in protecting our national environment. Some of us might have some issues with how they do things, but the bottom line is they're doing the right thing, protecting our national resources. Then FRI. You know, you think about these things, how I got with FRI. True story. It also shows that I have no pride when I tell this story. I'm at a neighborhood thing. I'm wandering around on a break, late in the afternoon. I see this sign saying FRI. You know, to me, that's Friday. And to me, Friday is happy hour. And to me, Friday is thank God it's Friday. So I said, what the hell is this Friday thing? Late in the afternoon, I go over and get me a scotch and water and then go back into the meeting. So I go to FRI. There's no scotch, no bourbon. There's all these brochures laid out on the table, and two of the most enthusiastic people I've ever met in my life. Sarah and Lucas. And I'm thinking, what the hell is all this? So she started telling me about FRI. And I said, well, that's interesting. And she invites me to come to FRI. Little did I know the impact it would have on me as a professional regulator. Now, move on in a little bit, and I get this mental picture of Sarah at a water fountain just walking around the office of the FRI. And she runs into Cheryl. See, Cheryl, I'm got to tell you something. Said, I'm getting the hell out of here. I'm tired of putting that fellow from South Carolina that I can't understand what the hell he's saying. I'm out of here. You got the butch baton. So Cheryl took over, and no demolish whatsoever, no diminution in the efficiency and the professionalism they showed. So FRI is very special to me. Thank you, Mike, for the job you're doing. Next in my thank you comes the who pays the bill? Who pays the bill is the consumer. And we talked to Chris, we heard Chris talk, and other consumer advocates. So part of this award goes to the consumer that pays the bill. The second part of the equation is the industry. Neither one of us, none of us in this room would have a job if it wasn't for the industry. There's only probably one entity that gets beat up more than the commissioners is the industry. But we'd be in a hell of a mess without our industry and the job they do, and I appreciate everything they do. Part of this award belongs to the industry. Oh, now the next part, not the last, but the next part, and give you a little background. In South Carolina, we have very strict regulations. We can't deal with the utilities. We can't talk to the consumer advocates. We're in this little area. So the next part are my buddies. And the only people I can play with are my buddies are commissioners and former commissioners. So we have a strong bond between the commissioners, particularly in South Carolina, because we can't do anything else. So a part of this award goes to my commissioner friends and former commissioners. And then Pat. Pat plays an important part. Thank you, love. Now, with all this being said, this award belongs to each of you. And so what I'd like to do is I'll use Judy as an example. When Judy says, somebody says, where are you from? Judy will say, I'm from Virginia. But a part of me is in Patton Butch South in Charleston. Thank you much.
So Butch alluded to this, but he was on the FRI advisory board for a period of time, which makes this an especially special honor for us to be able to honor him and all that he has done for the education of the industry. And we are just happy to be part of that. Thank you. I also want to recognize we do have one of our other Crystal awardees here. He was mentioned in the last panel. Rob Powelson from the American National Association of Water Companies is a former Crystal awardee as well. So, Rob. So with that, we are going to break for lunch. Lunch is immediately downstairs from here. We will resume at exactly 1:29 so that Commissioner Murphy does not have to pull out that velvet hammer. And I look forward to visiting with you downstairs over lunch. For those of you online, we will be back live at 1:30. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go ahead and move forward to panel number 3. And if it's anything like the first 2 panels, we've had great panels and great moderators, so David, don't let us down. I'm just kidding. You and I, everyone seems to want to give you a hard time, and I'm not really sure why. But I'll have to tell you, I think David is just a terrific guy. He's so well-natured. He definitely knows sports trivia, and I do have a sports trivia question on the University of Missouri next. I think it might be a stumper, so we'll see. He's the executive director of the National Association of State Utility Consumer Advocates, NASUCA, as affectionately known. He spent 9 years as an economist. He was a consumer counsel. He's done so many things, both on the regulatory and consumer advocate side. He has a master's in economics, a Juris Doctorate from the University of Kansas, and he just does a great job of looking out for the consumers, and he can always lead to spicy and interesting conversation among a numerous number of people. So David, I'll turn it over to you.
Wow, that's going to be hard to live up to. Well, thank you everyone. Welcome to the vaulted first panel after lunch. We're going to try and keep this a little upbeat and interesting. If nothing else, we'll hopefully scare you a little bit. To wake you up, and we'll see how this goes. Now, technically, the panel is entitled Ensuring Resilience Amongst Grid Modernization and the Clean Energy Transition. Really, the panel is about cybersecurity. So I am so pleased to have such a distinguished panel, and I'm going to give you like a little snippet. Their bios and pretty headshots are online, so I'm not going to read everything. But to my left, Betsy Soren-Jones, who is the Chief Operating Officer of Fortress Information Security. She works on the organization's critical infrastructure manufacturing and Department of Defense lines. But the fun part was she was the Director of Cybersecurity and Policy at Exelon, kind of a small utility on the East Coast. Not much going on there. So lots of deep knowledge on cyber and utility. Next, we have Jonathan Monken. He is the principal at Converge Strategies, but also used to be, back in his earlier days, the Senior Director of System Resilience and Strategic Coordination for PJM. Again, a small East Coast, well, kind of maybe a little more than East Coast, organization that does cyber, but also worked as the VP of Operations for the Electric Infrastructure Security, the EIS Council. So again, deep knowledge. Then we have Gurdeep Kaur. She is the Chief Information Security Officer for PSEG. Again, another small East Coast utility. I don't know if it's like anybody West Coast utilities out here anywhere? Anybody? I don't know. But again, at the distribution level for PSEG, she is the Chief Cybersecurity Officer. So, and then finally, we have my good friend, Susan Duffy, Commissioner at the Kansas Corporation Commission. Susan and I have worked together for years and years and years. And she, of course, has the unenviable task of making all of those important rate case decisions about what gets spent. So we're going to get into this right now. It is fascinating to me. You cannot wake up on any day and look at the news without seeing something about cybersecurity, ransomware. I think just this week, an announcement that the North Korean Lazarus group has been piddling around in the energy area over here, picking secrets. As we move into this new frontier of a world that the IIJA, the IRA, the CHIPS Act, all these things hope for us, and we transform our economy, the cybersecurity risk of adding more things to the system it's exponential. So I would not want, I think, the jobs of anybody to my left. So it's going to be tough. But they're going to get us started. I'm going to frame this in a way. We're going to start at sort of a high level. What keeps you up at night? What are your nightmares? What are the scary things that are happening? Then we're going to move down into sort of the interaction between wholesale markets, distribution markets, utilities, how they work, and then we're going to get into the regulatory side on how we deal with cost recovery, cybersecurity, and protection of networks is not a particularly transparent sort of thing, especially as a consumer advocate. We often get a black box and a big check. How can we maybe work together to one, get better security, but to also better transparency for consumers that ultimately pay the bills and, of course, suffer any consequences should these guys not do their job. So with that, let's get into it. Betsy, what's keeping you up at night?
Oh, there's so much keeping me up at night. I'm going to start with a story because it's after lunch and we have to put some humor into this topic. So all great stories really start and end with the Golden Girls, right? So picture this. It's a blue sky day, and you get a call from into your cyber operations center from your construction company of choice, who may or may not have 200 work packages and who is all working on all of your capital projects, for them to come to you and say, we've been hit with ransomware. Not one of our projects are going to start or end or begin or continue come Monday. We have no idea how long it's going to take us to recover, but we just wanted to put you on notice because our contract says that we have to. So then we start to go into, what is this? Is this an incident? Is this, how do we deal with this type of an event? Because it's not a cyber attack against us, but it is a cyber incident. And it's a cyber incident that is going to impact us as a utility quite largely. So we really had to start to think about cyber in a different and unique way. On the heels of that, may or may not have been 24 to 48 hours later, get another call. This time it was the bill printer vendor. And so the bills were not going out the door because of that particular incident. And so what it really started to teach us as an industry, and I'm leaving the utility companies that were affected by these events nameless, but when you start to think about this, cyber is no longer just within the utility's four walls. It really is about information sharing and the on-ramps and the off-ramps that are going from the utilities to their vendors and how the vendors themselves are protecting that information. So I really think the thing that's keeping me up at night is who are we sending information to and how are they protecting that information on behalf of the utility and the customers?
Well, thanks for a lighthearted start there. That was great. Just easing everybody into it. I think it's perfect. No, I would echo the sentiment that, when we talk about the frequency with which we see cyber attacks pop up in the news, the irony of it is the degree to which people believe in their opportunity to win the lotto but not be a victim of a cyber attack, right? You'll still go buy the lotto ticket, and I buy my lotto ticket. Those odds are apparently good enough that I'll show up and spend a couple of bucks. But every time you see the news, like just within the last week, there's still a school district outside of Detroit that has not been able to have school for the last couple of days because the ransomware attack on their systems has prevented it from happening. There has been a humongous increase in offensive cyber operations against 3 countries in Eastern Europe. So essentially, there's been a lot of activity in Macedonia, Estonia, and Finland since they declared they're going to be a new member of NATO. And so Russia's ramped up their attacks on those countries significantly. And then to your point earlier, Lazarus Group is always being very opportunistic and looking for these kind of things. And so the irony of it is, anytime that I interact with people that really have a massive stake in cyber and what it potentially means for their continuity of business, continuity of operations, the general sentiment is that we're protecting ourselves, we're trying to take the steps that we need to be able to do it, but odds are it's not going to happen to us, right? This is the systems that were impacted were not well protected. They're not like ours. They're not as good with their defenses, or they haven't made the same type of investments. And so that fallacy, I think, is central to the discussion about what needs to be done, how we approach it, what are the best strategies to get there. And so I think what I really want to imbue in this, everybody here and through this conversation, is that the concept of thinking like an adversary. And so more often than not, I think a lot of people, even when you're doing cybersecurity exercises and drills and things like that, it really comes down in many instances to a failure of imagination. And without a doubt, an experience that I had just a few years ago, talking to pipeline operators about what their relative susceptibilities are to cyber attacks, every single one I interacted with told me the same thing, which is as long as the attack is limited to business systems only, there will be no impact on operations. It won't happen. It's fine. They're totally separated systems. It's all good as long as if it's just on the business side, we're going to be fine. And then Colonial Pipeline happens, and it apparently just completely shredded that Bible on, well, as long as it's just on business systems and not on OT systems, we'll be fine. And so I think that in and of itself should be, reinforcing the idea that it may be that the purpose of your life is to serve as a warning to others. So if you have those kind of issues, if you see those things transpire, take the right lesson to it, which is not that, oh, well, they didn't have a sophisticated cybersecurity program, that definitely can't happen to me. Use that as an example of how you should start designing and developing strategy around your cybersecurity program.
Gurdeep.
Yep. When I joined PSEG, I came from the financial sector, and somebody asked me what keeps me up at night, and I was like, the lights. I want to make sure the light is always on because I am also a consumer of what my company is producing. So that by itself is a very huge, I would say, responsibility for every single employee or any associate for companies in the utility sector, specifically the energy, gas, water, because life cannot survive. We cannot survive without any of those things. So what I have seen in the past 4 years, while I have been at PSEG, is over the time, like within the, even in the past year, is it's like a perfect storm for me. What I mean by that is, we, of course, have to make sure that the electricity keeps flowing and the gas keeps flowing. We have to modernize the grid. We have to digitize to make it attractive to the Gen Z and beyond. And then we have to make sure that we can stand up strongly against all those adversarial entities, whether those are geopolitical, whether those are nation state, whether those are just to make a quick buck. Or somebody who's just, more like the hacktivist kind of things. So all of these come together, and it could be very, and I don't want to have that, FUD kind of thing, the fear of the unknown, but it is kind of known at this point that, yes, it is definitely real. And what I did not mention in that perfect storm is the shortage of the talent to actually do all of that work, to understand that work at that, I would say, deep-rooted technical level. Because what we talk right now is, when I joined, it was, yes, we have the power plants, whether it's nuclear, fossil, whatever, and yes, we have the transmission system, we have SCADA, we have all of that, and yes, we have the boundaries. Yes, there is a physical security component to it. And then you start fast-forwarding. It may or may not be happening in one state or wherever on the coast, but generally as we move towards the distributed energy resources, the DERs and the microgrids, it's all geographically dispersed. There will be so much communication that will need to happen outside the purview of the utility directly. And that's where we will have, again, the bigger challenge of how do we protect those communications. And then what Betsy mentioned about the vendors. The vendors are not just the vendors who are supplying you the trash cans or who are supplying you the transformers. These vendors are our real business partners. And talking about the breaches and all, then we bring in the software bill of materials. Anyone remembers SolarWinds? Did not impact OT directly, but just imagine if there is a vendor who is compromised that provides similar things on the OT side, on the operational technology side. So these are all very, very real challenges, and we will talk more as we continue with the panel. But in a nutshell, yes, a couple of things that come together, and I think all of us here understand, but more important is how do we continue to raise awareness and bring everyone together on how to address these from the community, from the regulatory, and also from building that pipeline to address this.
Okay, so I'm going to go back a little bit here. I remember a commercial that the major utility in our state had. And so first of all, the commercial comes on the TV, and there's a flash of lightning and thunder, and then you see a lineman. He's got his hard hat on. He's on, he's on the pole, and he's fixing the broken wire with the rain pelting him and the lightning and the thunder crashing in the background. And it's all pretty dramatic. And then the next scene is the next morning, and picture a stately Ward Cleaver coming out the front door of the house to get the morning newspaper, and the sidewalk's wet, and he's on the front step, and the lineman is there, all dry now, but still had his rain gear on. And Ward says, "Quite a storm we had last night." And the lineman says, "We're all good," and, gives the, "We're all good," and saunters back out to the truck. Okay, the whole focus of that commercial was reliability and resilience. By God, they were there in the middle of the storm, climbing that line, putting it all together. And you, the consumer, you just knew there was a lot of lightning and thunder as you got your morning paper. Okay, so new commercial. It's somebody calling in to customer service, and they say, "Quite a hack we had last night." Yes, we did, but you're okay because we were there and we stopped it. And, the background is a huge room with all sorts of screens and everybody ticking away and getting the bad guys out of the system. Oh, were it's that easy, it would not keep me up at night. And bladder issues keep me up at night. I'm sorry.
That's a little like cybersecurity TMI.
Yes, so, yes.
All comes full circle.
You were asking, so I'm sharing. So, all right, so go back to what your first password, and how dare they, we have to have a password. Okay, it was Duffy Clan, and then they asked for a number. Okay, 5, that's how many are in our family, Duffy Clan 5. And what are the security questions? Your first pet, your elementary school, OK Elementary, and it really was OK. Don't ask me how we got that. But now the security question is, what is your husband's best friend's uncle's wife's name? I mean, what the heck? All right. And no, you have to make up these new passwords. They can't be anything you used in your lifetime, and they can't have any similarity to anything in the world. And by the way, no, don't write them on your hand, on your arm, or dare not put them on your screen. Okay, so yes, I do have a secret compartment in my desk. Only I know where that is. It's taped up under the, oh, I'm sorry, I'm sharing too much. So that's what we've come to. I mean, seriously, it is. And it used to be what kept me up at night was what were my kids doing in college, but then I realized you don't know what you don't know, and maybe it's good you don't know that. So, but I, as a commissioner, I don't know what I don't know about this topic. Yeah, we go into an executive session, and I really expect the guys to come in all black or at least camo, doing the side look and at least play the part for me that you're like background. I was a Navy SEAL. I can't tell you because if I told you where, then I'd have to kill you. I mean, maybe I'd feel better with that, but the guy that came in was absolutely a nice guy. Okay, does he really know what he's talking about? I'm assuming he does, and he's leading a double life, and I just can't know about it. But I'm trusting him, and I'm trusting the company with speak words. At that high level, everything's on one sheet of paper. We don't have to burn it or anything, so there are no top secrets there. I don't know what I don't know. And that's what keeps me up at night. It really is, David. And if you want to talk about that later, we can share more.
I just want to know how many of you, when they started asking for password, the first thing you did was use the one exclamation point, right? Isn't that like the go-to?
Just keep adding one.
Yeah, it's like
Keep adding as you go.
my son does cyber, and he's into the whole social elements, and people will design the same passwords based on the keyboard, so he hacks everybody. That's actually his job. It's kind of fun. Before we leave, I want to touch really quickly just sort of on the geopolitical stuff before we get into kind of more utility and the stuff, but only because, obviously there's some conflagrations going on at the moment, and I'm curious whether, are you seeing within sort of the utility space more, we know there's always sort of penetration and they're working on it, but are you seeing sort of a different level at the moment given what's going on in Europe right now?
Yeah, I would say, of course, so I left Exelon in January, and I took the job in Fortress at the beginning of February, and then we went right into the Russian conflict. So great time to move into a cybersecurity
Is that your fault?
company. I know,
What
right?
happened?
It might be. It might
Exelon
be.
arranged it.
They did.
Know it.
So, I think the geopolitical piece is interesting because, yes, it's increasing the threat, but I also think that there was another, I watched it happen in real time, and it really got me thinking differently about supply chains in general. So when the Russian conflict happened, one of the things I think many of us started to go through was looking at manufacturers who had to shut down their offices in both Russia and in Ukraine. So what we got asked to do was a pretty big research project on, can you tell us all of the vendors that have manufacturing in those countries? Because I want to know if I'm about to buy a device, a transformer or something that was manufactured in those countries, I want to be able to know, one, am I going to be able to get my stuff on time? And two, I want to know that it's coming from Russia or the Ukraine. What we quickly found out was that it was not the assembly that we needed to worry about, it was the components and where those components were being shipped to and which manufacturers were putting them into devices. So on one of the panels earlier today, we heard about U.S. manufacturing. U.S. manufacturing means that they're putting the device together. Where did the parts come from? So it really started to get us into the question of parts and understanding what we call the bill of materials. So what are the guts inside each of these different pieces? Given the pandemic, given all of the supply chain issues that we had, it created yet another issue in supply chain because there were very specific components, minerals especially, that were mined in Russia that go into some of our critical infrastructure transformers especially, that became a run. So now what do you do? So it was interesting that the cyber question started with, are we worried about them hacking into the system? It ended with, holy cow, where else am I going to get this glass that needs to go inside my transformer?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting anecdote and a conversation I had last week about supply chain is that there are hundreds of utilities in the United States that are paying millions of dollars every month to hold a place in line to buy wire. Mm-hmm. Not buying wire and waiting months. They're just holding their place in line and spending millions of dollars just to keep their spot in the queue to buy. And so I think it speaks volumes about the operating environment that we're in. And when we talk about that in the context of physical components, it's actually worse on the hardware component side when we're talking about IT and OT systems. Just to make you feel better, it's even worse. And what I would say on the geopolitical side, there's a couple of key factors that I think need to be well understood just from a risk perspective. One of which is ransomware attacks that are primarily motivated by financial reasons, right? They're trying to make some money. The ones that they're making money off of are the ones that they would make more money from the ransom than they would by selling it to Russia, as an example, right? Because that's what they're really going for. So if they see a utility vulnerability, they'll probably make more money, depending on the company that they found a vulnerability in, by selling that vulnerability to Russia, so they can do whatever it is that they want to do with it. And so it's important to understand that as you see all the promulgation of ransomware attacks and how many of these things start to happen, the numbers are starting to change because of the relative success of ransomware overall. And now that kind of traditional model of, well, usually ransomware is going to be a relatively low-cost thing because it was a volume game. So instead of trying to spend a lot of time creating one breach that results in 100 Bitcoin, which is not a relative number because that's an unholy amount of money, but as compared to saying, well, I could just kind of spread it out, find some really easy stuff and make a quick buck, those numbers are starting to change because ransomware has been so successful, and the success of the business model is dependent on people paying the ransom. So I think the other thing that we're seeing right now in the geopolitical landscape is that for the longest time, everybody in industry was told, like, it's going to happen, we just don't know when or where or how. So then the industry, you know, in response to that great intel from government was like, great, thanks a ton. I guess I'll just be ready all the time for anything at any moment. What's changed now is that we've seen the direct correlation between geopolitical events and upticks in cyber activity and just opportunistic behavior. And the other thing that's interesting about it is it has also provided a lot more flexibility for offensive operations by the United States, generally speaking, because we're not in as tenuous a position right now where we would be either perceived as the aggressor or the catalyst for some larger geopolitical effort. That's already happened, right? The invasion has occurred. Russia is recognizing the failure of kinetic activity and is ramping up cyber activity to compensate for it. And that gives a little bit more latitude to offensive operations to try and stop those things. But knowing all those things are happening behind the veil it's the black box that we talked about before. Like, it's all there, it's just not known to industry as to what's happening and why that impacts what's going on. And I think it gets back to the information sharing and intel sharing piece that we talked about before that is an awesome buzzword to use, like we should be better at sharing information. But the real question is of what type, under what circumstances, in what time intervals, and to enable what capability.
So let's build on that. If it were just one entity, say the Russians, that would be so much easier. But when I was at my first NARUC meeting a couple of years ago, they loaded some of us up, and OEIS, Office of Energy Infrastructure, a part of FERC. We before had to give, you know, our life history, all our information. They did a background check on us. We go through all these, you know, our bus, they're very clear about who's getting on the bus, and they go through a check, and we go through checkpoints, and we go into this room. It's like a vault. I mean, walls are like 10 feet thick. And we have this meeting, and there are experts there who represent all the different entities that they are dealing with. Russia, North Korea, China, whoever it is. And it's like you're hearing from all of them report in. And so it's not one entity, it's all these entities. And then there are the others, the hackers, the wannabes, all the other. And it's like, how do we, meaning the industry and commissioners, really keep track of what is going on? Joe McClellan, who is the director there, I would really urge any commissioner out there, if you have not visited with him, give him a call. The man will help you. Are you visiting with him? Have you been to your fusion center? Do you know if you have a fusion center? I'm assuming everybody does. Ours is one of the best, but you need to become informed. You need to start your self-education about what can we do in our role. And if we're not, then we're missing an opportunity, we're missing a responsibility. And so are you part of a simulation? I was part of Evergy simulation, and it was fairly painful. I mean, it was all day long, and they were throwing scenarios out, but it was a good exercise. Should we be doing tabletop? Nuclear people have been doing this since day one, and they still do it. And it's like the playbook comes from them. I mean, it seriously does. These people, my God, you walk in that facility and they are wearing black and they are carrying guns and they mean business, and you don't say bum, ba, bum, ba, bum. You know, you're not cuting around. So this is a serious topic, and I don't know enough, and I never will. And that is the thing I realize, neither will my staff. They don't have the background. They can't keep up. They're not there in the know. So it's like, then how do we? How do we keep up? And that is the big question. And do it responsibly. And not pointing a finger, do it in conjunction with all utilities. Doesn't matter what they are now.
She's ready. I can tell you're ready.
Go.
Okay.
I'm fired up.
I agree with you. I don't know why we look at this issue as any different than any other storm, really. Run the playbook. We run mutual assistance all of the time. So when I start to dissect these problems, there are certain pieces of this problem set that we can divide and conquer. So, again, I'm super passionate about the vendor community because that's what the grid is made up of. Utility companies don't create a lot of times. They don't create their own software. They don't create the devices. We buy them from somebody. What we do is architect them. And we have to, understand what is happening within our four walls. But a lot of this starts and ends with the vendors. And so if we know that we have to start to look inside all of these devices, so you start to think about the renewables, what is inside of these panels? So if I've got one utility company that took the time, effort, and money and resources to break it open and understand what's sitting inside of it, that is the exact same solar panel that is going and being installed in many, many other utilities across the country. Why are we not sharing that information? And so, we've really started to ask ourselves, what are the base sets of information, the data sets that are used by all of us? How do we contribute to those in a way and in a fashion where we can share that information between all of us? With the vendors, obviously the vendors' permission to do that, which they've been great. They have been really great at working with the community to get this up and off of the ground. But then that matures the whole thing. So if I don't have my internal talent at the utilities doing all of this work by themselves, I can actually get to the work of protecting what's inside of my four walls. So once I install it, monitoring the activity that's happening, not spending the talent or the time on really the repeatable, repetitive things. So it's like, take the book that we run all the time for storms, figure out what's repeatable, start to have honest conversations across the industry with all of the utilities to say, how do we divide and conquer, share this information? We do it all the time. So it feels like sometimes we take the topic and we say it's so scary because it's unknown, but we know how to do this. And I would say that out of all of the sectors, I've done a ton of research in the financial sector, a ton in the healthcare. Because of that storm mentality, we're almost the most prepared to take on this topic because it's in our blood. We know, if we've ever worked in a nuclear plant, we know what's expected of us. So, part of me says, do we need to call a timeout and say, let's stop freaking out about this and just get back to the basics of what we know and start to apply that just across this problem set?
Can I just ask, don't you think it's going to be more prevalent? Because they're going to our economic engine.
Sure.
Yeah.
Utilities, our
sure.
economic engine. And if they're not secure, it's not just discomfort because it's going to be too hot, too cold. We won't be able to make things. We won't be able to do anything.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, go ahead.
So it's interesting because I feel like having been involved in so many of these conversations, both sitting on the government side as a recovering state government employee as I am, having been the head of the state police in Illinois and head of the emergency management agency for Illinois, and then working for a utility on the other side, and then being in the Army through that entire stretch working cyber, it's an interesting problem because I think what we run into is, you're exactly right, the conversation that happens in that room is essential. The room, like in the basement of the Forstall building, right, where you're having this conversation about what threats are out there. And the challenge that we run into is I feel like people take the wrong lessons out of it in the majority of instances, which is like, oh man, we need hundreds of clearances for everybody that's in a utility company to be able to do this. Not really. What we really need is, right now, the intelligence community at the government level doesn't understand how to analyze the intel that they're seeing and translate it in a way that's actually meaningful to the utilities themselves. And a case in point is when we talk about components and systems. So we went through a process at PJM where we were mapping the 260 IT applications that were operated by personnel at the company and understanding which ones are really, really important to core functions. Energy management system, no duh. super important. But really understanding everything from like data mapping between those applications and then the applications themselves. Turns out it's usually something super mundane that's on the critical path of all these other applications that nobody was really paying that much attention to. But that process needs to be applied when we talk about what types of things we want to protect as we prioritize. So whether it's not all components, it's what type of components. If you ask the question like where are they made, no one's going to be able to answer that question, right? They can't. Like the supply chains are so vast and so complex, they'll never be able to answer all those questions. But the challenge that we run into is the intelligence community doesn't understand the relative importance of individual hardware or software systems to those utilities themselves. And being able to have that type of information is foundational to what they're seeing on the Intel side that's circulating amongst these agencies is saying, hey, by the way, if you see something show up on the boards about this particular company or this particular component type or this particular software system, now you're talking about something that's directly relevant, really important to the utility industry. And now we've got to prioritize the means of saying, like, you don't need to know all of it, but you need to know some really, really specific things. And so to your point, that initial conversation has to happen because it has to come as an imperative. Security is not an add-on. It's foundational to the deployment of all of these systems, right? And until you have that sense that you had sitting in that meeting like, oh my God, this is really bad and we're in real trouble, and until you have that targeting mechanism of saying, it's not that I just care about everything, it's specific things that are really meaningful to me and the operation of my company, I think we're going to keep talking past each other on the government side and the private sector side.
Well, so frame this a little bit more for me, just because I think it's so important to have sort of that public-private, you have the private utility companies, you have the associations, you have the federal government agencies, you have different standards organizations, different. I was a little surprised in the Colonial Pipeline to learn that TSA is in charge of cyber. I think we all kind of did a double take on that one. What do we need to do to improve the process? Because to me, it seems very dispersed, very disjunct, very, spread out. And so there's got to be some efficiencies. But what do you see? What would you recommend? How do we make more sense out of this? Or is it even possible?
I think I can take that from the utility perspective. What I would be looking for is more of a standardization of what I usually say, cyber is cyber is cyber. Doesn't really matter which sector or where it is. The threats are common. The impact that those threats can have is definitely, can have a different rating or a severity. So and the change that I personally, was driving it within PSEG was, hey, we need to start with the NIST cybersecurity framework. That's going to be the foundation. And that's not just for an IT system or a server, has to be across the board. Whether it is IT, whether it is OT, whether it is mobile, whether it is DER, whatever that is, let's start with the NIST cybersecurity framework. Build on top of that. 853 for IT stuff, and then there is an additional guidance for OT. And then there is an additional NIST has released, it's kind of interesting, NIST released whatever documentation they had. There is a logical reference architecture diagram. And pardon, I just have a security architecture background, so I keep on bringing the architecture in my conversations. It's just, for me, it's like you cannot secure something if you don't know the blueprint. You cannot really understand what the threats are if you don't know where the connections are happening, where the components are, who is talking to whom. If I don't really know that these sections can actually talk to each other, I cannot really provide any protection against that. So that's just the reason I keep on bringing the security architecture and the threat modeling and all of that good stuff. But the reason I mentioned that is that diagram. If anyone, you can Google up on that, the logical reference diagram for, it is related to the distributed energy resources and the modern grid. It is called a spaghetti diagram. It is really called, kind of referenced by that name. And the reason there are so many complexities, there are so many integrations, and if every utility or every entity is trying to solve a piece of the puzzle in their own way or manner or their own internal standards, we are all bound to fail together. So what I look for, and this is not something that it's one entity's or one government entity's responsibility. It's like everyone comes together. We all stay focused on, yes, this is the, and when I say minimum, I don't mean that have a password that is 8 characters. That is good. 8 characters doesn't buy you anything. But much more than that, with a baseline standard that can help us to continue with building that resiliency, because a lot of challenges are ahead of us. We have not even seen a fraction of that. With all the modernization and with all the supply chain difficulties and with all the adversarial, I would say, things that are happening. Lazarus, you mentioned there are other advanced persistent threat groups, APT groups. You can connect them to Russia or North Korea, but end of the day, to your point, some of them may be directly driven by China or Russia, and some may be driven by hacktivists, some may be driven by someone who just wants to make money, doesn't care where the vulnerability is being sold to. So from my perspective, that's one thing that, and NERC has been doing, I would say, has done an excellent job. TSA has been trying to, a lot of catch up to do with the post-colonial pipeline and coming out with the security directives and all, but it just causes more of a piecemeal or a fractured kind of guidance. So that common guideline approach would be, and it's not just for the electric. Again, I do represent the electric and gas, but it is definitely electric, gas, water, and other critical.
Are they putting everybody in the room together? Electric, gas, water, the telecommunication broadband
No.
systems?
No.
I mean,
No.
it all works together, right?
Yes.
Are
Of course.
getting them all in the room?
Oh, absolutely.
Wait, she said no, you said yes.
I'm kidding.
He's-
They definitely
he's-
don't.
We are not, and I think that that's, going back to the prior point of, we need to work together because so much of it overlaps. And I would say that once a company decides on what they want their path forward to be, I cannot stress to you the importance of having C-suite support, because the absolute wall that everybody hits is, in order to fix the device or in order to fix the application, you have to take an outage. The worst thing to do is to go to an operations group and tell them that you need to take an outage on anything for any reason, right? So I think that making sure that the C-suites and the boards and the commissions all truly understand, in order to fix these things, once we find things, most of the time it's going to require an outage. And so then you start to, plan the seasonality of it, which may mean a vulnerability may be out there for a little while longer than you want, but you don't do it in the middle of heating season. You don't do it in the middle of air conditioning season or storm season, but it does need to get done. And so it becomes part of the maintenance cycles that you have across the company. But folks within the IT organizations and within the OT organizations and security are going to need that air coverage big time as people start to really complain about the additional work that's coming their way related to cyber.
Okay, you make a good point, but there's now this perfect storm. There's really, when is there a good time for a planned outage? I mean, Storm Uri proved you can't count on this season, that season. We gotta figure it out, work it in. But you're right. Talking with commissioners, talking with the public, but everything we're talking about here has a big C cost. And so that is, I think, part of the big discussion. It's kind of like insurance. My dad wasn't a big believer in insurance. I mean, he was, Marine, World War II. They kept their money during the Depression under the mattress. Thank God they did, and didn't put it in the bank. You wouldn't put it in a bank. You kept it, buried in the backyard. He didn't buy insurance. But what we are doing by approving costs, and I don't even know, I mean, it's going to be a lot of money, but you got to understand, what is it going to do? What What are the safeguards we're putting in place? And we're always chasing that next thing. And it's part of the discussion. And I think we haven't talked about cost, but that discussion needs to be had earlier rather than later.
And Susan, I do want to get to that, sort of like what happens when all of these things we're talking about show up on your doorstep in a rate case. We're going to get there.
I can't help but go there.
I know. Well, me too, and I'm holding back because that's where we live and
Okay.
breathe. But
I agree.
But before we get there, and Jonathan, I don't know if you wanted to like chime in on this, but I also wanted to touch on workforce issues because obviously it's to having the talent and the people and the training to do the cyber protection is, I think, again, workforce across the board is hard. This is very specialized workforce, and it's very deep. And as Betsy points out, it's not just I have people in my utility. It's the vendors. It's the lawyers. I don't know if you lawyers out there, if you're not doing CLEs on protecting your client data and the things in your law firms because they're going after law firms now. How do we develop that workforce? How do we keep it in place? What sort of internal training are you guys doing in sort of the utility space to bring those people up and make sure that we're ready for this?
Yeah, there's a lot of ways to put. Anecdotally, at PJM, we had a corporate goal around spear phishing campaigns that were generated by the security department, and your performance in those spear phishing campaigns was directly tied to your annual bonus. So it wasn't just like, oops, I accidentally clicked on it. You're literally losing money. Your bonus gets smaller every time you click on something that you're not supposed to click on. If you want to talk about how you wake people up and be like, well, we got the click-through rate below 1% 3 years after that was implemented. So, but I think a common thread here for the topics that you're talking about, when we talk about workforce, we talk about how we approach this is, I think one of the challenges is there's not a uniform way of assessing relative risk. So the NIST framework is a fantastic foundation to build all of this off of. And I think one of the challenges that we run into is that there's this innate sense that we have to be able to protect everything all the time 100%. I'm just going to spoil the surprise. You can't do it. It's cost prohibitive. It's technologically impossible, and there's no way you're going to have the workforce to do it. So the question is, where do you prioritize your investment, your personnel, your processes, the playbooks? You have to have a means of being able to do that. One of the challenges is there is not a uniform method for assessing risk in a way that can be communicated to advise all of these decisions. So when you talk workforce, one of the biggest challenges, I call it suffocation by certification. The military suffers from this greatly. Oh, okay, you want to be in the Cyber National Mission Force? Here are the 57 certifications that you absolutely have to have. Do you really have to have all those certifications, or would it be more helpful to do a much deeper dive into a handful of skill sets, become a subject matter expert, a true expert in a particular area, instead of having thousands of generalists working on those teams? The same question applies to workforce development within utilities, of saying, for companies that don't have infinite financial resources, okay, so where are you spending money on people? Is it really based on the risk that you're anticipating being most impactful to your organization? Or are you just saying, well, I know that the industry says I'm supposed to have people that have CISSP, so I'm going to make sure that all my people have that. So it's not wrong to establish a baseline if you have the ability to do that, if you have the ability to provide that training. But I think one of the missing links there in terms of how do you stitch those things together is just making sure that there's a shared understanding of the means by which you articulate risk and use that to inform decisions.
Can I just add one thing there, since we are doing this at the university? We really, really have to come together and put the programs in place to build that pipeline for the young kids who will be joining the workforce shortly in the next couple of years or maybe this year. Because cyber is one thing that is, I would say, one of the things that is bringing the entire nation together. And I cannot emphasize enough how much we need that young talent, and then also the talent from other sectors and other industries, because some of them may have a different kind of experience, expertise, maturity, and the utility can absolutely benefit from that as well. So those two things. And
We're
I
all
said
in our 30s.
college.
It's too late for us, right? I mean,
And I say college, but catch them young, even the high schools. If we can actually do that, at the high school level, that's what we have to go after. And since you mentioned fishing, PSEG has I would say, I call that a scary but very effective fishing program. It's a consequence-based program, and 5 strikes. And if you get to the 3rd strike, you actually start losing. And 4th strike, your bonus is impacted. Yeah. 5th strike, goodbye, you don't belong here. And the contractor, 2nd strike, go away for a month. 3rd strike, you don't belong here. So very religiously follow that. I found that interesting, yes.
Awesome. That's fun. Susan, any thoughts on sort of, obviously the PUCs and certainly my consumer advocate members were small offices. We don't have that technically deep bench. How do we engage at this level of workforce?
It's hard. We can't afford. We can't pay the salary of what the utilities are paying for these individuals. And I've heard of some jobs with utilities being left open for months. They haven't been able to fill positions either. So it's like there's not enough warm bodies out there to fill these positions. But absolutely, I don't think the state of Kansas is going to pay the salary that these people can command in the private sector, or if they're really good, or with the utility. We're not going to be able to pay it. I think our folks try to stay up on things. Again, we work with the Fusion Center, and that's another one of those have entities, and entities feed in information. And I don't know, my husband used to work in air and radiation and with nuclear stuff. And he would, when he came home with a certain briefcase, I knew something was going on that night, okay? Something was going to happen. And hopefully it all went well. And that was the old days, coming home with the briefcase that he stuck by the front door. But also on the computer would be the hot spots of where things were occurring in the world. Oh, you don't want to look at that because you won't sleep at night. So I think we've got to use our resources wisely and ensure that the utility has got good people, or are they contracting with good people? Do we need to contract with someone to make sure the utility is doing their job? I don't know. That's run across my mind. I can't expect my guys on the 2nd floor to know this stuff. Should we have a contract with somebody who can sit with us when the utility presents their periodic, here's where we are, or they go through a simulation? That will be expensive. That won't be cheap. And who gives us the short list of who would be some good companies? I don't know. Is there somebody out there? We aren't doing that now. Should we be? Are there states that are doing that? And it's not just our field. It's agriculture. We don't regulate water, thank goodness, but it's agriculture. It's everything that can be, every part of your life. Your bank. Is your bank, I walk in, they're so casual. It's not Blue Jean Friday. They wear jeans all the time, and oh, hi, Mrs. Duffy, how are you today? And I'm thinking, gosh, I hope my money's safe here. I don't know. Fred just came back through the screen door from the back door. It's like, are you guys got the passcodes down? Yeah, you got those down? So it's every aspect of our life, and it's a It's a serious issue, and it bothers me greatly.
So let's follow that rabbit trail. And I will tell you, so, and again, on behalf of the consumer advocate piece, again, all of the things that we're talking about that are happening in industry and the people that are keeping the lights on and doing the cyber protection, all of those are on the balance sheet, right? This is one of the biggest and fastest growing areas on a balance sheet that shows up before the commission in a rate case. And it is probably one of the least transparent pieces on the balance sheet too. And so on the consumer advocate side, you really are sort of presented with a very large bill and a sort of a wink and a nod and a trust us, right? Which is not exactly in our nature. It's not what we do. So how do we, when you know the rubber hits the road and the utilities, you guys got to come in for rates, and we've got to, you know, upstream up to PJM and the rest of the industry, how do we make this more transparent in a way, I mean, not completely transparent, obviously, but more transparent in a way that the regulators and the consumer advocates really kind of have an understanding of what we're paying for, have some metric or measure for whether we're doing it well? Because you can say, well, the lights haven't gone out yet, but that sort of exposes you to those lights going out, and then it all, you know, then we're going to call you, right? So how much are we spending? What are the metrics by judging that we judge you by in a rate case, so that we can assure consumers that we, on the consumer advocate side, and obviously Susan and the commissioners at the NARUC side, are performing our statutory obligations? How do we make this more transparent and easier to deal with?
Boy, that's a loaded question. Okay, so I think.
Do it.
All right. So I think you have to separate the costs into two different buckets. The first is legacy equipment and what you have installed versus what's coming in net new. Net new is a little bit easier to really kind of get your claws into. You have to build security into these devices. So, you know, we've got to get better at really publicizing whether it's the NIST framework, whether it's whatever framework that it is, there is an expectation that when that part or service provider shows up at the door, they're going to be able to pass the test, because you want to stop the yuck from even coming in, right? So stop it at the door, stop the bleeding. That is going to cost, you know, it's going to increase the cost of those goods and services, and we have to be ready for that. But as long as everybody understands that that is why the cost is going up by 20%, that's a hard pill to swallow with inflation now too. So you do already have an organic raise in the cost of these devices because you need to build those security features in part one. Then you go to your legacy systems. Your legacy systems, the most successful programs that I've seen in the rate cases that I've seen them, you know, really articulated well, is I need to replace my customer billing system because it has these 10 critical vulnerabilities that if I don't do this, the whole thing is going to collapse. Because if I don't do that billing system, think of all of the information that comes out of that system, goes into the work packages, goes into the customer bills, goes into all of those other places. I think we have to get better at the way that we articulate the cyber risk, and not just saying this is the cyber line item. No. This is all of the devices, all of the applications, this is what we're trying to close, et cetera. And you're trying to do that because somebody has identified that there's a hole in the matrix on that device or on that piece of IT, is the easiest way to say it. So I would rethink the way that we are articulating those costs. It may be all in one line item, but we've got to get better at, and this is why, because this is what we've identified, this is what you're buying, because when I replace this application, this is how much safer it's going to be when I install it.
That need to be like sort of a standard filing obligation.
Well,
I didn't say that, but.
Well, I mean, honestly, for what it's worth, if you think about it, there is precedent. So if you think about the way in which investments that are either regional in nature, so like PJM has the RTEP process of saying like, well, there's transmission investment that's happening as supplemental projects, that's happening at the local level within the footprint of or boundary of a transmission owner, versus things that potentially have a direct regional benefit. There's also provisions for things like SIP 14 and Black Start. Those assets are designed to a higher standard of hardening, performance, capability, all of those things, and it's accepted because the process, the criteria was agreed upon at the front end. So instead of saying, well, every single one of these is going to be an open docket, oh yeah, by the way, if we lose this one transformer, or if we lose this one substation, we're going to lose this whole area. Instead of having to say that in public, the real question is, what method of analysis have you used to assess risk so that we all understand why you're bringing this to us? it met or exceeded the threshold that we set for acceptable levels of risk for replacing these assets. So we had the conversation in advance, and so when the wink wink comes in, it's not just like, John's a pretty good guy, he's probably telling me the truth. Instead, it's saying, remember that process that we agreed to on before about how we would assess it? It exceeds that threshold. It meets that criteria, and to bring it up to that standard, this is what it costs. We really need to engage a lot more energy in the development of that common approach to how we identify in a risk-driven process the type of investments on existing assets especially, because you're right, procurement language alone is going to essentially just price it in for, there won't be companies that could even get away with selling stuff that doesn't meet certain standards, but for the legacy equipment out there, there is a model out there. We just really haven't applied the mental horsepower that we need to say, what would that look like? What would that framework look like that says, this is the minimum acceptable level of risk, and if it goes over that, this is where cyber investments need to be made.
So Jonathan, have those certain standards that you just alluded to, have they been developed? So as we look at this new overarching transmission that we need to have, then who does that? What group is working on that? Where does that come in? You got 50 states, and we all talk cuss when we drive through Missouri, because we're on Missouri roads. Missouri, because they haven't raised their gas tax in 50 years or something, and that was always.
Kansas is throwing shade.
And yay, we were like our roads are like wonderful, and they sometimes end in a dead end or something. But seriously, I'm just talking about everybody has their own little niche, their utilities do. But if we're talking about going through seams and really being able to pass that power, keep going, then who's going to develop these standards? And is that something we're all going to be beholden to? And so then who pays for that extra? Somebody may think, I don't want to pay for that.
Yeah, do you want me to take a swing? Because I know we're.
I'm going to take a question from, I think Mike has a question too, so yeah.
Okay, very quickly.
Okay.
There are some mechanisms that are available to potentially at least develop what this process could look like, right? Like the Secretary of Energy has the Electricity Advisory Committee that can dedicate time and resources to trying to identify these issues jointly with utility representatives and have an honest conversation about it. One of the catches is like SIP 14, Black Start, that's a FERC level, bulk electric system level process. It's not, as you know, a state level process, right? You're aware of it. You know that utilities are making investments based off of that. And so I think the key decision that needs to be made, specific to your question, is who has the authority to be able to make that decision and say, we are going to convene a process around this. We are going to develop criteria to inform this and set the baseline that you were referring to earlier. Like, tell me what the floor is, and we can work from there. And then there's an opportunity to build off of that.
Mike?
So we have a few questions. The one I'll start with back here is, what are your thoughts about advancements on machine learning and AI capabilities in regards to impacts on cybersecurity?
I can take that. Absolutely, that's going to, it started to play a big role, but the security analytics is a beast by itself because there are so many unknowns. It's hard to teach the patterns with the machine learning. Like the supervised learning does not really work with the cyber security analytics because every single alert, every single incident has its own unique I would say, identity, and that entire data set can look different for each kind of incident, but cannot really succeed. Like the cybersecurity by itself, we cannot tackle it unless we actually adopt those machine learning technologies, and many of those are behind you may have heard about the user and entity behavioral analytics. So I give that specific example because when you are in office, you are working, you're typing away or doing whatever, and there are things happening in that environment. Let's say you are logged in from Missouri and someone else uses your ID and tries to log in from pick your favorite country. These behaviors are being picked up and cybersecurity can act on them. And the technology behind that is, again, that machine learning, because all of that data is being collected and data sets are being created for that. So, but the flip side, talk about the fake videos of, what do we call them?
Deepfakes.
The deep fakes. So that is, again, could be the disastrous side of the artificial intelligence and all. But again, hey, it's up to us, like as cybersecurity professionals and the broader community, on how we address those threats that can actually cause impact to the critical infrastructure.
I'm going to bring back a question that we didn't get asked to the first panel, but I think it's kind of relevant to some of the things you've been discussing in the last several minutes. So the question this morning was, what's the view on capitalizing traditional expenses like spectrum leasing to advance grid communications? But as we think about grid communications, obviously all the cybersecurity stuff comes in as well. So to what extent or how should some of these costs that you've been talking about, are they operating expenses or are these capital expenses? Because without these investments, the capital equipment doesn't work. So, we'll hear the tech side, but since Kansas is throwing shade on Missouri, I'll throw this back at our commissioner and consumer advocates on how they would view this problem.
I think it depends on which stage you're in. So if you're just at the point of really going through your ecosystem right now and trying to understand where your vulnerabilities are, you're trying to close things off, you're trying to stand up your programs, that's all going to be a capital because it's a net new project. I would also say that the building of the security really should be part of the larger capital projects. It's part of the project. I don't know that we are at a point now where we've done enough to get the initial protections out the door where it really is O&M. So unfortunately, right now, most of these expenses are capital expenses, and they're not programs that you install overnight. So most of the security programs that I've seen that are being stood up are anywhere from a 3 to a 5-year deployment. So it's unfortunately cap, depending on whose seat you're sitting in.
Yeah. And for what it's worth, the relative importance of what we're talking about, those investments, cannot possibly be overstated. So if there's questions as to how Ukraine was able to keep their system running through all this when they were obviously knocked out, not entirely, of course, but they lost parts of their system in 2015 and 2016, they learned 2 really important lessons. One, you have to be capable of manually operating your bulk electric system. 2, most recently, their fallback communications was low Earth orbit satellite Starlink systems that they used to basically conduct all of their communications and command and control. For what it's worth, we are not capable of doing that in the United States right now. We can't operate the Eastern interconnection manually. That's not a thing. It doesn't mean that engineers aren't smart and don't know how to solve problems, but I'm saying based on the scale of operation and the sophistication necessary to maintain reliability, it's not a thing. So we have to figure out the communications question. That has to be done.
Does anybody else have a question? We've got, I think, 3 minutes left, maybe 2 minutes left. Does anybody else have a question?
Becky, when you were talking about the need to have the need to have outages to kind of test, would those outages be, in your theory, would they be announced outages, planned, or would they have to be surprise outages?
I think it depends, and I hate to say that, but it really does. So if you identify a vulnerability and it's low, so holes in the matrix. That's what a vulnerability is it's nothing more than a hole. If that's on a device that is out in the field and it's not going to cause a tremendous, we've got other protections in place. Somebody, changed the password, you've got the device protected. Could I roll a truck during my preventative maintenance or my corrective maintenance and do the security work at the same time? Yes, I could. So you also have to get smart about when you're doing those fixes in the field. But it all depends on if it was a critical of if it came from the manufacturer and the manufacturer said, go now, fix this now, it's going to take down the thing, you don't have a choice. So I think that it goes back to the prioritization of understanding the information that's coming back to you from the manufacturer, making that risk-based decision, and then looking to see what am I naturally going to go out and do, and when am I taking the natural outages? Does this make sense based on that criticality of doing it and wrapping it up with everything else? It's really how you kind of bend that cost curve with this.
Yeah, and approach it with intent, right? Yep. So I think creating an outage for the sake of creating an outage doesn't have value. And where I think you see the greatest benefit is if you've done that prioritization, you've identified the systems or functions or hardware or software that you want to be able to sustain through outages and what the associated activities are. Test it first in an open environment, right? Let everybody know that this is what we're testing. But what that really gives you the opportunity to do is make real decisions about how you're trying to set your own thresholds of operation, your recovery time objectives, right? And your failover capabilities. You can't really test those if you just go up and kick the legs out and be like, okay, well, yeah, it hurt just like we thought it was going to hurt. At least establish that baseline, that data point, and it's more meaningful to tell them at the front end of it, unless it's a really low-risk system and you're just trying to make sure that the security team is aware of vulnerability in a way that's not going to undercut foundationally what you're trying to do.
So the only thing that I would add to that is go with the planned outage, give time to do those. Otherwise, you will have to deal with unplanned outages because something will happen if you're not fixing, if you're not patching, then the outage will happen.
Totally. Yeah.
Yes.
Exactly.
Exactly.
All right. Well,
So,
I think we're at
just
time.
real
Dana.
quick, on the vulnerability, then are you sharing that with others?
Yes.
Okay.
You have to. There is no other way to do this. The National Vulnerability Database is great, but there's so much more that needs to be done across utilities to share that information. You have to. There's no way to succeed without sharing that info.
And the worst fallacy is I'll fix it first and then I'll tell people about it because I'm airing dirty laundry.
Got to get over that.
It may be that somebody can help you fix it in a fraction of the time and the expense just by talking to your friends.
So can commissioners help you in any way, step that up, whatever?
Oh, yeah.
What can we do?
Can that be another session?
Yes, it can. Seriously.
Yes.
Dana is up. We got to bring this one to an end.
I'm looking for that smooth landing, but I don't think there was going to be a smooth landing. I think you just have to do a flash cut.
Yep, we're flash cutting right
So
here.
I just want to say, David, as usual, when you're involved, everything is interesting and a lot of good discussion. So thank you to all the panelists. I thought you did a great job. I mean, I really learned a lot. We're going to have Dr. Sakuda and Dr. Oler give our panelists some gifts. Before we take our break, how about a little more Missouri trivia? Again, you don't have to stand up. Who was the famous female rock singer who graduated from... There's our winner right there. Okay, we're going to have one more trivia, and then I've got another one for the certificate after the fourth panel. What U.S. president has his original tombstone located on the University of Missouri campus? Who said it first? I think I heard you. Okay, so Patrick, you'll wait because I'm going to have a tough football question next. So, one more gift, and then just a reminder, Cheryl and her team will be handing out surveys before the fourth panel. It helps a lot if you'd please respond. Did you like the room? Did you like the food? Did you like it, Sarah, that you could bring coffee into the room? I knew that we did that specially for you. Not really, but how did you enjoy the panels? And that's really helpful in planning for next year. So right now we'll take a break until 3 o'clock. Okay. As everyone likes to affectionately call you, Judge Judy, although I like to call you my friend Judy. It's hard to want to read her bio because I tell you learn a lot about a person and her spouse when you go on a trip to Europe and you've never met them or their spouse, how they treat you, what they do, how they just add so much wonder to a trip. And I can definitely say that about Judy. Joe was absolutely fabulous. If you go on a trip and you need tips from TripAdvisor, let me tell you, I would highly recommend Joe. He knew every place to go, and it was incredibly wonderful. I can't even begin to tell you, Judy, how much I enjoyed that trip, and it was made so much better because of you and Joe, and I wanted to tell you that just on a personal note. And what can I say that we don't already know about Judy Ogman, current president of NARUC? She's been in the Attorney General's office. She's been an administrative law judge. She's currently a commissioner. She's on so many groups and organizations, and I really know her as a problem solver who can bring people together, very solutions-oriented, a wonderful, fabulous person. She is so busy, but I can tell you, when she found out about my accident, texting me, checking in on me, always asking about my mother. It's one thing to know people professionally. It's another to know kind of who they are. So thank you for letting me get to experience who you are. It's just been one of my delights. And so I'll turn it over to you to put the nice, tidy bow on this great big package that we've discussed today. And I'm being a little bit facetious, but it's been a great panel, a great day, and I think this panel will give us a good wrap-up. So I'll turn it over to you, Judy.
Thank you, Commissioner Murphy, and thank you to the University of Missouri for having this symposium and for inviting me to be a part of it. I very much appreciate it. And I'm very excited because I get to have a discussion with some very distinguished panelists. We have Kurt Adams, President and CEO of Summit Utilities, Jim Carr, Executive Vice President and COO for the Southern Company. We have two Cheryls here with us today. We have Cheryl Norton, Executive Vice President and COO for American Water, and Cheryl Riggs, President and CEO of Utilities Technology Council. Andrew Bordine was supposed to be with us today, and we're so sorry he couldn't be with us. He's under the weather, but we understand he is on his way to making a speedy recovery. We certainly wish him the best. The designated heading of this panel was basically to comment on what we've heard this day. A lot of the, I guess, pulling from the most pressing issues that we're all facing. Basically, they're governmental focal points and how they will affect business and operational decision makings at the utilities. We've talked about, electrification, contamination, wastewater removal, cyber and resilience, and the move toward decarbonization. And of course, that affects pretty much everything across the board. So we'll be hearing some perspectives, and I've invited each of our panelists to give us a few opening comments on just sort of their take in general, just a few points that they would like for us to bear in mind as we're moving forward. And we'll start with you, Kurt, if you'd like.
Thank you. My name is Kurt Adams, President and CEO of Summit Utilities. We are a 5-state privately held natural gas utility. And I'd just like to start by thanking NARUC and FRI and all the commissioners for these. I was a commissioner in Maine. I was the chairman of the Maine Public Utilities Commission for a while. And I found NARUC to be an incredibly valuable source of information, particularly for new commissioners. And at a time when more is expected of commissioners than ever in my lifetime, I've been doing energy-related work for over 30 years now, and I've never seen a time where we have expected commissions to navigate a more complex environment than this one, bar none, not even close. And as a consequence, organizations like NARUC and FRI have a huge role to play just to make sure good regulation happens. I'm going to just tell a quick story and then talk about innovation. I left the Maine Commission in 2008. Shortly after that, I took a job where I had to travel out of the state a lot. And in Maine, we get weather. I was traveling. I had an outage at my home. One of my family members told me about. So I called my local utility, and I called the 800 number that appeared on the website when I dialed it up. I've got an outage. I get this guy on the other end of the phone. He sighs, clearly does not want to answer the call. It's like, okay, give me your information. And I gave him my information, and he didn't know that I literally left the commission like 3 weeks before. And I said, so tell me where you are. He said, I'm in Texas. I work for a private company. I really would rather not share it with you. And I was like, that's okay. Do you work with this utility? And he said, no, but my number's on the website. So I get calls, and I always know what the weather is in Maine. And he was very dry, and he said, I'm a software developer, and I just sit here at my desk, and whenever there's a storm, if you call that number from out of state that's on the website, you come to my desk. And I said, that's amazing. And so I'm thoroughly enthralled by this call now, and I'm like, so I said to him, how long have you been taking calls for this utility? Can anybody guess? Just guess. 5 years. You're under. 8 years. 8 years, this poor guy. And he said, every once in a while I steel myself and I say, today's the day I'm going to make the difference. And I take an afternoon and I try to find the right person at the utility. And the best that he ever got was somebody in operations that said, if you can take the customer's information and call me, I'll make sure we get him on the dispatch list. Best he ever did. So I gave him a number. And that number happened to be the direct dial to the chairman's desk. My friend of mine who took my job after I left, and he never forgave me for that because this guy would then give that number to everybody who called him, and it got solved so fast. It was like a month, it was done. Utilities don't get paid to innovate beyond the extent to which they can recover it. That particular utility was paid to develop an IT system and a website to solve for the best service that was recoverable. That is the form of our regulation. We are now expected, all the challenges you heard about today, electrification. Some of the states I do business in, we have public policymakers saying natural gas utilities should go away. All of the challenges that we have today, all of the myriad of unanticipated events that occur, from cyber to electrification to more severe weather, are all expected to be dealt with in a context where regulators and utilities are expected to innovate only to the extent maximum necessary. And that's not going to be enough. Not only do we have to solve all of the problems we have every day, we have got to decarbonize our energy system. And we have to do it in a way where we can lead the rest of the world. Where still today, 45% of the world's population does not have reliable energy. 10% of the world's population has no electricity at all. 6.5 billion people on this planet have no reliable transportation and would like to have a car someday. That's the world we live in. So not only do we have to innovate for us, we've got to deliver it for the whole globe. The way I think about it is the regulators and the business community are very much stuck together here. You remember the movie Life of Pi, right? There's a kid and a tiger stuck in a boat together. That's the utility leadership and regulators. And utility leadership is not the tiger, in case you're curious. And our job collectively is to take that 100 years of American utility regulation and turn it into an engine for innovation and growth to solve the problems of today. And it is no small feat. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll now hear from Cheryl Norton.
Thank you. Yeah, and I really appreciate being here today, too. It was an opportunity for me to come home. So I grew up in the Kansas City area and really excited to be back. I get to spend some time with my family while I'm here. But I've been in New Jersey for about 3.5 years. It's really not as bad as it sounds. It's really a nice place. We have found it to be really fun and incredible, and we've enjoyed it a lot. So when you think you know something about a community, take a step back and go give it a chance, because it was not high on my list of places to move to, but we wouldn't trade it for the world now. So, and I just, as I listened today, it was really interesting because every topic that we talked about, even if it was completely focused on the grid and energy, it still applied. It still connects with me because we deal with everything that we talked about today. When you talk about clean energy, we get pressure all the time. Water is a very energy-intensive business. When we talk about cyber, it's something we focus on and talk about all the time. And, of course, PFAS, I had my expert R&D person up here, Lauren, did a great job, to talk about PFAS, because, again, it's something we talk about all the time. But when it doesn't work, that's when it gets really, really serious. Look at Jackson, Mississippi. What a mess. And it's a tragedy, honestly. The thing that I found interesting was that they said, these people have been on a boil order for a month now. And this was like 2 weeks after the flood. So do the math. They were on a boil order before the flood. And then after the flood, they not only, parts of them were on a boil order, they also didn't have enough water. And that doesn't happen overnight. It doesn't happen from one flood. It happens from years of neglect and failure to invest. And when I look at it and think about what a tragedy it is for the people who live in that community, and earlier somebody talked about mutual assistance, mutual aid. You know what? Doesn't really exist in the water industry. Talk about being behind the times. It doesn't really exist. You reach out to communities like that, you say, what can we do to help? And they said, nope, we're good. We're good. We don't need any help. And it's just a mindset that we've got to take the opportunity when there's a situation like that and say, what can be different about this? The opportunity here is to really raise the level of knowledge around the infrastructure issues that we have across the United States. Unfortunately, Jackson, Mississippi is not the only system that's at risk for something like this to happen. It could happen in any given state. There are about 53,000 water utilities across the United States. Talk about fragmentation. We've got to look at regionalization. We've got to look at how all the funding, when we talk about the funding that's coming out from the federal government and what's going to happen with that funding, yeah, it's only a small drop in the bucket compared to what's needed. But the sadder part for me is that we continue to throw that kind of funding, those kinds of grants, at systems that are completely failing. So what do we think is going to happen? They might go in and do a project to fix their short-term problem, but what kind of conversation are we going to be having in 5 or 10 years from now? Same conversation, same communities, because if we don't change the structure and the way they operate, it's going to be a serious problem for us. So, we're working on a lot of fronts to try to raise the level of conversation around the need for infrastructure, around the need for regionalization, and to reduce that fragmentation. Because until you do that, you're going to have to be constantly worried about contaminants in water. We're the only utility people ingest. It's a big issue for us. Cybersecurity issues, reliability, sustainability, all of it is going to continue to be on a table in a way, just like in Jackson, where people are going to be devastated. Think about waking up in the morning and not being able to turn your tap on and use the water that comes out, not for a day, not for 2 days, but for weeks. And how would that impact your life? Thanks.
Okay, thank you, Cheryl. Jim.
Thanks, Judge. Good to be with you and with everybody else. I need to make one clarification in your introduction. I'm not the chief operating officer. Don't go sell the stock. I'm the chief legal officer. So I'm worried that if you read my bio, a liberal arts major and lawyer is the chief operating officer. It might cause problems. But it's great to be here. And frankly, I don't do nearly as much of this as I used to. I spent 8 years, like Kurt, as a state commissioner and was very involved in events like this and with NARUC and CRUC. And, this panel is an industry perspective. And I think probably I've been with Southern Company for 8 years now. And certainly that experience informs my view of all of these issues. But really my experience as a public servant and as a regulator kind of formed my views of this. And we've talked a lot about a lot of details. And as I sit in the back of the room, I think sometimes you can sort of miss the forest for the trees. And one of the things that drew me to this industry, to the regulated utility industry, it wasn't the sexiest career path for someone to undertake as a young lawyer years ago. But everything we've talked about and everything we do in this space is really ultimately defined, and the raft you mentioned, Kurt, is really defined by the scientific, the physical, engineering, chemistry, and economic facts. And you can wish them to be different, but they will always pencil out, right? The math will always end up. So that kind of defines the box we're in, to Steve's point. You got to pay, you got to be an adult. You got to recognize. So we could wish things to be differently. Within that box or within that raft, we can take different approaches to how do we deal with that. We're regulated differently at both the sort of federal and wholesale market level, or at the local level, or at the state level. But the math of those facts will always sort of pencil out, and they're undeniable. And I think so we're making a lot of hard choices, but ultimately there are sort of laws of physics and economics that are inevitable. And so the question is, we all in this room come together and cooperate. And frankly, aware of all the challenges we've talked about before I got here this morning, and certainly spending this day makes you feel better about it, right? You've got talented people and people of goodwill and people that we all sort of share the common goal and the common sort of shared collective interest. Southern Company, and just since we're here in the Midwest, I'll tell you what we do at Southern Company. We serve about 9 million customers. About half of those are electric customers. We operate vertically integrated electric utilities in Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, and then we operate one of the largest gas LDC businesses, serve again about another 4.5 million customers, Illinois, Tennessee, Virginia, and Georgia. We are largely, that's about 90% of our business. We have a wholesale generation affiliate. We have a distributed energy infrastructure business. We have a big R&D and innovation platform as well. But really 90% of our business is really state-regulated, vertically integrated. And I think, there are different approaches, and certainly folks, there are pluses and minuses of all approaches. But I think one of the things that we're able to do, really, there's not a strategy at Southern Company that is different than what is best for our customers. The customers are focused at the center of everything we do. And we're regulated by people that share that interest. We sort of share different roles in service to a common community or set of customers. And I think one of the things that's allowed us to do, or does allow us to do, is to really understand that the value, we make, move, and sell electrons and molecules. And that's the simplest explanation of what we do. But there is an acknowledgement that there are other attributes of those molecules or electrons. They need to be affordable, they need to be reliable, they need to be resilient, they need to be safe, they need to be clean. And that doesn't lend itself to sort of pure concepts of economic efficiency. You'd never winterize your plant, as Texas found out, if all you care about is sort of the precise economic efficiency. To a large extent, we all are engaged in businesses that need to be sort of effectively inefficient, if you think about that. You've got to make investments beyond just the marginal or the incremental cost of the next sort of unit of sales. And so I do think that because of the alignment between the way that our business, most of our business, the overwhelming majority of our business is regulated, we are able to sort of value those other attributes. And we've spoken a lot about risk. Well, when I say clean, safe, affordable, reliable, I think clean, safe, affordable, reliable, resilient, those are really positive statements of risk. The absence of those elements are the risks that we've all been spending the day to day talking about. So, that's sort of, we put the customer at the center of everything we do. We're regulated in a manner that is largely local, state level, with alignment between sort of the political and community interest. And really, we're only as successful over the long term as the communities that we're privileged to serve, and that we're, in fact, we are a public service entity. We're not making widgets, we're not Google, we're not whomever. We hold a sacred public service obligation. And so for us and for our business, which is, we are at bottom, we attract and invest capital at scale in the service of these communities. And so the way we're regulated, I think, is sort of the ultimate risk mitigant on all of the issues that we've talked about today, and we can talk about that more. So glad to be here.
Thank you, Jim. Cheryl Riggs.
Well, thank you, Judge. It is wonderful to be here. It's absolutely a pleasure to be here with all of you grown young Sheldons. I am Cheryl Riggs, President and CEO of Utilities Technology Council. I've sat in that role for about 2 years, and I've been with UTC for about 5 years, previously running the financial and operations side of the house, and that includes some of everything from loading a dishwasher. But my background, I always joke and say I'm a numbers girl, and I have been true to my heart. But I also have a very strong background in human resources, which is operations. So everything I heard today was so exciting to hear, because it's definitely an honor to serve in this industry. And Utilities Technology Council, which we changed our name, we used to be Utilities Telecom Council. And a lot of times when we talk about energy and utilities, we don't remember the importance of the telecommunications aspect and how they basically, those communications underpin all of the communication and the networks. So it's such a pleasure as I listened and I heard all of the issues that we deal with at Utilities Technology Council today, because we serve all types of utilities. That's what makes our association a little unique, in my opinion, is that we serve IOUs, municipalities, co-ops, water, gas. Several of our members are here. I'm sitting next to one of our members. Southern, Evergy, PSEG, Also, we have associate members. When I heard people talk about collaboration, that is definitely our key word. We foster collaboration. That's part of our mission. We foster collaboration, and one of the ways we start is by our membership with our core members, which are our utilities all around the nation and some footprint throughout the world. And we also include our associate members because we know we can't do it without them. And we come together to discuss all of the issues, whether it's broadband, cybersecurity, spectrum, rural electrification. We're talking about it all, but it was so wonderful to hear. Like you said, I can't say anything that has not been said today, to be quite honest. You have touched upon all of it. And we are bringing all of our members to the table because, as they stated in the last session, the last panel, is anyone getting everybody together? We're trying. We're trying to bring everybody to the table to come up with technology solutions. Because it is going to take a tremendous amount of collaboration, not just amongst the utilities, not just amongst the associate members, but the regulators, the commissioners. Everyone is involved. And we try to make sure that everyone knows exactly who's involved in this process. And of course, we say all the time we're member-driven. But what that really means is we are consumer-driven, which is you and me. We use the word ratepayer, but actually, that's just you and me and our families. They keep the lights on, they keep the water running, so that we can have all the amenities we need. And it is our job, with great honor, to make sure that they have the access to the solutions. As Mitty said, middle mile, I'm gonna use broadband, I love that as an example. We have regulations, so even though utilities might want to serve the entire community, regulations may say you have to stop right here. But we're able to bring them together and say, okay, well, you can pass the baton to a co-op, a neighboring co-op, and actually achieve the goal. So we try to do that too. It's not, I don't want to say we're kind of sneaking around, but we're trying to make sure that while you're at the front line, we're right behind you supporting as much as we can. So like I said, I don't think I can say a lot more than what has been said. But I do know, I just wanted to reiterate about UTC and our brother-sister trade associations that we work closely with. We're working together. And I think it is important because for utilities to know about the work that associations are doing, because that is a place, a safe place for everybody to come together and come up with technology solutions, whether we're talking about funding, whether that's RDOF, whether that's the Infrastructure Jobs Act. We're interpreting all of that so that you don't have to. And actually coming together with members or other utilities, not in a competitive way, but in a way that we can actually come up with viable solutions. We're trying to recognize and educate commissioners, sometimes they're new, trying to make sure they have the information that they need to make these great decisions that affect all of us. So we're in many places at many different times, but it's with great honor. So I'm happy to be here. I want to thank Neruk. I want to thank FRI for inviting me. This is my first time. I do have a suggestion for the, I guess the, what do you want to call it? The question, like the trivia question. How many Cheryls are there in this room today? But this is just an honor, and I just want to thank you so much for having me here.
Well, thank you so very much for all the introductory comments. And we're going to shake it up just a little bit. You know, I really appreciate the fight song and the tiger to wake everybody up. It's been a great day, but we've been sitting for a while. So I'm going to ask a question, come up and direct it to one of the panelists, and then anyone else on the panel can give their 2 cents on it, and then I'll look out and see if there's a follow-up from anybody in the audience. So we're just going to try to make it a little bit lively and not hold all the audience participation till the end. Cheryl, you were talking about getting broadband, where one of the things you mentioned was the deployment of broadband, and certainly the pandemic brought to our attention. We already knew it was an issue, that there were underserved areas, but when you're trying to homeschool and you have people that don't have internet and they're driving to the local McDonald's to try to get some internet. So I know many states are working with solutions. I know we have some legislation in Virginia that allows utilities to do the middle mile. They have to partner with somebody, so we're looking with interest to see, hopefully we can make some great advancement in that area. But the last panel, we'll just kind of go backward. Our cyber panel, I was sitting back there listening, and boy, that was a great panel, wasn't it? And, you know, the whole time I get this knot in my stomach just gets tighter and tighter and tighter. So, Cheryl, one of the questions I wanted to ask you, you know, how are you working with your members? You've got a diverse membership and of varying means. How are you working with your membership to address cybersecurity regulation and needs at the state and federal levels, and how can the commissions assist you?
That's a very good question, and I hope I can address it because we're working in many ways. One of the ways we work in general with all our members on all issues is through our committees. We have an advocacy team. We try to participate and partner with other brother-sister trade associations to do some of those exercises and tabletop exercises that are talked about, and sharing that information with our members. Our security briefings that we get, we make sure we try to share this information with our members. That is the member benefit, and getting them together in the committees to talk about it. And we have specific committees that focus on cybersecurity. As a matter of fact, we're very fortunate because as we talk about workforce development, cybersecurity professionals are few and far between, but we have been fortunate. We are hiring a cybersecurity professional from NERC. We try to keep our members aware of NERC SIP standards and what's going on because, as was already mentioned, it's evolving constantly. That's the thing that I think keeps all of us up at night is we think we've moved a step ahead, and then we realize, oh my gosh, we're still behind. So we're trying to do all of that for our members and keeping the conversation going, because I do want to reiterate that how important the collaboration is, because so many times I've sat in conversations with different groups, whether it's regulators, commissioners, lawmakers, whoever the group is, educators, different branches of the government other than the FCC, that are saying the same thing. And I'm like, my goodness. Even some of our members, I mean, Southern is huge. And some of our members don't know the great work that they're doing, maybe even in the workforce development or cybersecurity. But UTC, what we try to do is make sure that our members are aware of what's going on around them, outside, and try to be proactive, whether that's through content, our meetings, our webinars, our in-person meetings, our regional meetings, our national meetings. We try to do it everywhere and meet them where they are and follow up to make sure that they are getting this information back to beyond just the people that attended the meetings.
You know, I agree, having a trusted source for information makes all the difference, and I know that's a vital role that you play. Jim?
Yeah, during the last panel, one of the notes I wrote down, which I wouldn't quite hit on, but I wanted to cover, it's been important to us at Southern Company. I think we've been fortunate. Our CEO, Tom Fanning, has really led the electric sector's efforts in the space and coordinated with other critical infrastructure and the financial community and telecommunications and other groups. But, you know, so I joined the company in 2014, and we had no real governance around cybersecurity. I mean, we had a CISO, but and in that time, so about 8.5 years, we now have a full standing committee of our board, which is focused on both cyber and physical security. And so from a governance perspective, we have identified these issues as sort of fundamental to our business. And then it certainly affects so many parts, you know, human capital, capital allocation, frankly, risk. You know, we've taken on probably more risk in working with the three-letter agencies than we might normally have. You know, we realized we had to, you know, the lawyer in me doesn't want to do any of that, and we had to sort of get aggressive. But to support that, if this is such an important issue for us, then, you know, really, what is a board? The board should focus on the key risks confronting the business, and then you need to make sure you have a competent board to address that. So we have several members of our board have top secret clearance. Our CEO does, certainly our CISO does, several of our senior executives do. That committee of the board focuses on these issues year-round, but certainly 5 times a year. The security cleared members of that committee and management have actually met in a SCIF and receive, which is a top secret room where you can get top secret information. So I just would sort of elevate it beyond just the operating environment to governance. And I would just say in 8.5 years, where we started to where we are from a governance around that suite of risk confronting the business has really been a significant shift. And I think it's been very valuable to us.
Yeah, and from a water utility perspective, as I said, we're the only utility that you ingest, making cybersecurity even that much more important. In Florida, not that long ago, a small system was hacked into, and they actually adjusted the chemical feed at that treatment facility. There was a hack in San Francisco of a water utility, and when you start thinking about what could happen in that kind of a situation, you understand it's really, really important, and as fragmented as the industry is, to have so many small systems, frankly, that may not have their eye on the ball at all related to cybersecurity. It's important to set some basic standards and have some regulations around what do they have to do as a minimum. And so we're starting to see more and more states adopt legislation that will put cybersecurity requirements in for water utilities. I think it's incredibly important. We've had a cybersecurity program since 2001, but I can tell you it looks a whole lot different today than it did even in 2010 or 2015. It continues to evolve and be incredible, and yet today as I sat here, I heard a couple of things and I'm like, I wonder, could we do that better? And are there things that we should be looking at and thinking about and adding? And how can we make it more robust? And I love the thought of collaborating. We do a lot of collaboration. Nick Santillo has led our cybersecurity group for quite some time, and he's been on lots of panels and worked with lots of different groups. And as you said, we work a lot with those three-letter organizations. It's just incredibly important to our industry. And we feel committed to driving cybersecurity for the entire industry and not just American Water.
I don't have much to add. I would like to give kudos to the last panel, though. Anytime that I go to a cybersecurity panel and I leave more educated than I am anxious, it was a really good panel. Because there's usually a lot of anxiety that's spun out with a lot of practical solutions. So the panel was great. Thank you. The only thing I'd add from a really big picture perspective for somebody from a rural state, there are a lot of small utilities in America without the resources to invest in even the most basic cyber protections. And if there's any role for a national organization with a reach like NARUC, it's to try to create vehicles and mechanisms to make the protection affordable. Because you can do just as much harm targeting these small utilities in the aggregate as you can targeting a very large utility. And to me, that is probably the biggest gap in the utility space. We tend to draw the line below a certain level, like that group doesn't matter. They do, and they need help, and they need resources.
I'll just sort of follow up on that. I believe I heard Commissioner Duffy asking this question. Where can state commissions add value? We really don't want to be redundant, but where can we best add value? I know one thing we did at the Virginia Commission was we worked with our local, with the state Homeland Security. We had one day, it was virtual, but a symposium with a lot of the municipal systems, the water, and had presentations from the investor-owned utilities and the National Guard, and just, alerted some people were not aware of the resources that are available to them. For example, if you're a municipal system, the National Guard will come and help you if you have a cyber attack, and just raise some of those issues. But I'd be interested if you have any suggestions for us as state commissions, because we're all working to address this, and I said we want to add value and not sort of reinvent the wheel, or do what others are doing again.
Yeah, I would say that's a really good start, but educating yourselves on what does it mean and what are the real risks, what are some of the things that utilities should be doing. But I think you can also help drive some of that coordination by calling people in together. It's weird because sometimes we say, well, we don't want to talk about everything that we do because we don't want to lay it all on the table. So we want to be careful in the confidentiality about what we do in our systems. But I think as a utility group, and you're that point, you're the point where we all have to come together. And so educating yourself and your staff and asking questions of the utilities about what they're doing and how do they know it's effective, who are they working with, but then also encouraging them to work together, I think could be really helpful.
Yeah, and I would just add the consumer advocates, thinking about David's role on that panel earlier. I mean, and I would just always encourage regulators and consumer advocates to, as we said at the outset, right, this is a political good, right? The only thing more expensive than all of our product is the absence of our product. And so I think understanding that, you don't want to be penny wise and pound foolish is they need to be reasonable investments. They need to be prudent. They need to be used and useful. But these things are investments that need to be made for the sort of the greater good of the community. So shared expertise, you think about one of the great benefits of NARUC and NASUCA is not all commissions are staffed the same, right? And so there is this sort of collective approach to building knowledge and expertise and then maybe sort of working on how do you communicate around things that are largely secret. Do you really want to know everything? Do you need to know everything? Or are there some ways you can sort of screen these investments to say, okay, we're comfortable enough. At the end of the day, these investments aren't going to be big enough to make or break, certainly for large companies anyway. But I think you need some reasonable assurance, and that's going to require expertise and communication. But you got to bring the consumer advocates along. I mean, I really do think that's important.
Second, Cheryl, I see you.
Yeah, I just wanted to amplify, use us, the associations. I've learned that in just a short time sitting in this role, talking with commissioners, they're like, hey, can you give us a roadmap? Can you put us in touch? Can you help us with this issue? Yeah, use the associations. We're here together for the common good. So I'm not sure if everybody knows that, because I know I didn't know that. I had to learn that yes, we need to be a resource to the commissioners, and it works both ways. So I just wanted to amplify or add that.
Any questions? Okay.
I have a question for the utility folks. Given that we have similar issues, although we have our, different disciplines of what we're providing, is there an opportunity that the companies, actually, leadership in the companies get together and, have a talk about the similar issues that they're having without like disclosing, confidential information, but, on a cyber issue, oh yeah, okay, here's how we're doing it. Is there amongst the utilities in the different lanes of service that you provide, do the leadership ever get together? Because that might be an opportunity to, understand something different that maybe your company's not doing and another company is, and how do we benefit from that?
Yeah, there is a cross-industry coordination. So there's the Electric Sector Coordinating Committee that our CEO chairs. I'm sure there's similar. He works with the head of water, telecommunications, and others. They work with all of the federal agencies as well. So I do think that that's happening.
And
if I could just add,
sorry, go ahead, Kurt.
no, please.
I was just going to say, and the associations also sit on that as well and get involved with the briefings that we share with our members.
I would just say, apart from providing the platform as a CEO, I'm particularly useless in that conversation, right? You can present the platform. What you really need to do is get your CIOs together. And there is a ton of cross-industry CIO pollination, like a ton. They're really, really good at it.
And this administration has brought a chief cyber officer for the White House, within the White House to help coordinate that effort, because it is, there are many different agencies in charge of the various sectors. So I think that's encouraging.
Yeah. And the only other thing, and one of the folks on the cyber panel mentioned this, but I'd say too, it's not just sort of the sexy sort of cyber. It's also a basic sort of spare transformers and the ability to operate in a more manual basis. I mean, it's really preparing for sort of broader elements of resilience beyond just sort of the fancy sort of the the technical aspects of it. I mean, there's a lot of just meat and potatoes, sort of backup hard work you need to plan for around resiliency. And, you know, that's one of those things that I think there's probably varying approaches within the industry. And I think that's another area where I said earlier, I used the term, and I made it up on the spot, I hope it's okay, but sort of effectively inefficient. I mean, in other words, you know, there is value to our customers to have spare transformers. We get a lot of good support for that type of physical redundancy in our system. In fact, in times of stress, we get a lot of calls from neighboring utilities who want to acquire transformers from us because they're not allowed to they don't have that support and that access. And so I think you can get enamored a little bit with the sort of spy versus spy aspects of cyber, but there's a lot of what I'd call just kind of basic operational redundancy and support or extra sort of planning and thinking through that you need to have. And again, I think consumer advocates, regulators need to be aware of that and need to be reasonably supportive.
Yeah, and you know, to that point, we do a lot of drills to make sure that we're ready if something happens or goes wrong. One thing that we found out not that long ago was that in some of our new treatment facilities, if we were to have to go fully manual, we had valves that were 18 feet in the air. It's kind of hard for an operator to climb up there and close that valve if they need to. And so we actually did some work to rework that, to make it so they could manually close a valve if they needed to, because everything's controlled by computers. It's all SCADA. So if something happens and your SCADA goes down, what are you going to do? Can you run this treatment facility and produce good, clean, safe water without all that computer backup? And as I think about, we've gotten really good at doing emergency drills of all sorts, and including other community partners, including the fire department, the police department, the first responders, the EOC people, the regulators. But in my head, I'm thinking, have we ever included the consumer advocate? Have we ever invited somebody from the commission staff to participate in one of those drills? Again, I think it could be, or have we ever invited our local electric or gas utility? I think the answer to that is yes, but not on the consumer advocate or the staff. And I think those are things that we could do to help your teams understand more about what are the risks and where are we at.
Well, we're going to switch over to the first panel. There was a lot of discussion about decarbonizing and the cost of decarbonizing and how we get there. So, Kurt, I'm going to start with you. So how do we break down the political barriers to take a holistic view on the energy transition? You know, what does the effective energy transition mean to you?
So I'll just answer it in the negative first. Let me talk about what we need to stop doing. We need to stop mistaking tactics for outcomes. And this is part of my concern with the electrification conversation. Electrification as a goal clouds the view that the enemy is actually emissions. There are certain, actually big parts of the country that when you electrify them, you actually make the emissions picture worse, particularly in the near and medium term, because what comes across the natural gas system today is cleaner than what comes across almost every other electrical system in the United States. So the electrification tactic has a really important role to play, and I'm pro-electrification, but it often gets confused with the outcomes. We've got to be focused on outcomes. So to me, the dialogue needs to be shifted on the public policy debate, and we need to focus like a laser beam on the outcome, which is to reduce CO2 emissions from every single energy sector. The second thing I think we have to do is just be really honest about the magnitude of the problem. And if you haven't read Bill Gates' book, what I really like about it as an energy person, you read it, and I know reading it that somebody who's not an energy person can understand it. And it plays a really important role in that respect, because most of what we read, if you give to a very smart person who's not an energy person, they will not understand it. That book is very, very effective in that regard. And one of the primary points he makes is that we do not have a solution, a technical solution, at all for over 75% of the CO2 emissions in our economy. No technical solution, none. Not a cost-effective one, not a technically solved one. We don't have it. We have an imperfect solution for the 25% that's electricity. And that imperfect solution is wind and solar. Great solution, but it's imperfect because we don't solve the storage problem. So the magnitude of the task is huge. And I think we need to start with those two premises, which is the magnitude is huge, and it's going to take a lot of solutions to solve for it, and we've got to focus on outcomes instead of tactics. I think we have to start there and redefining the dialogue.
Okay, anybody else?
Yeah, I mean, I think said the same thing a little bit differently. I think we have to be, sort of, what is the long-term goal? What's the long-term problem we're trying to solve? And be careful about sort of making arbitrary and in some ways inconsistent policy choices along that way. You know, we've still got to live between now and wherever that net zero future is. And so you've got to make decisions that are always balancing clean, safe, affordable, reliable. And there's not sort of I think applying arbitrary timelines. We were very clear that we think within 2050 we can be reasonably approach net zero. We've certainly cut about half of our emissions since '07, really largely just fuel switching to natural gas. But if you look at parts of Europe or parts of our country that have jumped on sort of eliminating natural gas as really a bridge fuel, you know, I would bet the emissions in New England will be worse over the last couple of years because of burning fuel oil and wood, frankly, to heat. Heaven forbid they have a real cold snap and you have the human tragedy that's likely to occur. That certainly has happened in Germany when they jumped post-Fukushima and got out of the nuclear business, and then they got hooked on Russian gas, and now that's gone, so they're cranking up the coal units. And so you know, there's a path. There's sort of, again, we're bound by physics and economics. Everyone acknowledges the issue, but you've got to sort of get there in a way that's sort of tactically rational and not be sort of arbitrarily setting guidelines. And I understand there's a scientific belief in sort of the pace at which we need to move, but we're actually setting ourselves back. I mean, in other words, when you sort of throw an arbitrary sort of short-term view on things, you're making the problem worse than maybe not answering the problem as quickly as you might need to versus are you making it worse? And so I think sort of what Kurt's saying, but maybe said a little more specifically about sort of arbitrary timelines and approaches.
Yeah, and I think one key piece of that we can't forget is that affordability piece. How much are customers able and willing to pay for that to happen? I mean, we're trying to be very intentional and take steps that make sense, but maybe we're not moving as fast as some would like for us to move in our space. And we have a much smaller carbon footprint than most of our utilities peers, kind of, if you will, because we are a water utility. But, you know, we're working with companies like NJR in New Jersey, and we're getting ready to install the largest floating solar array, which will provide about 95% of the energy that we need to run one of our treatment facilities. And it's great. We're really excited about it, but we could only do it because we partnered with NJR, and it made sense from an economical perspective. You know, we've started looking at, okay, so what can we really do to move the needle? We're big energy users. And, you know, as we see the grid get greener through these things, we're naturally benefiting from that. But we're also looking at, okay, how much of our capital do we need to carve out over the next few years to replace pumps and motors that will help us drive down our energy usage and make them more efficient? Again, we're not going to add that much capital. We're trying to do it within the realm of what we have, because that affordability piece, if customers are feeling it on their energy side and they're also having to feel it on the water side for all this pressure, it's significant. And it is something that we're going to have to deal with, because no matter how low our bills are, there are some customers who just can't afford it, and we've got to consider that.
Okay, Kurt, I'm going to ask you another one. How do you answer the argument that any investment in pipelines drives perpetuation of fossil fuel usage? How do you deal with that question?
I love this question, and I got to tell you, I was so dumb when the first anti-gas extension debate hit my radar screen. It was in Boston, and some activists were trying to stop a lateral from a gas pipeline to go into a new building that was built. It was like an apartment residential building, and they were trying to stop just the interconnect because that was going to perpetuate fossil fuel in this building for 40 years. And I didn't get it, because I'm an infrastructure guy, and I know that pipelines are just roads, power lines are just roads. And if you've spent any time in the developing world, you know that fuel is actually delivered in a lot of places on horseback and on donkey back. propane tanks. That's how it gets delivered remotely. And so I was really dumb about it, and I didn't get it for the longest time. And I still don't fundamentally understand it, but where I effectively default to is we need every piece of infrastructure to solve that 75% problem that Bill Gates defined, every piece of infrastructure. And what we have in the natural gas system in the United States is the largest energy storage system in the world that can store and deliver molecules, which are nature's way of doing energy storage. To me, the key question for policymakers is why would you assume that cost is sunk and gone when you do not have an affordable way to decarbonize the system? Why is that the right assumptive starting place? Isn't the right assumptive starting place, let's use every piece of infrastructure we have to its maximum capability to decarbonize the system before we start thinking about mothballing anything? That's where I would start.
Don't see any questions out there. Okay. Commissioner Murphy?
Thank you. I think it's always tough to wrap up at the end, but I wanted to ask about workforce, not just the workforce development, but we talked about young folks, but I'm interested from the utilities perspective. What do you do with the brain drain, so to speak, the experienced people that are leaving? We can't just talk about the front side of what's coming in without the back end of what's going out. And how are you dealing with the remote component, and how does that tie into things? So we've had our own struggles at the commission with the remote work environment and bringing people back, and so many different changes now. So it seems to me with all these issues, having an adaptable, resilient, reliant workforce ties into all of that. And I'd really be interested to know, how is that part of your planning, through strategic planning, succession planning? And I keep this in mind because we've recently just had 4 people of our own commission leave to go to work to a utility. So it's happening to the regulatory side. So I think we're going to have to be relying a little bit more sometimes on the utilities themselves. So from the utilities perspective, and then also from Cheryl's perspective, be interested in hearing some more of your thoughts and helping us understand on the workforce component. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. I want to start, if it's okay with everyone. A workforce has become one of the it's part of our strategic plan now, whereas it was not part of our strategic plan 3 years ago. And one of the things, there's several things wrapped up in there. Yeah, where do we get the future workforce? But how do we get the knowledge exchange from the existing workforce and make a happy marriage there? And it's a lot of things. It's with education, collaboration. You know, we heard high school, but we partner with a group called CEWD, Center for Energy Workforce Development, and their statistics are showing we should have started just to meet the demands for today with elementary school. So that's how far the energy sector is behind when it comes to the workforce development. Every sector has a workforce shortage right now in the United States. Baby boomers are retiring. We knew this 20 years ago, 30 years ago. But we're losing valuable human resources in the energy sector with this knowledge, and we're not regaining it, or even providing a roadmap to train the upcoming future workforce. So what we're trying to do at UTC, because everybody's kind of scrambling, I can't put it in a nice way, in my opinion, we're scrambling, because this is critical. We have to have it. So we try to get everybody together, all of our members, what are you doing? We're also getting together with educational institutions. What are you doing? We're even trying to advocate for energy to be another cluster in the Department of Education so that it will be part of the curriculum as early as elementary school. So this is a huge deal, because when we even talk about funding, the government can provide all the funding it wants, but if there's no workforce to actually execute or deploy the technology, we have still a terrible conundrum there. So that's just a little bit. Workforce is very passionate. I'm very passionate about it because, like you said, the remote, this is another thing that we don't address in the energy sector, talking about, well, why don't we have these groups represented in the energy workforce. We have to raise awareness to the so-called unserved, unrepresented groups. We may not be able to pay what some of the utilities can pay, but we do have to create and remind everybody, this is a public service. You're serving your community. There's no price for that. There's fulfillment there. We just have to present different ways and tell the narrative different about this wonderful career path forward, but we do have to start as early as possible, and I do think it's going to take everyone, not just a select group or a few people. Like, I can mentor 2 or 3 people, but I tell people the schools can reach hundreds, thousands. So it's just a thought as far as the energy and workforce, and not just development. You talk about DEI, they're all connected. And we have to start learning more, just like cybersecurity, broadband. We have to learn more what we don't know. We don't even know how to train the future workforce, because what we need today may not be what we need, the skill set, what we need tomorrow. So there's a lot of unanswered questions.
Yeah, a couple of things real quick that you hit. One, with respect to this transition of the fleet, one first principle certainly for us is to understand that as we transition from facilities that we relied on in the past, we've got to be very sensitive to the potential negative impacts on the workforce at those facilities and the communities and tax base and the sort of economic impact on the communities. And so I think long before the concept of just transition became kind of trendy, I think that's always the approach that we had taken, which was to work with folks that wanted to continue to work with the company beyond the closure facility, find places for them, support them in transitioning to other opportunities. And so there is that side of the transition, work with communities around replacement of tax base and those sorts of things. So I think we've got to be sensitive to that, and I do think we've always been able to do that, and think that that's important. Workforce, new workforce, partnerships. I mean, Cheryl hit it, but I would add, we've got believe it or not, for a company called Southern Company, which is generally not known as the most union-friendly part of the country. We really have a strong partnership with labor. And so if you look at, we're building Vogel's Unit 3 and 4 outside Augusta, the only 2 new nuclear units in the country. Really, the role of our partnerships with all of the craft, we wouldn't have been able to do it without that. And often we've needed more workers of various craft types, and being able to sort of partner with those folks locally and in the union halls and create training programs. And we've got roughly 8,000 to 9,000 people working there every day at peak. And so, and then in just basic lineman sort of type work, partnering, not just with the unions, but with the military and vocational community colleges across the system. And so there's a lot of partnership opportunity to create, get the workforce or obtain the workforce that you need. You mentioned remote working, Commissioner, and I think it's a great question. At one point I want to make, I think it's important for all of us, is, about half of our workforce never went home. In fact, they showed up every day, and if you think about the gas business, they were crawling in and out of people's homes when they had to. And so one of the things we're trying to be real sensitive to is that we don't create 2 classes of workers within the company. We're about 30,000 employees, give or take, and about half never went home, and they never had the sort of flexibility and the gift of flexibility that more of the sort of office workers have. And so we're trying to maintain a lot of sensitivity with that half of the workforce, while also understanding that something has changed in the office workforce. And, I think we're, at Southern Company, I would confess, I don't think we're any better than any other company, and that we just don't know where this is going. And anybody that tells you they know where they're going is wrong. And so just discount what they tell you. What we're trying to do is watch culture, certainly watch productivity, and are we getting the tasks done? And I think we've proven, when everyone went remote, we all understood we could run this economy remotely, for a while. And what I worry, and this is more my personal, maybe grumpy old man sort of view, I worry that we're not going to train folks as well, right? The experiential aspect that we've all gone through in our careers, where you were just in the room and saw someone do it, and then you saw it often enough and you understood when it was your turn how to do it. So worry about that, and worry about culture, and really worry about strategy. I'm pretty certain you can play checkers remotely. I'm not so sure how good you're going to be at chess. if you're not bumping into people in the elevator, you're not jumping into an office, or you're not sitting around in unstructured time. And I'm just, as good as Zoom and Teams and all that are, I'm not sure you do very good strategy work and think around corners and think longer term. Again, grumpy old man maybe, but I think that's a couple of cups of coffee and a wandering decision, or you've got to throw bad ideas out and shoot them down and maybe stumble on the best of the bad options. And so we don't have a solution. We're probably surprised by the reluctance of folks to want to come back into a regular work week. I would say that certainly, if you think about most of our operations, our employees, the two centers would be sort of Atlanta and Birmingham. I think certainly bigger city, worse traffic, we're certainly seeing a lot more resistance. I mean, let's be honest, people have gotten 2 hours of their day back, so 10 hours a week of their life back, not commuting from, suburban Atlanta into downtown. Birmingham seems to be, it's a smaller community, and people do seem to be willing to come in a little bit more, but to be determined what our ultimate solution is on the remote workforce.
Yeah, I would just add a lot of the same things that you've heard from the other two panelists, but we're trying to leverage technology as much as we possibly can to capture some of that knowledge that we may not have been as good at before. The days of calling retired people back to find a valve or to show us how to do something hopefully are close to being over, but we still use that as an option if it's the last thing that we can do. And usually they're thrilled. Usually it makes them feel really good. But that technology piece drives a challenge that I hadn't really thought about until just this week. I was talking to one of our union employees, and he said, yeah, I don't know if you know this, but I'm not a crew leader or foreman anymore, because he said, I just couldn't handle all the computer stuff that was required of that position at this point. And he said, so, I stepped back and I'm not in that lead position anymore. And I thought, wow. I hadn't really thought about really down there at the front line. We're asking them to do more with computers and technology, and it's putting a strain on some of our older employees who've been in the business for a really long time. And so we've got to be careful in how we implement that technology and how, kudos to him for stepping back, but that's going to be a key piece for us. The other thing is that we've tried to create some positions. We've tried to put people in roles that they can learn from people. We love Jim Jenkins, but what happens when Jim walks away from American Water? We have to think about that, because that's a knowledge base that you can't capture with technology. It's a knowledge base that we need people working with Jim, and Jim needs to be extremely focused on transferring that knowledge. We have an attorney in one of our states that we know she's leaving by the end of the year, and her instructions have been, you got 2 other attorneys that you work with here, you need to be transferring as much knowledge as you possibly can. And it's easy when you know and can plan, but you've got to have that really robust succession planning process, and we've been working on it for years. Still not exactly where I would like it to be, but that's kind of what our plan is.
Do we have 2 hours left on this panel? All right. So I think about this more than that is probably healthy. We are 15 times larger today as a workforce than we were in 2015. In 2021, our voluntary turnover rate was under 7%. The national average was about 49%. Utilities were somewhere around 17%. And we spend a lot of time thinking about culture, a lot of time thinking about our story, a lot of time thinking about work remote. So let's talk about the story. The big question that I think the chairwoman is asking is, how do you attract young, aggressive, smart people to a gas company? And it is a hard question, and I'll tell you how. You have to have a story that resonates with their values. And the story that resonates with the values for us, we have a hydrogen business, we have an RNG business, we have a landfill gas business, and we are committed to public safety and committed to public service like it's a messianic vision. And when you talk to young people today and you're trying to recruit them into this industry, which I do a lot, that's what they want to hear. They want to hear that what they do matters more than anything else. The second thing we do is it's like eyes wide open. I am a grumpy old dude. I really like sitting down and torturing a young person through a document. I'm a lawyer. I was raised that way. There's nothing like making a young associate cry to make me feel good. But the reality is that is not what the market's seeking anymore. We went 100% remote work, and we actually figured out a way to provide more remote work benefits to our field employees, which was huge for them. And we went 100%, and the business still runs. We're more productive than we've ever been. We've got lower turnover, and people are recruiting other people to come to work for our business because it's a good place to work. What I have to do, though, is I have to get out of my comfort zone, and I've got to go meet with my employees where they are. So tonight, I'm having dinner in St. Louis with 2 employees that are remote. I have never met them. They've been with us for under a year, and I'm going to sit down and have dinner with them and talk about them. What we have to do as leaders is we have to accommodate the new economy. We have to accommodate the new workers in the economy, and it's got to be on us. I got to tell you, I don't like it. I really miss beating up associates, but that's not the world we live in today anymore, unfortunately.
Well, speaking for the Virginia Commission, we're having incredible turnover, like most state commissions. We've been hearing it was going to happen for years and years, and I think, 08 happened, and people took a hit to their 401ks, and they decided to hang on for a few years. And then, once COVID happened, they really have started to go.
Yeah, and a couple of times I've put the burden on commissioners and consumer advocates to be supportive of the companies. I would say to the industry people, we need to be supportive of the institutions of the consumer advocates and the commissions, whether you're fee funded or appropriated. I think we all have important roles to play in public policy in our states. I mean, it's part of our job is to be involved. We are public entities. But I think the support for quality staffing and processes and technology and expertise, these aren't necessarily adversarial proceedings, but there's an important role for the commissions to play in the staffs and the consumer advocates. And you're always better with a quality partner to work with, and you'll get better results, often quicker results, the better the commission is staffed, equipped to work with you. And so we have an obligation, I think, to not view the commissions or the consumer advocates as adversaries, but rather as partners in this sort of shared obligation to our communities. And that includes using our political influence to support the commissions however they're funded, whatever your challenges are. I frankly think we ought to try to encourage as folks transition in their career. We've actually had a few people in North Carolina joined the public staff that had been with some of the water companies. They were great regulatory lawyers. We sort of, people had some career left in them, and they went to the staff, and I know there are often rules of conflicts and things. We ought to be able to work around that. I mean, there is a lot of institutional experience that could be deployed to the commissions, to the consumer advocates, and we ought to try to help with those solutions.
Yeah, I appreciate that. But Dana, one of the things that we found that's been helpful, we have enlarged our HR department, and we've used some, professional basically headhunters for certain positions as well. And our head of HR said we can no longer post and pray. So everywhere I go, I'm supposed to be, and I'm glad to do it. The Virginia Commission is a great place to work, and we've got several openings. I think everybody ought to go look at our website. We'd love to have you. As Jim just said, it might be time for a career change for you. Richmond's a lovely place. Please come and join me. We got a lot going on.
I've had 5 different jobs. It was the best job I've ever had or ever will have. So that's my pitch.
But we're seeing some success with that, and and we're also taking a look at our job descriptions because you tend to just roll out that same job description. Well, maybe you don't need somebody with so many years of experience. I mean, engineering is engineering and accounting is accounting, but you've got a lot of great analysts, and we find that, what we're really looking for are smart, curious, mission-driven people. And so that's what we're, take a look, and is your screening knocking out a lot of really talented, smart people because you've got buzzwords in there that are just knocking them out. So anyway, I'll stop with that. I see Dana's up, and we're all somewhat professional talkers. We could go on forever. So.
Thank you so much for answering that question. I thought it was great. The last thing I'd throw in is I had told Cheryl that I went to the American Airlines big refurbishing place in Oklahoma, And that company made a concerted effort to survey all the employees, and is specifically targeting some of the employees that were about to retire to see if they could extend, put some ergonomics, do some things that would cause those that might want to retire to work part-time, extend their time a little more. So I think you have to think about the back end a little bit more too. But I think that's a big issue, and I really appreciate all your responses on that. So great job on a great panel, and thank you all for putting the bow, so to speak, on the package. Let's give a good hand to them. And I will ask Dr. Sakuda and Dr. Euler if they could come and provide our last gifts. And just a couple of wrap-up items. Please make sure you fill out the blue surveys. Turn them in at the front. If you have any comments, please provide those, because those are really helpful. And before I turn it over to Tricia for our closing remarks, okay, I said I had a footballish sports question. This is for a complimentary registration along with a water bottle. What University of Missouri football player played for the Kansas City Chiefs, now plays for the Buffalo Bills, and signed a contract for $44.5 million for 4 years? I knew this would be a stumper of a question. This is amazing because he is the nephew of a person who used to work for me. $44.5 million for 4 years. Who's making that these days? That's incredible. I guess we're not going to have a prize winner. It was my legal assistant, it is my legal assistant, former legal aid's nephew, Mitch Morrissey, who played for the Kansas City Chiefs on the offensive line of the Buffalo Bills. Okay, I didn't hear you. Nobody pointed you out. If you said Mitch Morrissey, here it is. I can't hear what you're saying, so I'm not. Did someone get it? Get the answer. Very good. I knew that would be the stumper of a question. So, Tricia, I'll turn it over to you, and I'll just thank everyone, all the panels, and everyone for attending today. Thank you.
Please join me in thanking Dana for doing a great job today. Thank you, Commissioner Murphy. This is not easy, and she makes it look perfectly elegant. So, before we leave, just a couple of things that I want to make sure that we cover today. I do believe that today was a great day. Very educational, very insightful. Thank you to all the panelists and all those that participated. We have had the honor over the last year of being led by Jim Jenkins, and he has just led this board and done such an amazing job. And so please join me in thanking Jim. He's the only person I know that could have open heart surgery and still pull this off in the same year. Just did an amazing job. We're also privileged to have some new board members that have joined the FRI on the advisory board, and I want to list those quickly. Joseph Accardo with PSEG, Dan Lapido with American Gas Association, Shelby Linton-Ketty with EEI, Commissioner Ann McCabe from Illinois, Karen Statowski, and I'm so sorry if I just did that ugly. Karen, I had lunch with you today. With the Tennessee Office of the Attorney General, Rich Sveland with Missouri American Water, Scott Weitzel with Spire, and Andrea Williams with NextEra Energy Resources. To do this event and all the things that the FRI is involved in does take a lot of volunteer hours, and we just couldn't do it without the support of the folks on the advisory board. We want to make sure that you come back next year, but we also want for you to get more involved with the FRI. I've got to recognize Patrick Woods with ITC Great Plains, who does an amazing job with the FRI's Hot Topics Hotline. Thank you, Patrick. But get involved in all the things that the FRI is doing with the industry. It's really remarkable. It's such a great base of education and just a good base of checking in and understanding kind of what's hot and going on in our space. A couple of housekeeping items before I give it back to Mike. So the symposium for next year, please mark on your calendars, it's September 20th of 2023. Our theme next year is going to be around delivering all of it. Transmission, distribution. We understand at commissions and amongst utilities right now that transmission, delivery, distribution is the hot topic. And so if you've got ideas, please talk with us on the advisory board. We want to hear from you. And then also, too, if you know somebody that would be a great recipient of the FRI Crystal Award, the nominations open up for the 2023 FRI Crystal Award on January 4th. So please consult the website and get some more information there. Thank you so much, of course, to Jim. Thank you to Dr. Sakuda and to Cheryl Bird, who have just done an amazing job. This has just been a great facility. So we're very grateful. And I'll see all of you and your friends September 20th of next year. Thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner, and I'm looking forward to working with you in the next year and with Chris Ayers as our new Vice Chair, who had to take off already. Again, it's been a long day, and we really appreciate you all being here. The fact that we were all able to be here together in person, and we had 20 people that have been online all day. So we've had great participation, both in person and online. We're just thrilled that we were able to have you here. I do have one small gift to give yet. Commissioner Murphy, we want to give you a small gift for your wonderful work as MC again today. So if you could come up, we give you one more round of applause for all of your efforts. So with that, as Commissioner Pridemore said, mark your calendar for September 20th next year. We look forward to seeing all of you back, and bring a friend. For those of you that are interested in the water space, look for the advanced seminar in May. For those of you who have newer employees who want to learn more about the other side of the coin, whether that's industry or the way commissions work, our Leadership Institute will be in June next year, and we may have a second week in August. So just keep an eye out for those emails, and we look forward to engaging with you more. Thank you so much for your day.